Hello. We are now live.
Like,
Are we live?
are we alive?
Hey.
We're live.
We're alive!
Are we live? I don't know. No one told me when to come back.
That's a good point.
I'm sorry.
We didn't
That was
discuss
my
it.
fault.
really
I
good
should
point.
have told you
That
that.
is
I
a
should
The
have
really
told
good
you
point.
one.
The keyword was
That's
we're
on us.
live.
That was on me. That was on me.
What's this?
We did
Oh
not.
my
We did not
God.
communicate.
Hey, that's my bad. That's my bad.
Really?
I don't pick up on cues well.
I don't think we even established a queue, so you're fine.
We did
That's
not.
fair.
We didn't. We sure did not.
We absolutely did.
Hello.
Hello, chat.
The fish is
Hello. The fish has returned.
The fish is back.
The fish. Guess who's back? Fish
And
is
he's
fish.
traumatized.
Good, good.
Traumatized fish is back.
Capital
in the
T for
house.
Theo and
Fishbowl.
capital T for trauma.
What else starts with T? Trauma.
Mama.
Now you know
Tobias.
your ABCs.
Someone said something really inappropriate.
Tobias. Titties.
No.
No.
No, I'm
No.
Now I need to know where your mind went, please.
I'll chat you.
Okay.
It's actually kind of dark. I don't know why my brain went there, but I was like, shh.
How does everybody
Like, hey,
sound?
not right now. You're getting
How
into the
does
trauma, all right? You're trying to get to the
everybody
mindset.
How do I sound?
See, you get
Good,
it.
babe. We're sounding good.
How do I
Where are
sound?
you?
Because last
Yeah,
time I
how are
looked
we?
back and I sounded a little stinky
Hello.
I don't
When
even know how
I-
to spell this word.
when I rewatched the last episode back.
Christ.
So,
I
do
believe-
I sound better now?
You sound better, bub. James, can you talk?
James.
Hi.
Speak, James.
Wow.
Wow.
Better. This better
Okay,
now?
that's fair
Is that how you
enough.
spell that?
Is my volume
Yeah,
okay?
that's right.
Yeah, your volume's
Yeah,
great.
no, that's
So
sound
good.
Right.
Okay, good.
Yeah, everybody sounds good.
Yeah.
I sound
Yeah,
Gucci?
that's right.
Poggy? Jazz is a little
Yeah,
quiet for
Poggy.
you?
I'm a
So,
little quiet, apparently.
good
Hold on.
greetings, everyone.
You don't sound
When am I
quiet to
ever
me.
quiet?
You sound
Kidding me?
loud to me. Audio seems pretty good. Jazz is a little quiet? Huh.
I'm quiet?
You
Weird.
seem loud for me.
Silenced.
Move
Not
your...
loud,
Is the
In a
mic...
compliment loving way.
Double check your
Mic.
your input, yeah, just to make sure that it is the mic that's connected.
Oh no. Okay. Let's see if I can do this.
Just in case. Otherwise, if I can turn you up in any way,
Yeah,
I will,
let me
but...
see.
I'm so excited.
Oh.
Just
Do
can't.
you guys
hide it.
like the layout, by the way? We had to add Arlo last minute because
How's
I'm
that
stinky
sounding?
and forgot to do it. Oh, much better.
I mean, wow.
Did you connect to the microphone?
I think it was on the wrong setting.
Ah,
Oh.
because you sound
Yeah,
much better now.
Probably.
Yeah.
You do
Yep.
sound.
Good. You
Infinitely
sound
better.
very good.
You sound so much
Yay.
clearer too.
Yeah.
I'm
Very
Don't
nice.
worry.
Very
I like
nice.
to. I like to be clear.
The mic is a
Very
little
nice.
funky.
okay.
My mic is funky? Oh, Jazz mic.
No,
is
it's
funky.
much better now.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah,
it's fine now.
sounds great.
Do I look too zoomed in on the
No.
stream? I don't know. Am I okay?
You don't to me.
No,
that's
you're
that's the.
Oh,
I
yeah,
just
it's normal.
cropped
No,
it.
it looks normal.
Yeah, I just
You're
cropped
right, you're right.
exactly how it is.
I look normal.
You look normal, don't you worry.
For a second, I thought I was like,
No, you Gucci. Oh my God, we're all here.
crazy.
It feels like it's
Oh,
literally.
wow.
I have the chat. I need to hide the chat because it's right on Theo. So I'm gonna move the chat for now until I get a better layout going.
Oh,
but
it is.
there we go. I've
Oh,
moved
it's on
it.
me.
I've
I'll
moved
carry
it.
all of you.
I carry it.
I carry you all.
I carry it. Hey yo, you might carry this episode though.
Right.
I,
Oh,
I gotta get my acting chops ready.
your
Come on.
acting
Get the
shop.
chops in.
Yeah, I gotta chop them up. Yeah, I gotta eat them.
Sadie.
Okay.
Sorry.
It works
Oh,
out.
you're
like, anyways, let's just start.
No.
Theo.
We're all gonna be very Theo. It's gonna be okay. I know Theo's a little nervous, so we're just gonna vibe. It's been a
I'm
while,
gonna use this energy.
and it's totally valid. I'm also
Use it.
nervous. I think we're all just nervous every time, so it's
Every
fine.
single time.
That's so
I'm
real.
That was
It's
true.
honestly fine. Just don't
That's
worry.
true.
We're all in the
I'm not
same
nervous.
boat.
I'm just cool like that.
Wow.
Oh my
James.
God.
You know, James, so valid.
So flawless.
Who's that guy?
Honestly, he is.
Absolutely
Wish I
flawless.
could be.
How does it feel to be James?
He's so
Flawless.
suave and
They are just so
non-nervous.
suave
I
and
understand.
So suave.
they just
Yeah.
be it, you know?
The
They're
it
the it.
vibes.
What's it like?
The it
The
vibes.
it.
He
The
is
it
the
envy.
vibes. It's
The it
real.
envy, we love it.
Main character vibes.
Yeah,
Honestly.
that's real.
Okay. Sorry if you can hear my crunching. Oh my god.
Very good. Say some more.
Crunch it up.
We cannot, but you're good.
It's a snack that
Yeah.
smells bad.
Crunchy, crunchy, crunch, bitch.
Snack that slaps
Crunchy.
back.
Strike down the crunch.
Water.
Strike down
down
the
that-
crunch. Okay, are you
I
guys
love
ready?
Faye. I love you.
Yes.
No.
Yes, I'm gonna try on these guys.
No.
Me neither. Me neither.
Not the slightest, actually.
Really?
Emotionally,
He's
no.
like, I slept
No.
1 hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a half. And a half.
And a half. You had to
Mm,
factor
important
in that.
half.
The half was the beauty sleep. That's why you look
Yes.
so.
That's why you look so.
I
Yeah.
had to get the full REM cycle in
Yeah.
there. That's the only reason.
You gotta get the beauty sleep.
It's important. And coffee. Coffee's also
I
important.
love what we got. Vay drinking coffee. Me and Jazz are drinking Monster. Let's
shit.
go. Okay.
Water.
Water.
Computer.
Water.
Water.
Wait,
I
Water.
gotta plug in my
Wow.
computer. Hold on.
I'll get back to water in a bit, but right now we need some.
I also have water, but you know,
You can
priority.
tell-
Oh, good
You
job.
can
I'm so
tell
proud
who
of you
has the
guys.
priorities in line here. Where did Dio go? Oh,
I kinda
Sylkie.
look a
Sylkie
little-
here.
I
look a
don't
little
know.
holy in the back here.
You do look at
Ooh,
that.
we
With
got
your
the light.
candlelight.
The candlelight.
The candlelight. You're glowing.
My Andromeda light back there.
You are glowing.
You are
You're glowing.
So I'm
Gorgeous,
back.
gorgeous,
Literally.
gorgeous.
I'm gonna give my little
Gorgeous girls.
spiel before we dive in.
Okay.
Give
So
that
whoever-
spiel.
Give that
whoever
spiel.
is. Oh,
Bob, I
thank
like
you.
your shirt.
It's the Phantasmic shirt I got. Yes,
Fantastic. Yeah.
Thank you. So, little spiel. As you guys know, when we do Ravenwood, we do not really look at chat much. We occasionally glance at it and we smile and internally laugh at everything you guys say, trust me. And then whenever we watch back the streams, we also give so much serotonin from what you guys say. So please feel free to chat in the chat. But any like questions that are directed to us, we won't be answering like live because we're in the middle of the session and we're role playing and we're immersed. So, yeah. So we're not gonna like go out of immersion to answer any questions. And yeah, I think that's like the only spiel. We don't know how long this is gonna go. You know what? I've stopped saying that I don't think it's gonna go long anymore. So I've stopped saying that. And I really wanted to say it for this episode, but I've stopped saying it. So I've been boycotted, so it's fine.
Legally, you cannot.
Legally,
Legally cannot.
last
Signed
session,
a
Vay told me
agreement.
Because
I'm legally
also,
not allowed
It
to
is
say
not
it.
for you to say.
That's
because
true.
You
know,
have
this is
no
all. This is
control.
your guys' fucking fault.
Yeah.
Okay. Every single time we've gone for 10 hours,
Well,
it's been
hey,
on
well,
you.
hey. Well, hey.
It's been
I love
on
It's
you.
entirely our fault.
Yes!
We just want-
We love
I've
role
just
playing.
simply given you
Wail.
something that happened. You guys could have been
just-
like, we
you-
don't want to
you know-
talk, and I would have been like, okay, moving on. All
But we
right.
never don't want to talk. So,
Exactly.
We always wanna
exactly. It's not my
That's on
fault.
you
You
for
go
writing
and
a
make the
full
effort
world
to
and
tell a
focus
character about
on
his
you.
brother that he doesn't care about by showing him
You
a
write
piece of
It was
hair.
important. He had a
Have to
gambling
do it.
addiction.
What were we gonna do with his hair? Keep it?
Eat it. Feed it to
No.
Chuz.
No. Fuck
By the
Chuz.
way, Theo,
We'll take
last
it, but no.
episode, Chuz ate one of Zophiel's feathers.
'Cause he's a
Yeah,
bitch.
it did happen.
Just for fun.
for fun.
Yeah.
Just for fun.
Girlfriend.
He also, by the way,
Yeah.
He has poison tolerance.
they have found out a bit of Chuz lore.
Yeah.
That he
Jared.
got kicked out of the Ignis Ember dorms and is now Aquafin because he kept putting stuff in his mouth.
Fucking happy.
Yep.
Good riddance.
So
What is that
Arlow
song leading
and
to us.
yeah,
Exactly.
that's what I was
Yeah.
wondering.
He's your problem.
You
It's
know,
your problem now.
he retook the test
Oh.
and they put him in Aquafin,
In Aquafin.
and
Arya
they were
Arya
deciding.
dorm
All
right
right.
next
Aquafin.
to Aria's.
I'm going to bump him out of Aqua.
Please tell me
He's
he's in the
gonna be
dorm
like
room that's
the
right
room
next to
next to
Aria's. It
yours.
has to
That's
be.
what
It
you
has
do.
to.
He's gonna get.
It's
Okay,
Aria gets him as her new roommate because of Ku.
Don't you even joke about that?
Sorry.
Because I will
Wait.
literally strangle him in his sleep and
Good.
laugh.
Good. You'll
You
commit murder.
will send Arya on her villain arc. And
What
that
has
will be the
Chuz
story.
done wrong? Why do you hate Chuz so much?
Exist.
Because
You
Chuz
should
is
exist.
the name of my existence. He
He
is,
must atone for his
man.
mistakes
and he
of
is
existing.
everything that icky men are.
Yeah, he's a frat boy.
He's worse than a frat boy.
Amen.
He's
Amen.
worse than a frat
Mm.
boy.
You know,
It's
fair
just
enough.
goblin.
But he and his
Lord
girlfriend are in
Garthon.
love.
Yeah, and
I love that
they
for
also
Yeah, we're doing really well.
they also won Queen and King of the
Say it.
celebratory belt.
They seem real happy.
Really happy.
They
I
do.
can't fault them for that.
No, I can't.
Can't
But I
fault them for
want
that.
to so badly. I want to fault them so badly for it, but I can't because they're great.
But you can't.
It's great.
But you can't.
I
It's
can't,
true
I
love.
can't.
There's a match
True
made by
love.
Arlo.
True love.
True love.
True love.
We're putting
Oh.
this together
Oh my
today.
God.
That's
Baby
you,
lips.
Mr. Lover Boy. Exclusive.
Exclusive.
Oh yeah, Arlo has a lot to catch up on.
I know, I have so much.
Very
Arlo,
exciting.
that's the best part is that Arlo's not gonna do anything, which is so
It's so great.
I mean, you've been gone this whole time, so
It's
and a lot
so
of people
good.
in that time, so
I'm
It's
just gonna be- okay.
fantastic.
Oh, I'm so nervous.
Are you ready?
canonically clueless
Whenever
at all
you're
times.
Are we ready, boys?
Yes, boy.
Aye, aye, Captain.
No,
I can't hear you.
Yeah.
The way that your mic
Whoa.
cut out for that was beautiful.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, it always does that.
All right, boyos. Ravenwood Academy. The way that everyone went so
Ravenwood.
quiet for a moment.
This is
Season
serious.
2,
It's serious.
episode
Very
4,
serious.
Game character.
and we're calling it One Door Closes. And
Another one opens.
maybe.
And a fish
Maybe
bowl.
it's a golden door, a
I
golden
still like
opportunity.
Fish Ex Machina.
Fish
That's
bowl.
so
I like
valid.
Fish Ex Machina too.
Fish napped. All right.
Oh, I love that movie. Starring Arlo.
Sorry,
You know
Arlo.
the dad
No,
knock?
it's a
You
new-
know
I
the
started
It's a new
looking it up
Disney-
thinking it was an
yeah.
actual movie. And what?
Stop
It's
it.
a Disney Channel original.
I
It's
just
like
kept thinking of
So
like,
is this.
Do you
kept
remember
thinking
that
of
one?
Big Fish, which is not at all
That one
anything to do with
Disney.
fish.
That Disney
Which one?
movie about the guy who
about the
slowly
boy
turns
who's
into
a
a
sperm?
fish.
Yeah, who's turning into a merman?
Yeah.
What is it called?
I-
What is it called?
Gender,
I loved
gender.
that movie so
Gender.
much.
Wasn't
I
Splash,
really-
was
I
it?
No,
saw
Splash is good though.
part of it.
Splash is the
I
one where he
never
falls in
found
love
what
with
it
the
was called
mermaid and
ever
then she
again.
gets captured by scientists and shit. But it's so good.
What
I
is
love
what is
Splash.
what is the mermaid
Cleo.
called?
I don't remember.
I know. I never found it ever again.
Mermaid.
I'll figure it out for
Movie,
you. I'll figure it out
Disney
for you.
Channel.
I just need
It
to
is.
see it.
With a
The
mermaid.
13th year.
It's the third
Yeah!
year.
Yeah.
Like that's
Yeah.
the boy one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he
13th year,
doesn't he
okay.
like turn into one on
The
when he
boy
turns
one?
13 or
The boy one?
something?
I don't know.
Me when I order a
There's
Happy
one.
Meal. The boy.
The boy one?
The boy.
The fact that you used the quote for that of all things is so interesting to me.
The boy one?
The boy one?
Oh my god. Okay. All right. Let's get
You wouldn't
into
get
it,
my
babies. Let's get
Oh, I'm so
into
nervous.
it.
Right.
One door closes. I have a little recap for you, which will also be good for like you as well, Arlo.
And a window gets pried open by
Mm.
Andromeda.
Honestly.
I'm so sorry.
And she
Anyways.
climbs through.
Slithers her little body in.
So,
Yeah.
through the mixed emotions of relief and anxiousness in returning home to Ravenwood, came the twists and turns of looking for your friend Arlo, who has, in fact, been missing since the ball. With copious amounts of conversations with other students last session, you were able to piece together a puzzle that led you to the door of a large meat-packing warehouse where inside sat a fighting rink for outsiders of all kinds, the humans in control of the organization, even developing a way for magic to work within a barrier of odd technology. You found yourself in Over Your Head. While the potion from Sin certainly helped to hide your otherworldly appearances, it didn't last forever, nor did your discrepancy. You found yourself pursued by humans with weapons and instruments surely meant for pain. You were cornered, left for dead, until Julien, in desperation, asked for Tobias to appear with his own blood. Surely enough, feels like, what? Surely enough, you got your ask and a debt to be owed, but it did the trick in saving the lot of you from the humans and their guns. So, Andromeda, Aria, and Theron, you've all made haste in the direction Tobias sent you, and you have come to a door where inside lies dozens of cages, big and small, like that of a carnival exhibit or the backstock for a zoo. Across the way, you see Arlo in a bronze cage, aside from the others, and atop a pedestal, curled in on himself. I assume you all move to approach him.
I thought
that last time before we even like saw him, we were
You
just
were approaching him.
scrambling for keys and like levers.
Yeah,
and
I was
Yeah.
trying to find
switches.
levers. To
As
see if
I
could
started
open it.
And I was
describing,
looking for literal keys.
literally just started describing the room, and Aria is over here like, do I see anything to open the cages? Where do I open the cages?
We gotta open the cages.
on the bodyguards.
See, Aria has to take a chunk out of this fucking cage with her mouth. This is what's
That's so
gonna
nice.
Whoa.
Whoa, your mic
Facts.
went like and picked
Your
you
audio
up
is
so
mouth.
good.
for a second.
No,
No,
Jazz's.
Jazz.
Oh.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
No,
Mouth.
no, it wasn't bad.
You're
It was just like
passionate. No, it was
you
clear,
got
it was
louder
nice.
and clearer for a second,
like,
and then it like went
It was
back to
crisp
normal.
for a moment.
Yeah,
That's powerful.
it was
It
powerful.
was great.
Closer to the mic.
So,
It was slow motion.
do you all move towards Arlo?
We sure do.
All right.
I'm gonna,
Yeah.
I'm gonna acknowledge the
Yeah,
people in the cages
yeah.
as we're
I
passing
think
Valid.
we all are
So-
acknowledging it. I don't think that
Here.
we could not.
Don't worry, I got you. I got you.
Like, hey, we'll get you out. Hey, it's okay.
So I imagine Arlo, you have not seen them yet. You're curled in on yourself, kind of just going through it. So the three of you,
He's literally
as
bringing that to himself.
Julian has
I
ran
have a
off.
question.
Yeah.
Am I drugged up?
You're on like the end of it by now. So you're like a little hazy, but you're pretty much out of it at this point.
Okay, cool.
So Julian has run off after Tobias, so he's not with you at the moment. But the
Peace
three of
out.
you,
Done.
as you begin to walk through and towards Arlo, you notice more and more about the others in the cages around you, as well as the room you stand in. The cages are full with the bodies of worried, fearful outsiders, all huddled in on themselves, hugging their legs to their chests, hiding their faces in their arms, lying in fitful sleeps on the cold metal. No one is speaking, and all that can be heard is the shuffling of bodies against metallic surfaces, faint cries and whimpers and sniffles, and the rattling of cage bars. The room smells of rust, spoiled food, and blood, but aside from the outsiders in the room, the humans that had been surely guarding this room, in particular, are all sprawled out across the floor of the room itself, lifeless and unmoving. And when you walk further into the room and past them, a few outsiders lift their heads to take you in, and you can see some of their eyes and ears and bodies perk up at the sight of you all. They look worse for wear, many of them bruised and bleeding, but flickers of hope dawn across their expressions when they see you. The room is gray in its entirety. It's metallic and drab, like that of an old, dingy warehouse. The cages are scattered around old machinery that seem as though they were once used to hold butchered meat. The device is no longer in use, other than the hooks that hold up cages. At the back of the room, just behind Arlo's bronze cage, is another door, with inner windows along the wall where someone could look out into the array of cages, perhaps an office of sorts. You all make your way towards Arlo's cage. And Arlo, you have just experienced, essentially, like a cacophony of chaos, with lots of people screaming, humans screaming. That was out of ordinary, as someone did, like, blow their way through the room with magic, and all this chaos came to be. But it was all over very quickly, as though the person responsible had another matter to attend to, Julian. And Arlo, you feel exhausted for sure. And you feel a bit heavy from the drugs that had only previously been circulating in your system. And you can feel your skin beginning to crack as you breathe, dry and unhydrated, as the humans had yet to give you your water for that night. But overall, you're not in any sort of state physically. And as you all approach Arlo, you can see this as well. He is unmarred. There's not an injury to his body, aside from the small puncture wound on the side of his neck from the injection of the drugs at the ball. And Arlo, you feel all right physically, maybe a little dry, but not at all in a similar state to those in the cage surrounding you. Mentally, might be a different story. And you all walk up to the cage that holds Arlo. What do any of you do?
I would like to reinstate my, I'm looking for keys and anything to pry this fucker open.
Okay.
Everyone just
So
grabs the bars and starts trying to pull it off.
Oh god. Yes, shake the cage with the fragile being in it.
It's just that meme of the monkey just viciously shaking against the cage.
Yeah.
I'll stop for a second.
Actually,
Stop for a second when they won't budge.
I have an idea. Can
Mhm.
I look around? This sounds.
I didn't
really
realize I was muted. That's unfortunate.
Oh no! You okay?
I'm so sorry.
You're good.
As that chaos was happening, I was trying to say that Theron was going to very gently, very like softly be like, "Hey, Arlo."
Yeah, I was waiting. I was waiting for someone. I was waiting for someone to say something to him, and I was like,
I'm like, what am I? How do we react?
"What were you gonna do,
You're banging on the cage.
Okay.
Aria? What were you gonna?"
I was just gonna say Aria's gonna look at Arlo,
Mm-hmm.
see that Andromeda's doing her thing and Theron's doing his thing, and she's gonna walk towards the dead bodies to see if she can find keys on any of them.
Okay.
Okay.
Theron is
Arlo-
like making sure he's within line of sight of Arlo first.
Valid.
That way he's like,
Before.
he's not just like, "Whoa."
Valid.
Okay. Arlo's like shook right now.
Valid.
Yeah, a
Keys.
little bit.
He's like, oh my god, holy shit, you have to get me out. Wait, no, no, you need to get everyone else out right now.
Fishman.
Yeah.
We found you!
Yes! No, I know, I'm really excited to see you too, but you have
No,
to
it's
get everyone
fine.
else out.
No, it's fine.
They
Everybody's
don't,
dead.
no, what?
Everybody's dead. It's fine. But we are gonna get everybody out. And but like you
Who's
first.
dead? Everyone, you killed everybody?
Well,
Humans
not us
are dead.
specifically.
Not
Yeah.
bad people dead.
Wasn't us.
Killed.
Kind
Kind of dead.
we're going
Okay.
to
It wasn't me
everyone out.
specifically.
Okay, that's really good. Okay then, okay, I don't,
Do you know if there are any keys or like how do they unlock your cage?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
So
They drugged me out, so I have no idea what's been going on this whole
Aria's
time.
flipping bodies over.
I will say, from what you guys see from observing the room, you will notice that all the cages have like a scanner type mechanism, very much like how your dormitory doors look at Ravenwood.
Technology.
So, but they seem the perfect size for like a card, very much like how a hotel door would look. The little ones you slide in and slide out, essentially.
What if we just like,
So,
smack
Anybody got
those
any?
mechanisms?
with that, Aria, you do
Yeah.
find a card on one of the bodies as you were searching.
Great. And she just
Fantastic.
drops the body
Valid.
and just like runs over,
Yeah.
tries to swipe it or like she pokes
Insert
it. No, she tries to poke it first. Because she doesn't know how to use it.
Nothing happens.
She touches it.
Just no.
You don't know how to use it either.
Maybe hit it harder.
Seems like there's like a perfect little slide.
Aria
It
just
is in fact a
hits the
card.
cage with it.
Pump, pump, pump.
Okay,
Nothing happens.
He's like
Like,
very accustomed
like
to
it.
picking locks. I feel like he could figure this out.
Okay, she swipes it.
Okay. And
Yes.
as
There's
you
like
do
a,
this,
there's like a little like the swipey, you know.
Little slot.
Mhm.
Is it an
Swipe it.
insert or like a
I can
swiper?
insert. I can.
it's like a little insert, like
Arthros just like
like
watching
a
them go back and
hotel.
forth.
Can I infer that that's what she would just do?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, she's just good.
No, yeah. You
That's
unlock
how
the
it
cage.
works.
You unlock the cage door, and it beeps, and the whole thing rattles, and it swings. It starts to swing open.
Ish.
And as you're going about this, as you're opening up this cage, a voice rings out from the cage closest to Arlo, and you just hear Andromeda, Theron, and when you turn, you see the bewildered yet very relieved face of Fennel next door.
Fennel! Fennel, baby!
Oh shit,
baby.
Fennel!
Aria's like,
And his blue skin is bruised and battered, and there's blood stains all over his old uniform shirt. And the white fabric is now a shade of like brown from the dirt and the wear. Otherwise, he seems all right. Although there is a downward pull to his eyes and lips.
I don't think he's all right. No matter
That
what you
speak
say.
of. It speaks of the way his face looks. It speaks that he has seen a few things that may be unimaginable. If he were to talk about it. Also, I need to open up my Discord so I can get session chat open. I forgot that that's a thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put that down for a moment.
Anyone have water? For real.
No one has water on them.
Why did we bring water?
I think anybody
bad.
not.
I have my book.
Book.
It's not water.
She did bring that with her this time.
We have a little bit of potion left. That's liquid.
I could.
What kind of
I don't
potion?
know if that's gonna.
It's a shape changing
Gonna-
potion.
Yeah, that might have been.
Potion
Might not be too
changing-
good.
I think I'll
We'll
pass.
change your period.
I could like.
I'm brave.
I could like.
Killian,
Heck, phew. Like, if you
don't
want
it's okay.
spit on him.
I
I
will
will
take
take
no.
I'm a
Um,
fish,
Unless
not a
it's
bird.
consensual, I'm not going to do that.
Maybe
so,
another time, not right now.
Okay.
Okay. Through all of this,
The
you
fact that that's on the
do
table. Keep that in mind.
keep that in
What?
mind.
Nothing.
It's on the table.
So,
Aria,
in emergency situations.
how are you? Have you unlocked Fennel's cage by when? Like as soon as you've seen him, basically.
I mean, I would assume so, because as soon as
Okay.
Arlo's cage is open, and if Fennel said something, she probably ran over to try and.
Okay. And when you scan the card, it does work on Fennel's cage as well. And
Universal keys are the best.
And
can only
you
hope.
will notice as well, as it's quite hard to miss, that there's the large form of a lizard folk in the cage beside Fennel, watching you all wide-eyed and shocked, with more emotion on 𝐿𝐻𝑖's face than you've ever seen there before.
Oh,
And he continues to watch you all intently.
Peter boy.
I'm gonna go grab a key card from one of the
Okay.
bodies too and start.
Are there
helping
other
swipe.
ones on the bodies?
There's a few bodies.
Sweet.
Each of the
Okay,
guards
can Taryn
probably,
also search
presumably
for a
would
key
have
card?
one. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, he'll grab one too off of a
I
body.
assume, do you go about unlocking the cages at this point?
Yeah.
All the cages. Okay.
Just as quick as possible.
I mean, those are the only two we recognize, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then Theron's just gonna like move around like systematically
Okay.
to whatever cages he can get to.
And
I-
oh yeah,
Sorry.
No, go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say that if they start doing that, Arya's gonna go to Arlo
Mm-hmm.
and like check him out. Like,
Yeah.
hey,
Help him out
Is
of the
it over?
cage.
can I?
Is it over?
Do you? Yes, I believe so.
Oh, we still gotta get out of here.
We still gotta get out, but I'm sure that we'll
But they're all dead.
very much. I don't think we're in any.
Did you kill Silas? Too?
About that.
About that.
Yeah.
No.
Long story.
No.
We'll tell
the
you.
answer
We'll
is
tell
no.
you on the way out. Perhaps a different time.
Okay.
Maybe not. Yes.
Let's just-
but no.
Let's just get out of here.
Okay.
I think that Arya kind of like takes his hand, like tries to like take his hand,
Mm-hmm.
checks. Does he move?
Yeah.
'Cause it's okay if not. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're gonna take his hand then and just like, we're gonna figure it out. We just gotta get out of here first. I don't exactly know what we're gonna do with everyone, but we're going to make sure everyone's safe because this is not good. And she's just gonna like look
Looks
around
like
and be
exploded.
like, where did Julien go?
Is he not with? Oh shit.
I do believe he took off after.
Took off what?
After the really hot guy,
Do not call him hot. He's disgusting and a psychopath.
oh,
No,
he
no,
hasn't
he
killed
is hot.
us.
Oh my god, you guys.
Objectively speaking.
Okay. Exclusive. Okay, exclusive.
I'm just saying. I'm not.
So-
I'm literally just saying.
Although we
The
have so much to
aesthetics are
catch you up
there.
on.
Yes.
We have a lot to catch you up on.
It's very exciting.
I will
Um,
say, as you go about unlocking the cages, I assume as you're having this conversation, you're going around, you're tapping these keys.
Tapping the-
The other outsiders in the room begin to stir as you're doing this, like realizing what you're doing. And they watch you all eagerly as you go about freeing them. And each stranger you don't recognize practically bursts through the doors when they open, and they take off running through the open doors that you all enter
Maybe
from.
not.
in an orderly
don't know what-
fashion.
They they
Was it-
sprint free and they do not look
Oh,
back.
sorry.
That was a whole howl. What an
I'm not happy
impressive
that he's
baby.
Very-
baby.
I don't know why.
That was Chadwick outside alerting us.
Chadwick. It was
That was
Chadwick.
Chadwick alerting us outside.
Chadwick in
God,
the
I
truck.
love it.
Chadwick in the truck. So they all sprint free and they don't even look back.
I don't blame them.
Yeah. And when you free Fennel and 𝐿𝐻𝑖, they stay
Sylkie.
close to you. They stay close to you, helping you to unlock more cages, more and more cages, one by one, sending outsiders loose into the world, and you can see as they run that their expressions are
good lord.
that of relief and like utter solace in their expressions.
Take care now.
Take care now. Bye then.
Bye then.
So
Goodbye. Goodbye now.
goodbye now. Bye. Bye. That's how I feel at Disney. So
Yes.
That's it to a T.
from there, what do you guys do? Because you just mentioned something.
Sylkie.
Did everybody
Aria.
just
Sylkie.
leave?
A lot of the majority of the outsiders you do not recognize and that do not recognize you are
Did any of them
skedaddling.
Stick around or like?
Some of them are kind of hovering a little bit, almost like watching to see what you guys do, but majority of them are out. They're like getting out. There's
Can
a
I
lot
make
there.
An intuition roll, just for myself,
Sure.
to see if I can do something. What do you want me to roll? To see if I would think of this.
I guess wisdom then. Wisdom.
Wisdom? Okay.
A wisdom.
I think I have a -1, but that's okay. And do you want me to roll a d12 or 2d6?
2d6s.
Okay. 6. So it's a 6.
Okay. What was your? What did you want to roll for? What were you trying to roll for?
I'm thinking about this out of character, but did I see any Yuan-Tis?
No.
That's
Did
worrisome.
we?
Okay.
I mean, because we didn't recognize anybody else. You said, right?
You
All
don't-
we know is that it's his
Mice-like
family, so
figures.
You didn't recognize any of the other outsiders. They could have been students. They could have not been students at all. They could have been just regular outsiders that they found in the street, or they could have found them from a sector. You have no idea. The only ones you know are essentially the ones that were on the list that you knew before, which was, well, I'm not going to say. But
do not.
Because we're still missing.
Do we see Sylkie?
No, that's the thing. They haven't said anything about Sylkie yet.
Oh God.
you do not see Sylkie, and you do not see
Wasn't
any Yuan-Tis.
Nari also missing?
No, Nari's out.
No,
Nari's
Nari's
fine.
Oh, that's right. 'Cause
Mhm.
she was in the last episode. Never mind. Never mind.
Okay.
Arlo would have a breakdown.
That's fair.
He already is.
She would have thought so well though.
Oh yeah,
Anyways.
for sure.
Yeah.
It's true.
She's a bad bitch. No one can hurt her.
She's a bad bitch.
Should've
You
been
can't kill
fine,
her.
But she would have been traumatized emotionally,
Oh, for
Oh,
sure.
yeah.
Like everyone else.
like everybody
Beacon.
else.
Oh my God, Beacon.
Mm-hmm.
Did I see Beacon? I
We didn't
recognize
recognize
Beacon.
You did
Anyone
not
else?
see Beacon. I will say.
Are there any other like exits or like rooms connected to the big cage room that we can see
there?
other than the control room?
There is that one door in the room, and then another door which you can probably assume would lead to the outside like area where they let them free in the arena, essentially.
I mean, would there be any benefit to like go into the control room? I mean, unless it had like cameras, maybe.
Hmm.
That we could like see.
I'll go
specific
in there.
rooms?
There's
I'll
also
go-
Fennel
I'll
and
go check it out.
𝐿𝐸𝐲 are also standing with you guys, and they've been there for a while.
Oh yeah.
So
That's true. We could ask the
you
people
could
that have
ask
been
them
around.
as well.
Yeah.
I know Arlo didn't know anything, but like maybe they weren't drugged. Maybe 𝐿𝐸𝐲 and
Arlo's
Fennel-
I'm
technically
gonna-
only been there for like a few days. Fennel has also only been there for a few
Only been
days.
a few
but
days.
But 𝐿𝐸𝐲's
Yeah.
been there a while, I guess.
Damn.
It's been months. in my
𝐿𝐸𝐲's been
mind.
there. 𝐿𝐸𝐲's
Yeah,
been there for
me
like a
too.
week and a half, technically.
It's been almost a year that we've
It's only been a
not
week
had
and a
a
half
fish boy.
since she went missing. That's so crazy.
About 2
Blows
weeks.
my actual mind.
Andromeda's gonna start heading towards the control room just to
Okay.
see if I can find anything in
Okay.
there important.
Theron's going to ask 𝐿𝐸𝐲 if he's seen any other students from Ravenwood.
He kind of like frowns and shakes his head, and he says, I wouldn't recognize them if I saw them.
But he makes coffee for so many people.
He doesn't pay attention.
That's more of Helios.
Helios is the
Helios.
Helios is the
But
friendly one.
relatable,
I love
relatable,
it.
but useless.
And to be fair, he has been gone what we know as the longest.
Mhm.
For a while.
That's fair. Which
He's
I
like the
mean, I
first
guess it
one
was like the
missing.
first week of school that he went missing or something,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
He's missed a lot.
Aria
Has-
goes
I
up-
mean, oh, okay, go ahead.
No, yeah, go ahead. You do it.
I was gonna ask if he's seen any mice or like mouse people regular sized mouse people.
Obviously.
Fennel steps forward and says, I've seen a mouse. Oh my god, sorry, my phone. He says, I've seen a mouse, but she comes and goes. I don't, they haven't kept her in this room, as far as I know.
What the fuck?
Oh my god, your mic.
Did it go weird?
Your mic went so wobbly. It was
like
so
my
funny.
noise that I made.
It was really funny.
I didn't like it. It
was great.
It was great.
Fling that control room door open.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
So, Andromeda,
Strike.
the door opens, unlocked and unlatched. It was not locked at all. And an office space is revealed. And there's a simple desk inside, as well as a desktop computer. You see a few file cabinets placed arbitrarily about, and there's papers hanging from them in disarray. And the windows in the space that look out across the other room appear to be one-way windows, a good way for guards to potentially watch their prisoners in discretion, you can imagine. But something stands out in the room very dramatically. There's a smaller cage tucked beneath the desk, and inside appears to be a boy, surely no older than 10 or 11. And in the age of whatever race he is, essentially. And he looks frail, and he sits hunched over in discomfort, and his head is tucked between his knees. And it looks as though he is trembling where he sits. But most peculiar about him is his hair, which is long and reaches to his shoulders, and it is speckled black and white, patchy and shaggy. And he does not move when you enter the room. I'm
gonna quickly go, but gently this time around, because I've learned. And she's gonna kneel in front of the cage, and she's gonna like just slowly like look in and be like, "Hello?"
And slowly the small head like lifts up, and he's looking up at you with narrowed eyes that you can see are a bright shade of pink. And his voice is small and weak, and he swallows nervously as he looks at you, and he says, who are you?
My name is Andromeda. Who are you?
He nods and looks around and says, Wesley.
Wesley. Hello, Wesley. Let me just...
She's gonna... Is there a key card thing
yeah.
on it? Okay.
She's gonna swipe it. It beeps and it springs open.
I know your brother, Silas.
He
like
Arlo says in the background.
The dots.
He like it all connected. He like
it's all coming together.
He's just like, oh.
As soon
From
as you
across,
say,
like, the warehouse is
He's still pissed about it, but you know,
valid.
it makes sense now.
As soon as you say Silas's name, he immediately perks up and he looks at you and he says, "You know my brother?"
We go to school together, and we are here to save you.
He just
Me and my
nods.
friends.
He nods and he like slowly climbs out of the cage and he like lifts his hand up to you, like wanting to hold your hand.
She's gonna take his hand.
Okay.
And she's gonna like bring him in for like a little hug and a little pat on the back.
He does that like kid hug where he like wraps his arms around, he like squeezes like your shirt and is like holding you like you are like his life force at the moment.
It's okay. You are going to be safe now.
Love a child. Only this child has rights.
Only this child.
Only Wesley has rights. He just nods like into your stomach from where he's like pressed against you, I guess. And I assume you move to leave.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's gonna like take his hand and again lead him out. Is there anything else in the room that's like of note or of any importance?
Nothing
at all?
stands out to you.
Okay.
But as you're going to leave, you hear a small thumping and a small voice calling out from what sounds like one of the file cabinets.
I'm gonna be like, 1 second. I'm gonna like drop his hand for a moment, just pat him on the shoulder and go
Stay.
towards the file cabinet immediately. Stay. Just gonna go towards the file cabinet and just yoink it open.
When you do, you see a jar. And it's tipped on its side, and it's closed shut tight. But there's a few holes that are poked through the metal lid for air. And Sylkie is within, attempting to get to her feet, desperately scrambling about in the glass container. And when she sees you, she looks up, and her voice is rough and broken, and she simply, like, heaves in exhaustion and says, "Please help."
Sylkie! And she's gonna grab the jar and yoink it open as fast as possible.
Valid. And she like immediately starts climbing up like your arm until she can reach to your shoulder, and as she does, you can feel her practically like clinging onto your shirt in exhaustion. And when she gets up there, she sighs deeply and she like melts on your shoulder, and it's almost as though she can't bear to like hold herself up any longer, and she mumbles out a wobbly just "thank you."
You're safe now.
Andromeda's like taking the children, the mice, she's out of there.
Get out of the way,
Mama.
And I assume you walk back out into
She's
the...
gonna grab Wesley's hand again, lead him out to the others.
All right.
I found a child. And Sylkie, look.
Oh, thank God. Okay, that's good.
Thank
Okay.
goodness.
Okay.
Welcome back, Sylkie.
Yeah. It's good to see you.
In one piece.
Yeah.
She just like nods and puts a thumbs up, and then
gosh,
immediately goes back to like closing her eyes on your shoulder, on Andromeda's shoulder.
Okay. Who else was on that list that was missing?
Only one person, and you're the only one that knows who they are, Aria.
Oh, that's right, Beacon.
Mm-hmm.
Beacon.
So I don't know that. I mean,
No, we know the list.
True.
I mean, I don't know who like or like what they.
Yeah.
look like,
If
probably.
Theron looked
I
at the
don't
list,
remember.
he probably wouldn't be like, "Oh, Beacon." Because
Beacon.
he
Who the hell is
just doesn't
Beacon?
know. Yeah.
Okay.
What's her name?
Well, I did not see her. Aria's gonna... just because I want to. I'm just gonna drag one of the bodies into the cage. Clang it shut.
Valid. As you
You're on
should.
a time constraint, but
angry.
okay.
I'm angry.
So traumatized.
That is so valid.
All right.
Um,
True to your Red Dead form, where you put all the bodies in a pile. And
Yeah.
Listen, I have a type. I'm sorry.
It's your MO.
Okay. It is. Okay. Well, I think we've got almost everyone we know, at least.
Like
There
we
was
should
one.
skedaddle.
Yeah, we should probably go find Julien. I feel like there was one more person on the list that I recognized. Her name was Beacon.
Beacon.
Blonde,
Fennel
kind of bitchy, but like not in a bad way. Like she was just aggressive.
Fennel steps forward and he frowns and he says, "Well, what exactly does she look like?"
Blonde, kind of bitchy again, but not like in a bad way. It's just like very aggressive.
No, but like
That's so
Like,
funny.
had ears, short cropped hair, blonde. Probably a little bit short, maybe my height. I don't know. She was intimidating, so she felt really big. Like, ooh, I'm tall and scary.
as you're describing her to him, his face goes from like listening, intently listening, to like a pure look of utter just like despair, essentially. And he looks at you and he like looks around for a moment and he steps closer to you and he says, listen, I could be wrong, but I'm sorry. Sometimes they leave and they don't come back, and from what I saw, she didn't come back.
Did you see like she didn't come back, as in she came back, but she's not back? Or
Unless it happened when I was sleeping, which it could have absolutely happened when I was sleeping, but I didn't sleep very much. But as far as I know, she did not
come back?
come back.
Damn, this is gonna get dark if I continue with this. There's the door, like the door to the arena, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there like a service door next to it?
No.
No, it's just the arena. Okay.
I mean, there was the other door that like led out. You said, right? Or did that just go back to the arena?
There's a door that leads out to the arena, and then there's the door that leads back down, like the hall that you guys came from.
That we came
essentially.
from.
Mhm.
There's 3 doors. There's
Yeah.
the
And
control
the
room.
office door. Mhm.
And the,
Okay.
Well, it must be my fault then.
How is it your fault?
Fish man.
Yeah, they didn't hurt me, but they wanted me to, like, help those who were already hurt. So they kept bringing them in, and I kept telling them I couldn't. And not that because I didn't want to. Of course I wanted to. I wanted to more than anything. I don't know how to.
Right. Okay. That would make sense, given you being
The cage.
Yeah,
the
you
runs.
being. But nonetheless, no matter what, that's not your fault. You had no choice in this. No one did. That's obvious by the state of everything.
I've done it once before, but I don't know why I couldn't do it again.
Done what? Healed someone?
Yeah,
Or-
Claude had hurt himself, and I helped him fix it. But then the next day he'd come, it was completely gone. It was completely healed, and I told that information to Silas, and I assume they thought that was useful, but I was not useful. I was not useful at all. So.
You when it comes to situations like this, where again you didn't have a choice, because you said you can't just pull it out of your ass like that. You didn't know how you did it, right? With Claude,
Yeah.
not fully. Like you can replicate it,
I
and
don't
so
know.
it's
What if I didn't like? Maybe I wanted it enough then, and I didn't want it enough now, but I really wanted it.
yeah. So that's not a point of it. Like you said, you really wanted it, but again, it wasn't. It was forced upon you. You didn't choose. And it's also not your responsibility to choose who gets better and stays the same. It's clear that this whole thing is severely fucked up, and I know it's going to be hard, but you really have to know that none of this is your fault. Anyone who got hurt or worse is not the blood on your hands.
Okay, if you say so. I'll take your word for it.
Hey, I got lots of words, and you can take every single one of them if you'd like.
Well, I'm a good listener with these big ass ears. So.
Yeah, you are. Cute little
I-
ears.
I miss them.
Yeah, I'm very glad.
ears.
I'm just really glad you're okay.
I miss
Yeah.
them. The ears.
The ears.
He turns into a moose.
They're just so nice.
I'm glad you're in one piece.
Yes.
Me too.
Yeah,
I'm glad-
it was not looking good for a second there.
It was not, and I'm so glad. I mean, I knew you guys would come, but I just didn't know when, and then I didn't know what the price would be. So I'm glad that you're all here and you're all seemingly fine.
Speaking
Right?
of that price,
Um,
we really should find
know.
Julian.
we are
From
missing him.
there, I'm going to cut in and jump over to Julian.
Boy.
So,
Delicious.
Good
Julian, sir, you're still standing on the other side of the door that Tobias just exited through, proceeding to call out the humans for taking his fish and lighting the arena in an eruption of fire. And from where you stand now, through the little window of this door, you can see the flames still blazing before you, and you can see a few humans falling to the ground, bodies alight. Tobias only stands there, still and staring in the middle of it all. And the room has fallen eerily still, any threat now seemingly silenced, and any other human guests clearly having run for their lives. Do you move from your position now?
Julian, this entire time, sort of been anxiously waiting as they're sort of doing the leg thing. They're sort of tapping their feet over and over, and they take a deep breath, and they stop, and they push through the door, and Julian's going to climb on down into the arena where Tobias is.
And as you step out and open the door and stride forwards, the smoke wisps out around you, and it's thick and it's bitter, and you can feel it like gripping your throat as you walk. And you can hear the crackle of the flames still, and you can see them as they climb up the walls in a way that feels unnatural and rehearsed, as though someone is controlling them. And as you approach, you hear Tobias speaking, but there's no one around him. And he says, in what sounds like a smirk, "Yes, I am aware. Funny, isn't it?" And you see him nod once, firmly, before he laughs to himself. And there's no one around him, and his hands remain at his sides. What do you do?
I'm just very confused about what happened.
You're good. Someone in chat, Miles in chat, just said, "Bro's a little wacky."
Bro's a little wacky.
And I just glanced over to see that, and it was just great with the silence. So I'm sorry.
Tobias, enough with your theatrics. I want an answer.
He kind of like straightens up, like hearing your voice, and says, "Excuse me," and then like turns around and looks at you, and he frowns, and he says, "Well, I'm all yours because I took care of the problem. So what's up?"
What's up?
He nods.
I don't care if I don't care about the fact that I am now indebted to you. You owe me so much more for all that I've had to go through that you have knowingly known that I've had to go through. You've been watching me my entire life that I am aware of and have been a part of my life before that, and you have expressly told me in my own book, and takes out Julian and flips to the page where he wrote down that long note, saying, "Keep going, surpass your limits, and don't look back. You mustn't trouble yourself with the insignificant aspects of the past." And he slams it shut. So insistent that I forget about that even your friend who was making your orbs that I outsmarted you with somehow knew my name and also insisted that I would forget the past too, just for my own sake.
He looks at you, and he watches you.
You know me from before. Why don't I remember? You know the answer to that.
He takes a deep breath, and he says, "You ask a lot of questions, Julian. You never used to ask so many questions. Though it's clear to me that you are different now. And I can't tell if it's for the better or not yet. But you are just as smart. And you certainly have more gumption. I will tell you that. There's no more of that underlying desperation to please your family at every turn. It's intriguing. how starting anew in an entirely different setting can change a person. You upset Sherlock. He can't escape from my room.
No, Tobias upset Sherlock.
No, it was me.
No one
I
else
was
did anything
banging.
else.
She was banging on the desk, and so Sherlock was
I
like,
was
what?
like,
No, I thought you were okay. Sorry.
No, I was going,
buddy. Do you mind letting him out of my room? Because he can't get out. Thank you.
Worries,
buddy.
He's too ass.
He's got a long
escape,
snout.
Mama.
He was into the moment.
We cannot get out.
Get up, get out.
Okay.
Thank you. Go see. You can just leave it open and crack more. He'll be Gucci. He's all good.
Julian is slaying right now.
He's mega slaying.
Mega
Love
slaying.
it.
This
Julian is
fantastic.
always
He's
slaying.
going
Galactic
off,
slay.
as he should.
Good boy.
Love.
So
It's just so satisfying.
Man's can act.
he so he says it's intriguing how starting anew in an entirely different setting can change a person. But Julian, have you ever thought that perhaps there's a reason you're not supposed to remember?
Then answer me that. Why shouldn't I remember? Why do you insist that I shouldn't?
He looks you up and down for a moment and says, look, if you're looking for answers, I'm afraid I have none to spare. None that you should know, anyhow. And he, like, makes a face and he, like, frowns. And he, like, turns his head almost as though he's, like, listening to something. And he, like, shakes his head and he says, it's funny, though, how some memories are coming back to you. That was always a possibility, but I was rather hoping it wouldn't come to fruition. For your own sake, of course. But, he, like, nods. And then he turns back at you and he says, tell me this, do you like it here, Julian? Did you ever like it on Ostradel? Or was it merely a place?
It was no different from here. I came, just appeared out of nowhere. No friends, no family. I was a stranger. I couldn't understand anything. I couldn't fit in. Here or Ostradel, it doesn't matter where. I'm an outsider. Of course I didn't like it back there. And no, I don't like it here.
He looks at you and he, like, smirks a little bit and he's like, I think that's just a trait with you. I think you just haven't found your place anywhere yet, unfortunately. Just hear Jazz in the background. Fuck that.
listen, I've tried really hard to be quiet.
You're good, you're good. It's fine. It's good. It's good. It's serotonin. It's serotonin. He does walk towards you, Julian, for a moment. And his cloak does that swaying thing that it always does, as though it, like, almost has a mind of its own. It's like the dramatic, it's just dramatic, as dramatic as he is. And he lifts his hand very slowly, and he's looking at you, and his face has, like, dropped to, like, a look of sincerity for the first time in this conversation. And he lifts a hand slowly, not wanting to scare you away, and he places it on your shoulder, and he squeezes for a moment, and he just looks at you, and he says, I have missed you, though. But unfortunately, there is greater things in the works than you or I could ever fathom. Julian's going through it. And when he sees this kind of confusion on your face, he lifts a hand for a moment, and does the same thing he did before, where he kind of tilts his head as though listening, before he, like, does his little hand thing that for some reason whenever I act as him I do. And he always goes like this. And he lifts a finger and he says, I have something for you, by the way. And he reaches down for his belt, where a small bag hangs. And he pulls out a sphere. Opal in shade and iridescent and very familiar to you now. And he holds it out to you and says, don't use it now, but hang on to it. Just for when the time is right.
How much do I recognize it?
You recognize it as these spheres that in the last couple days you've been using to teleport with.
Takes it.
And he looks down for a moment, clears his throat and says, be sure that your friends managed to get Arlow out alive, yeah? They're an interesting crew. But I thought you might gravitate towards them. Makes sense. And he smiles for a second, and then acts again as though he's listening to something. And his expression falters, and he clears his throat. And he straightens up, and he says, I best be going. So, good talk. And he, like...
What do you want with Arlow? No, wait.
He turns on his foot, and he's still listening to you. He's just kind of walking. And he glances over his shoulder, and he's like, it's not me, Julien. Like I said, there are greater things in the works. And then, he laughs to himself for a moment, lost in thought, and then turns back to you, and he says, you know, it's funny, because it's not the first time you've given me some of your blood. And I expect it won't be the last either. See you soon. And he, like, bids you a little, like, and then starts to walk. And as he walks, he starts to vanish in the smoke that is now kind of taking over this arena. And his cloak pushes the smoke in, like, one billow, and he basically vanishes. Stop. Stop. Stop.
No, you're right.
That's
You're
my
right.
dad.
You're right, and you should
No,
say it.
I
don't care.
Thank you, Faye.
I hate
Well,
him.
Arlo, you're getting a
Yeah.
stepmom.
Fuck him,
No.
honestly, I hate him.
I'm your space stepmom.
I'm your
him.
space
I'd
stepmom.
accept that. I'd accept
Finally,
that.
some good fucking food.
Not for Julien. Julien's left in absolute confusion.
This ain't about him, all right?
Is Julien okay?
No, he's
No.
not.
Aw, shit.
I love him a lot.
He's got some voices issues, but
It's the
you know,
voices. And that's not
With
what they
that
really
last
said.
line
Maybe it's
That's
like
not what they really
an
said.
Yeah.
interdimensional like
about
Skype call going on in his head, like a business Skype call. And
like, hey guys,
Actually,
we really gotta
that's
stay
like-
on track.
Yeah,
for, like, this
mayhaps.
meeting, like,
Mayhaps.
I mean, if
mayhaps.
Julien
that,
can do his little telepathy, like, I would assume Tobias could as well.
Yeah.
true. With that last line that he said about
Talk about that.
this not being the first time he's given his blood to him.
Yeah.
He's sort of just Julian's sort of just really stressed out, and he presses his hand against his face, not realizing it's the hand that he cut to slam against his book, as his face is just now covered in blood.
Oh,
And
hot, sexy
he
dance.
Can
just
we give us a
he tries to remember how to
All right.
cast prestidigitation to clean it up, and he doesn't quite remember, so he takes out Napoleon and starts flipping through the pages. And as he's flipping, he gets back to the page where it's just that note that he left covered with the blood handprint. And Julian's head gets light,
Oh no.
and he passes out.
Oh, aesthetics.
God.
But also,
We're gonna
oh,
think
no.
he killed him.
Baby boy.
We're gonna
Dead with
come
the blood
across
on his
his
face.
like unconscious body
Limp
with blood on his
Honestly.
face, his book open, and a bloody handprint.
Bruh.
Julian, what have you done to us?
Traumatizing us even more.
Literally.
With that,
You know what?
Um,
it's fine. It's fine. We'll get over it.
Arlo, Andromeda, Aria, Theron, You're all scrambling down the halls that you recognize from earlier, rounding each corner in haste, adrenaline coursing through you with the smell of smoke and the warm tinge to the air around you. You can practically feel the heat of the fire as it is still worming its way through the building. But the warehouse's metallic walls heat the air like you've been standing in the midst of a giant oven, which you basically are. Outsiders tumble along behind you that were still awaiting kind of your command, and Fennel, 𝙬𝙖𝙫𝙬𝙀, and Wesley are among them.
I have Wesley by the
hands? Valid.
Making sure he's not. I might
So
even
valid.
pick him up at one point and carry him. Like, yeah, I'm gonna piggyback.
Precious. Oh my god,
Theron's
Precious.
like
Not making that little 10-year-old run for his life. I'm
𝙬𝙖𝙫𝙬𝙀.
gonna pick him up.
Valid.
That's so thoughtful of you.
Cute.
You dart down the corridor that leads to the door into the arena, and upon barreling through it, you do just see Tobias vanishing into the clouds of smoke, and you see
We gotta see that.
the moment Julien loses his balance and falls to the floor.
What was that?
And
shit!
Julien?
he's practically framed by a silhouette of flames. This entire scene is framed by a silhouette of flames.
Aria, sprint.
But they are starting to die
Yeah.
down with the disappearance of Tobias.
Oh, by the grove, did he kill him?
Theron's
Can
gonna
I
like
do
check
a
his
medicine
pulse. Is that
check?
okay?
Yeah, can I do a medicine check? Or can someone do a medicine check?
You guys can go up. You don't have to roll anything. You can go up and check.
I
Okay.
mean, I just want to see if he's
Pulse.
breathing.
Sure.
Is he alive? Is he dead? Is he?
There's blood all
Is
over
he?
his face.
Is he?
Is
Who's
his
checking?
pulse going?
I'm
Is his pulse
traumatized.
doing the thing?
You do
I mean,
feel
I know
his
he's alive,
pulse.
but,
You
like-
feel his
Okay,
pulse.
good.
I just need to for the story.
Because I took your pulse.
Because I took your
Bitch boy.
pulse.
Yeah.
Your
God.
pulse. Anyways, he's alive. I think he passed out.
Whose blood is that?
There's a lot of blood on his face.
Whose
What,
blood?
isn't it
Whose
It
blood?
might be his.
Why would it be on his face?
Well,
Because
he
he's
cut his hand
dramatic.
earlier.
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
I don't know about that.
Well,
Can Theron
I
like
mean, he is,
scoop up
but,
like
the
a
thing-
Napoleon and then like
𝙬𝙖𝙫𝙬𝙀
just
can
gently,
𝙬𝙖𝙫𝙬𝙀
like,
can
shake?
take Julien.
Oh, we're just gonna pick him up and hoist him.
That's one way to do it.
Carry
You
him
got him?
Cinderella style.
𝙬𝙖𝙫𝙬𝙀
Bridal
is
style.
gigantic.
Yeah.
𝙬𝙖𝙫𝙬𝙀 is literally huge.
You won't get on my back, Arlo. Come in.
Okay.
I got you, buddy.
Uncle Finn. I need water.
𝙬𝙖𝙫𝙬𝙀 approaches and
Aria,
just goes like points and goes, "Should I carry him?"
That would be probably best. He's breathing, so that's a good thing.
Yes.
Napoleon also
And in
Can,
one,
I mean, can Theron just like grab Napoleon?
yeah,
Like just hold him.
in one immediate just like underneath Julien, he's like carrying him bridal style now.
Oh, bridal stuff.
Where's the portal?
I was
Is
like
the portal
imagining him as
ball
like a stack of flowers, just be like.
I imagine the portal
Wrong.
ball is kind of like just on the floor.
on the ground?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Everyone,
when Theron
what the
saw,
fuck
like,
is
the
that?
book, would he have seen it? Like when
Yeah.
Theron picked up Napoleon, would he
It
have
probably
noticed
rolled.
that?
It probably rolled a little bit away, like a ways away, with the force
Alright,
of falling. But
Can Theron just like scoop that up as well?
mm-hmm.
Good thing
I
you
can
can
See,
make it.
you see an orb, like a portal orb. You're gonna
Let's
take
take
it.
You want that shit?
got it.
That's hard to come by.
That come in pretty handy. Yeah, now that his
Especially
supplier
now.
is dead, Julien.
Wait, who's
From
dead?
him.
the supplier of
the
orbs.
supplier that gave
maker.
Tobias
The orb
his teleportation
maker.
orbs.
Why
He
is
ponders
everyone
portal
and
dead?
balls?
makes his orbs.
Because Julien
Sick.
tricked him to think that Tobias was gonna kill him when he comes to get his new order of orbs, and
Yeah.
so,
So the
Tobias
guy-
killed him instead.
The guy
Yeah.
went to attack Tobias, and
'Cause the guy
Tobias
fired
killed him.
first.
Then
So
Tobias
now
was like,
Tobias doesn't have any
"Okay."
orbs.
So smart. It was so smart.
It was.
It
so
was.
smart.
Quite clever.
Yeah,
I'm so
so
very
good.
proud of it. It was very nice.
Good
Um,
job.
So
was well done.
It also took his
Everybody
robot
got a head
son.
count? Head
Yeah.
count, we're doing all right. Let's get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's.
with
let's
that,
back to the van.
as
Can we
you,
Chadwick.
Chadwick's
He's
in
in
the
the truck.
truck outside.
We have to go get
Okay.
Zophiel with him too.
Oh shit.
Chadwick's
Sophia.
in the truck?
Zophiel and Chadwick are there in the truck.
They're hanging
Are
out
in
in the
the
truck.
truck.
Chadwick was the next victim, Theo, for context. He was the last person that was kidnapped.
Wasn't
Oh man.
is my brain deceiving me,
Woof.
or wasn't Silas there also?
No,
He
Silas
was
He
is
went into
No.
the building with.
yeah,
Oh,
with
He
the
was
guy.
still at.
Back in
As
Ravenwood.
far as you know, he was left at Ravenwood.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I thought, okay, he was still at
That's good.
Ravenwood.
Just checking.
So,
I could not remember.
as you all flee the warehouse, You burst through the entrance doors at a startling pace. 𝙍𝙬 is cradling Julien as you run, and the air outside of the building is crisp and frigid, but it's a welcome feeling from the heat inside within the structure. The fancy human vehicles that you once saw parked outside are mostly gone now, aside from a few that sit abandoned, their owners surely lost to the flames or Tobias's magic. You can see, off just a bit farther down the path that leads to the main door, the truck that you all traveled in still remains sitting there. I assume you all
Who knows how to drive?
beeline it in the direction of the truck?
Who knows how to drive?
I'm following everyone else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm learning.
So you all,
to the truck.
you all,
Are there any?
Well, we gotta go get
pedestrians-
Zophiel, so.
Are there any pedestrians walking by?
no.
Oh.
It's, you're out in
Everybody
like a,
speed up.
I guess I should explain for you, Theo, because you wouldn't have seen this when you came in. So the area that you're in almost looks to be like what you can imagine the area for like a ranch would be. Like there's nothing around.
There's no pedestrian.
No, there's like
We're in the
nothing
middle of
around.
nowhere.
It's like trees
giant
on either
warehouse.
side.
Hi, neighbor.
Trees on either side, and the route that leads to this place is like a dirt path. There's like two dirt
there any
paths
lakes?
connecting. Nope.
Fuck.
It's just trees surrounding you. Very much like creepy cabin in the
We'll
woods
get you
type
water
beat.
soon, bud.
So you all run and run and run and beeline it towards the truck, and you're breathing in the cool air and flying past other outsiders that were looking for somewhere to vanish off to. You see some of them that you freed have taken to destroying the cars parked outside, like a full-on mob. They're grabbing rocks to break windows, and they're yelling and they're cheering and they're fleeing in the direction of the woods surrounding the area. Absolutely going ham with
Good for them.
relief to
Good
be
for them.
alive and
As they should.
relief to be
A lot
free.
of pent up aggression and
Yep.
anger and emotions.
Take it out on the human shit, as they should. You all beeline it for the truck you arrived in.
Thanks, they don't touch our truck.
And once you're there, I assume you round the corner to look back into the back of the truck.
Into the back of it, yeah.
Aria's probably saying like, Chadwick! Zophiel!
Valid. As you do, as you round the corner and you look inside,
Hey, we gotta go!
Zophiel is sitting atop a box with Chadwick beside him. And Chadwick seems a lot more aware now, less drugged, and he bids you all a sweet, lazy smile
Cute.
as you come into view. And right in front of Zophiel's feet lies the driver of the truck, as well as several other guards entirely out cold.
I love that.
But not dead.
As far as you don't know. They could be dead. They look like
check.
they're just out cold.
Roll
are they dead?
Perception.
Zophiel just shrugs.
He doesn't even know.
Nostalgia.
He's like,
Can I
You
can
should
I
know the
check
killing blow.
the driver's pulse and see if there's still something there?
you go to check the driver's pulse, and he is...
He's dead.
Mans is
Let's
deceased.
fucking go.
And if you were to turn him over, you would see that there is a blow to the back of his head that looks very lethal.
That's a
Wow.
clean kill. That's a clean kill.
Yep, these
Um,
are some
nice
dead
job.
bodies. Good
And
job,
let's
Zophiel.
wig.
You.
Zophiel only
Well, I
sits
didn't know
there
about that.
very innocently, glancing around and watching you all as
What a
you
little-
approach the truck.
Hi, Sophia.
Wesley,
What a
close your
baby.
eyes.
He
Close your eyes, Wesley. Do not look.
he looks up at you, Arlo, and he like nods his head, and he like turns his head, tilts his head to the side, and he says, fish. You're still a fish. I'm very glad for that.
Me too. I was worried about that as well.
What?
I didn't want them to defish
I feel
me.
like this is so funny.
Okay.
Chadwick, you doing alright there, buddy?
Chadwick's just like,
Is that the guy from our
Yeah,
Yeah.
thing?
the werewolf
Oh.
guy.
Is
We
he one, by
won.
the way?
We won, by the way. Yeah, we won the sports festival.
you're also
great
you're
little
also being
information.
considered the golden six of the entire school now as well.
We are also the
Oh,
Golden
wow.
Six.
Mhm.
That's a great
Is
honor.
that what
Wow.
Chadwick says?
Chadwick just goes,
Well,
yeah,
golden
Golden
six.
Six.
we won, by the way.
We're golden
That's nice.
six.
Thank
Just
you,
have some
thank you,
character.
Chadwick. You handsome, handsome man.
Yeah, bruh.
What a good
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, bruh.
Yeah, bruh. I will say, before you can say anything more,
Oh God.
you hear the rumble of a car engine from behind you.
Oh.
Oh.
Wheels of a vehicle crackle along the rocks beneath the weight of them, and it comes speeding into the drive of the warehouse, pulling up directly beside the truck you all stand in front of.
Oop.
It's an oddly shaped vehicle to all of you, not fancy at all, and rather dingy, and it appears to be long, with several doors, and essentially it's a van.
A limo.
Much
Oh.
like that.
I also got
A limo!
like, whoa,
It's a limo.
Fancy.
Yeah.
They missed the
Um,
party. They
It's
missed
a
the
Hummer
party.
limo
Fashionably
too.
late.
Ooh, even better.
It's a van, and it's much like that of a soccer mom van, like a typical soccer
Oh.
mom van.
It's a minivan.
Minivan.
The moms missed the party. Whoops.
A door on the side,
classy enough to be on
facing
time.
you all, slides open aggressively.
Wow.
And all too quickly, you see Arthros hunched over in the door frame of the vehicle,
What the fuck?
pulling it open and staring at you all in relief. And she goes, "You're okay. Thank the fires of Aviosis." And then she glances at you, Arlo, and smiles and goes, "Fish boy, you live."
I'm alive! You look beautiful!
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. I haven't seen the sunshine in a really long time.
The sun is shining through your smile right now, Arlo.
It's glowing on your face.
Wow.
Exclusive.
You can drive.
Exclusive.
So she's through the sliding back door, right? So the back door.
We're together, by the way. Just Arlo.
Holy
I
shit,
just-
what's up? And he
me
like
and
grabs
Arthros.
up.
Yeah, right.
It's
So
great.
No.
before any of you can even register these events that are happening right now,
Sure.
her pulling open the back door of this van,
Yeah.
Silas is pushing past her from inside the van, and he pushes her
Oh.
aside and comes and climbs out of the car, and he looks at you all, and he snaps, and he goes, "Where's Wesley?"
I
And he
turn.
looks-
He's on my back.
He's like, and then he looks up, and you just see his expression, like utter relief flutters over his expression, and he sprints towards him, and Wesley like jumps off of your back and runs towards Silas, and he like
slow-mo moment.
falls to his knees and pulls his brother into like the biggest hug.
Christ.
And they just stay there hugging. And as this happens, Arthros takes the moment to climb out of the van, and she walks up to you all, grinning, like nothing is weird here. And she doesn't say a word. She only stares at you all in utter glee that you're all in one piece, more or less. And she says, "I thought you might need a ride, so I threatened a human that likes you."
What?
And
Mr. Wilson?
you all hear
Mr.
the driver's
Wilson!
side door open, and climbing out of the driver's side door is Mr. Wilson, still dressed.
Arlo drops everything and runs and just like wraps his arms around him.
Oh,
He just starts crying.
He's
no.
still
It
dressed in the
wasn't
same
needed,
clothes
okay.
that you saw him in not too long ago, and he looks nervous and bewildered, and he's clutching his own TCD tight in his hand. And Arlo, as you run up and you hug him, he like his smile widens and he wraps his arms around you, and
I'm They were
His-
so mean.
his
They were
smile-
very violent. Everyone was bloody. I don't know what happened, and I did my best, and I did a bad job. And
before you do that, as you
oh yeah.
no, you're good.
Oh my god.
Just because he probably wouldn't say it afterwards, but as soon as you like collide with him before
Oh,
you
sure,
have your mental
sure.
breakdown, he draws you into the hug, and he says in a warm voice, like right next to your head, like in a lower tone, he says, "Hey there, kiddo." And then I imagine you spiral down.
Then I did all that.
You spiral down in your moment.
That'll
And
do
he
it.
he lifts up his TCD while he still has an arm hugging Arlo, and he says, directly translated, she said she'd eat my firstborn child, but I don't intend on having any kids, but I couldn't take the risk. And he like shrugs a moment and says, "I've been working on learning your language, and I'm pretty good, but for that I needed the translator." And he looks kind of nervous, and he like swallows, like almost down like nervous nausea or something like that. Before he keeps his smile trained on all of you and keeps his arms around you, Arlo, before he kind of looks around at the chaos and then gestures to the van and says, "Okay, everyone with me, file in the best that you can. There may need to be some lap sitting." And Arthros,
I look at Jerome.
immediately, Arthros chimes up and says, "I call Therens."
Oh my god, you guys are so
You were serious. You were lying.
You were lying.
Exclusive.
do you all climb into the van?
Yeah.
Yeah, very,
Okay.
very happily.
Okay.
Please.
Zophiel and Chadwick, they climb out of the van, and Zophiel helps Chadwick, who's a little unsteady on his feet. You know, it's gonna be tight. 'Cause there's a lot of you.
Okay, I was in a cage, so this is better.
Yeah.
I got Sylkie on my shoulder still.
There
too.
you go, exactly.
Oh.
Yoshi this entire time just carrying a passed
like,
out,
sitting,
seemingly
like-
Passed out
dead
Julian. Passed out Julian.
Just
Ouch.
covered in blood.
Bruh.
Oh my god!
He's fine. He's still breathing.
I assume
Best
Julian.
trip
Has,
ever.
like, Napoleon in
I
one
assume
hand
Julian
and
is
the orb
sitting
and then, like,
in Goshi's lap.
Arthros around
Oh
the
yeah,
Um,
my new ship.
Arthros
Bless
moves
you.
to open the door for you all, and the others all climb into the big van, and it's most certainly going to be a tight fit, especially with an Avarial, a lizard folk, and a dragonborn on hand.
Sorry.
And right before you all begin to climb on, as you're getting situated, as everyone's gathering to hurry into the van, you all hear a soft voice calling out to you, and frantic footsteps, hurried and bare. And when you look up, you see someone that you do not recognize. And it's a young woman around your age. And from what you can see of her, shining bright as a beacon in the car's headlights, and in
Are you kidding me?
contrast with the night sky, is that she's undoubtedly beautiful. And her features are twisted into a look of utter fear as she sprints towards you all.
Haley, Jesus Christ.
I have a reference for you all.
Yeah!
Oh.
We love
Give
new
me that
NPCs. We love new NPCs.
But it's not Beacon, question mark?
Nope. It is someone you do not recognize.
Oh, I'm really
excited.
I know,
I feel,
but also-
I feel really upset that I didn't check, but I'm not going back to do it. So,
No.
And I wasn't gonna do it when Arlo was.
Who knows what you might find.
I
I
want to
would
know,
love to.
but that's the sick side. of
So I'm going to pop to the reference screen. It's still going to have the old reference on it on the stream, and I'm going to have to add Theo real quick to the... Oh, no, maybe I won't.
Yeah.
Maybe I won't, but I will have to crop them really quick.
Just
Give
the
me
little
2 seconds
guy.
to make it nice. Unfortunately, this is the only reference I have for this session, but
Oh my
I
God.
wanted one really bad for Arlo's little brother, but I will draw one. Or not Arlo's little brother, sorry. Silas' little brother.
Why,
who?
Arlo's little
What?
brother. No,
Your family's just...
Silas's little brother.
What is happening?
Give me 1 second, sorry.
We're just little guys being
Making
spread
these
out into the
nice.
computer.
Wow.
Just little dudes, just hanging out.
So guys.
Couple of dudes.
Just a couple of dudes.
How about
Sorry, I
dudes?
only have
Why the
4 on the
frick?
screen.
Whoa!
Here
Jazz
we go,
is going
here we go.
ham. Whoa.
Oh,
There we go. And now
like
I
half
gotta,
a face. Oh my god.
I gotta add
Oh
Vay.
wow. Oh wow.
I gotta add Vay.
Wow.
Right
Oh,
next
I'm
to
gone.
Vay.
I'm gone forever. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Vay.
I'll never
I'll get you
return.
back, I promise.
No,
Bye,
I'm gone
babe.
forever. You'll never see me.
No.
The
Okay.
devil is gone.
How can I add
The devil.
the
Yeah.
devil?
God.
And yeah,
Bring the devil back.
Bring
Oh.
the devil back.
Devil.
like the
How
double.
do I-
Exactly.
How can I like the devil? Exactly.
I am the devil
No
from the
rest
Bible.
For the Fae. I am the
From
devil
the
from
Bible.
the Bible.
From the Bible.
From the
The power of
Bible.
friendship.
The power of
I
friendship
don't care. I'm
compels
the
you.
devil. I don't care.
Okay, there we go.
There they are.
There's the V.
Hey yo!
I need to just fit him in here nicely though, real quick. Sorry. I know this is
No,
like
just shove me in the flowers.
a long thing for a little reference, but you know,
Flowers.
A little
Send me off.
baby.
I
little
want it to
baby
look
Vay.
nice. Otherwise, it will make my brain go burr.
Little baby Vay.
Okay, that's
Brain
good
go
enough.
burr.
That's good enough. Okay. Sorry, it's not neat, but you know, it'd be like
Okay.
that.
Make it
so, make
Yeah.
it neater. So I'm gonna put her up on the stream. In 1 second.
Give
to
her
see. I want
to
to
me.
see.
I
Give
need to
us-
see
I
my
want to see it.
girlfriend. I want to
my
see.
She is
beacon,
on
but
the
not beacon.
stream.
She's just like a beacon.
I will send the
She's on
reference.
I'm just saying. Oh,
She's beautiful.
I can't see. I can't see. I can't
oh,
see.
she's
She's
gorgeous.
beautiful. What the heck? Maybe Arlo's not gay. I don't know.
Oh,
Oh, she's pretty.
She's
And beat up, and also
The crow looks like he's hyping her up. He's like,
Yeah, he's like, yeah.
Like, yeah. As he bleeds
That's
from
me.
the
I'm the
eyes.
crow.
Okay,
So
I'm the crow.
it's me.
just crying. Actually, that's Julian.
My
crying.
wife energy.
She is
Oh my-
radiating
oh my
bisexuality.
God.
That's very
Oh
real.
my god.
Oh my god.
She runs up. She runs up, and when she approaches you all, she's out of breath.
Where have you been all of this time? Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you?
And she swallows nervously and smiles wearily at you all and says,
Hello.
please, can I come with you?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
What's your name?
Indra.
Also, where did you come from? We didn't see you when we were releasing everyone.
I was inside with the others.
Where?
And she's looking at you like she feels like attacked that you're even asking. And
I
she's
get it.
like,
You're fine. Get it.
Sorry. I mean,
she looks at y'all and she's like,
so.
please, I have no one else.
Yep, get in. I rolled an 11. Get in.
You're very welcome to
Yeah,
get in.
all right.
We're just trying to make sure that we're just trying to make sure that we got everybody out that was there. So
she shakes her head. She says, I didn't see anyone else. I didn't see anyone.
Were you in a separate room?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's just.
I would do an
so
insight
obviously we're
check,
not
but I am
leaving her.
unconscious.
Babe, do you want to
Karen do an insight
Yeah.
check? Because
I would do an insight check, but I'm
You are.
unconscious.
Well, you could have not fainted, but that's a you problem. All right.
Yeah, what's up with that, bro?
Next time you want insight, don't faint.
It's
Lana.
a you problem.
Is
Dramatic.
For the blood loss and the trauma.
Are they the drama?
What do you want
I
me to
don't
roll
think
for
they're the
insight?
drama.
2d6s, and you can add your wisdom.
Wisdom.
We
Oh,
dumb.
we
dumb.
anymore.
Where did Sherby
and
go?
find it.
Sherby left.
He's in the bedroom.
No,
Mm.
cool.
Escape.
Made a mistake.
This girl's suspicious.
She's pretty.
Very sus.
Don't be fooled.
She's pretty.
Too late. I rolled an 11.
If it was Chuz.
Plus wisdom, you said?
Mhm.
Okay, that is nothing. I thought so, but I wanted to double check. Ten
Yeah.
insight.
Okay. From what
Yeah,
you
no.
can
Baby.
see, it seems like she's telling the truth. She is looking at you
No.
like she looks like she is like her brain is everywhere, like she's scrambled, like whether she was drugged
Oh, okay.
or she is simply confused or she just doesn't know what happened. But
You know, that's
from looking at her, she is telling you the truth.
all right. Get in.
I think.
You're gonna have to squeeze though. Get comfy.
Yeah.
And she just nods frantically and then like approaches and starts to climb into the van.
What was her name? Indra.
Indra. It's spelled Indra. Indra.
I need Indro to have a romance because that ship name would be too good. It'd be Indro. How cute.
Wow.
And Indra.
Adorable.
And
Indra.
Just by design.
Or just Andra.
Perfect.
Andra.
Andra's pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Andromeda.
Andromeda.
Now I have a very
Oh.
I have a very important question for you all.
Yeah.
Who's sitting on whose lap?
Oh god.
Theron, you have an extra leg.
Ari
Can I sit
called
on your other lap?
shotgun. Ari called shotgun.
No.
I want to
Okay.
be on Chadwick's lap.
Theron
Aria will
has
call
enough
shotgun.
room for
Actually,
two
no,
people
Chadwick's
and
on
he's
my
being
lap.
selfish.
What?
All
Theron
right.
has enough
You
room
can
for
sit-
two
you can
people
sit
and
on
he's being
this
selfish.
leg.
Where am I supposed to sit?
You
I
can
don't
sit
know.
on this
On
leg.
my
I also
lap.
have a
Thank you.
single.
God.
You can sit on my lap.
It's like a trip to
I'm not
Disney
interested.
World.
Theron,
Baby
okay.
girl.
It's a trip
I
to
want to
Disney
feel
World.
safe.
So
I want to feel safe.
Arlo,
That's
Okay.
so valid.
Well, we got room. We got room.
Goshi
Our
just
seat's right here.
turns to you, Arlo, and just is like,
Republican forever.
Pat.
"There's space
Okay,
in my
I'm sitting on
arms."
Goshi.
There's
I'm sitting
No,
with Goshi and
Goshi's
unconscious Jane or Julian. I don't know if I feel very comfortable.
What do you mean, Goshi? You have a full human body in your arms. What are
Goshi
you
is
talking about?
large.
He's huge.
He is large.
Large enough to hold two people?
Yes.
in his arms?
Man's is hunched over in this
Hey,
van.
Buff.
Yeah,
Buff. Can Chadwick sit on my lap because he's baby girl?
absolutely.
Cool.
Yeah.
Chadwick before
I'm like this, and Chadwick's on my lap.
before Chadwick gets in,
That's so cute.
he turns into a wolf
Oh, it's so
to
cute.
better fit in the car, and he curls up. He curls up
I
on
don't
your
know if
lap.
that makes him
Andromeda.
smaller if he's a werewolf.
He's about the same
That'd be
size, but like he can at
Okay.
least curl up like he
But he's a
wouldn't
dog.
as a
Little ball.
person.
I'm
Yeah.
petting
That's
him.
fair. That
So he
makes
curls
more
up into a
sense.
ball on your lap, Andromeda.
You can sit on the floor, honestly.
Arya tries to
Sylkie.
get-
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Arya tries to get into the front seat and then realizes Zophiel has fucking wings and then gets out of the seat and points to Zophiel.
Zophiel just like nods.
Is there a sunroof on this car? I'm asking as me.
Yeah, probably. Like one of those small ones.
Stick your wings out.
Can we
The wings are just like.
I don't know. It's just that you see a minivan like
It's okay.
cruising down a dirt road with wings sticking out the sunroof. They're just going.
You know, very
catch
cash.
a little
Nothing
bit of
suspicious.
air.
we just roll the windows
Feathers
out of it?
flying behind.
Let's crack the windows a bit.
And okay, actual question too. Is this the minivan where it's like there's no middle console exactly?
It's the minivans where it has like
The two seats.
like
in
the
back
ones that they
row.
had for like high school like field trips where it would be like the row and a row and then there was like another row you could lift up. So it was almost like 6 rows.
Oh,
Oh yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
It's a big.
Or not 6 rows, but 3
Three
rows
Ooh,
with like 6
okay.
seats technically.
In that case, we have a little bit more room. We could just like lay out, honestly.
Lay on each other.
That's
We're
so
just
true.
rolling around.
I'll take a nap in the van on the way back. I don't care.
Bless.
you.
From there,
I fall asleep in
Right
Theron's
here.
arms.
as you should,
Only one
Aw.
single arm. The other one is for
Arthros is
Arthros.
perfectly just poised on
That's
one
so
of your
funny.
thighs there, and she's just
Sweet image.
and Indra kind of makes herself comfortable in between like 𝙍𝙖 and Fennel, just like wow.
You want
Wow.
to take a nap.
This is what you get.
Sylkie immediately jumps off of your shoulder, Andromeda, and goes and curls up in like Julian's like stomach, like just like right there.
Stop.
And she's like
Roommates.
immediately out like a light. She's like out.
Relatable.
As you finish
Oh,
getting
I'll take a nap on
seated.
the way back 'cause I'm down.
Valid. As you all finish getting seated and situated, you hear several more vehicle engines rolling into sight, as well as sirens. And from the front seat, Mr. Wilson murmurs a curse beneath his breath, which you've never heard him do before. And immediately, Dad! Immediately, swear jar! Immediately, he starts the
Nice.
car up and turns it with a screech of the tires in like Grand Theft Auto
Hold
fucking Fast and Furious
Oh.
style, and
out.
starts flying down the dirt path that leads out of the premise. And as you're zooming away in the car, only then does he turn to you all with a glance and a sigh, and he says, okay, so, it could be safe to say the human scum that did this likely have some sort of device to scramble any location services. So, if the Ravenwood authorities haven't already checked the ping on your locations or can't see them, the last thing you want to do is try sneaking back in after curfew. And he looks at you all for a moment and he says,
Go.
do you guys have anywhere you can go? If not, you can hunker down at my apartment for the night.
Let's do that.
Us all going to his apartment? No.
Mr. Wilson, we are going to your apartment.
Do you have any food? Do you have water? Do you have cookies?
Do that.
Yeah, going.
Do you
have
Yes,
movies?
man.
He nods
Do
to
you
all
have
of those, Arlo, and he says, oh, yeah, I have, like, the really old Disney movies.
Oh God, guys, we have to go.
We're going.
It's just a little apartment.
Julian has no say. He's got
He's
unconscious.
I would like to see Mr. Wilson's
Anytime you
abode.
want to wake up, you
Thank
can wake
you.
up.
He can. You're in a car with him. So he could stop somewhere on the
I mean, we
way
could
to
go
his
Cardinal
apartment.
Alley, but we would still have our TCDs, so that would show our location. That we would
But
have to leave.
They have electricity that, or not electricity, technology
They have
that zaps that, scrambles that.
Oh, because we don't have our bands anymore.
hmm So
We
you
could go
could go there. The only reason I'm saying you might want to go there is for a specific thing.
Oh.
Let's
Oh.
go.
Dog?
Wilson's
We need
apartment.
Well,
The robot.
no.
Wow.
I would like to say as a possible Julianship, that we should go back and get the little guy, the little TCD guy, the little scanner
scanner?
guy from
That he
Cardinal
left.
Alley?
That he left
That
at Cardinal
Julian
Alley.
left?
The scanner that he
Oh,
stole.
okay. Yeah.
But do you think they're gonna check us when we come back to the school, though?
I mean,
Like,
we can use
again?
it while we're there.
Can leave it at Mr. Wilson's.
We don't know
Oh,
what's been
but
up
do
to.
we want to implicate him like that? 'Cause I feel like
No,
We're
he's
already
already-
implicating him. We're going to
Alright.
his house. You cannot
Food.
say that.
Food.
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 It is
up
the
to
same
you.
thing.
Up to you. Purely.
I mean, I don't want to impose on his apartment, but I do want to meet McQueen.
He
but I feel
offered. He offered.
like I would
I want to go to
be
his
more
apartment.
comfortable at Cardinal
I want to
Alley.
go there.
We could make a pit stop, could we not? Would he
Yeah.
be willing?
Yeah, just tell him if you want to stop
I'm
at
gonna
Cardinal Alley,
roll
he'll
to see if
stop.
I can
I mean, we
remember.
could grab
Because I don't know. Okay, yeah. I think Aria would bring it
Next.
up.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know. I guess we don't really have to go to Cardinal Alley right now, but we could do a pit stop, check in with everyone, see if Sin is back. We don't know where she went, and
I feel like X and Mr. Wilson would get along really well.
oh yeah, they probably would. There.
Mr. Wilson just keeps driving. He's like, "Am I making a pit stop?"
Well, I think everybody's already kind of decided that we're going to your house, so maybe a pit stop wouldn't be bad.
Yeah,
I
for
can always
sure.
help out. If you don't think someone's following us, like.
But if we got
He
far
speeds
enough
up.
away from these scramblers and we went to Mr. Wilson's apartment, they would pick up our signal there because there is no scrambler. So they would find us at Mr. Wilson's apartment, which would implicate him heavily.
Can we just
Do you
throw
say
out the
this is
window?
Karen?
Although,
We're gonna throw all our TCDs out the window.
you
For the
could,
night.
but also,
I mean, we could drop him off at Cardinal.
Hide him under a rock.
think about also what you guys just did though too. Like, you technically have saved a bunch of outsiders, and you're technically returning missing Ravenwood students to Ravenwood. Do you think that they would be mad at Mr. Wilson or you guys for that? I guess that's
Yeah.
the
I don't
question.
trust them.
Yeah.
Valid.
We went out of
Valid.
curfew and did something that was reckless and stupid.
Valid.
They would still be
And
like,
if
But with
humans
the golden
found out
stick,
that
we get
outsiders did this, that would be not good.
Valid.
So.
You can
We're
also
kind of
throw all
indebted.
your TCDs out the window, should you like to do that.
no. I
They've
mean, we
already
could pit
done that.
stop and
Or
That was my idea.
you leave
leave some
them
stuff at Cardinal Alley.
at Cardinal Alley and pick them up the next morning.
If Mr. Wilson is willing to taxi us around.
I don't think he minds. He drove all the way out here. Arthros
That's true.
did
Oh,
threaten
yeah,
his
we
firstborn
haven't
child.
From
Conversation.
Arthros,
Start Uber
alright.
now.
He loves you guys.
That's my dad.
I mean, the fact that you guys are like thinking about going to Cardinal Alley and trusting him to drive you to Cardinal Alley as well is already
I'm
saying
not
a
taking
lot.
him into
I
Cardinal
forget
Alley.
the thing at Cardinal Alley only pauses the location of the tracker, right?
Essentially, it it scrambles it so it just can't ping it anymore. Like they can't find where it is. Like they could probably see
Gotcha.
that you're in like the city, but they're not gonna know where you are.
Where in the city?
Where in the
cell
city?
tower, but not like a specific.
Mhm.
It's like a triangle.
It like turns it off momentarily or
Let's
whatever.
just hope that they
Gotcha.
don't see where we are now.
Like a VPN.
But I think maybe going.
But they do have to
would be-
actively look essentially to find out where you are. So if no one is pinging your location at this present moment, then they don't know where you are.
I mean, at the very least, we could go to Cardinal Alley and give like 𝙍𝙬𝙘𝙀 and Fennel like the option of like either staying or not going back to Ravenwood at all.
Mhm.
I think
and-
Goshi probably wants
well-
to see Helios, though.
Well, yes, but like we'd also bring Helios at any given point.
Mhm.
True. You are correct. Okay, I think we need to make a pit stop. Can you just go downtown
To the bookstore.
to the bookstore?
He nods
We
and
know how to
goes,
get there from there.
Yes.
Okay.
What is the bookstore called? Something.
Solo Nuvola, I believe.
That, yes.
Yeah.
So
I remember correctly. Something like that. It's bad that I can't remember, but it's something like that.
It's been a
it's
while,
Latin.
so yeah.
Maybe
He
Julian.
immediately like
Nebula or
nods to you
that.
guys, and he's like, "Yeah, no problem." And he like starts driving, and he says,
Puts it in his GPS.
"Yeah." He starts tapping.
One finger.
And with that, he drives down this dirt path and gets back onto kind of like town roads and town paths, and you see some cottages that he flies by, and you see the same sort of familiar train going by in the night that you recognize from your trips to the city. And it doesn't take long before he gets into that area that you recognize, when he gets into that square, the town square, where you see the bookshop and the thrift stores and things of that nature that you were not too long ago, that you were picking out celebratory ball outfits and things you wanted to buy in wholesome times. And now you're running for your lives, essentially. And he pulls up near the bookstore, and it's late enough that this bookstore is closed now, and most of these shops are closed along the street, and the pedestrian traffic is very little. There's not that many people out. And he pulls into one of those, like, city street parking where it's, like, along the side, where there's, like, a little meter. And he, like, turns back, and he's like, so, who's getting out?
I'll get out. You coming?
I need water. I'm gonna find some.
Yeah,
Valid.
we'll go get you water. We'll get you water.
There should be a hydrant somewhere.
Silas
Everybody-
also
Starbucks is still open.
Silas also kind of like raises his hand,
Coming?
and he grabs Wesley's hand, and he starts to climb out of the van and doesn't say another word. He just climbs out.
Okay, love this guy so much. Okay, maybe it's Goshi, can you grab Julian's TCD from his pocket? I think that possibly if we leave them down here, it'll pause us enough that Mr. Wilson won't get in trouble. But you know, we can also just take a moment before we have to go back to
Goshi
Ravenwood.
just like grunts and like looks at Julian and stares and starts to just look for where your TCD
Like,
is.
where is it located?
Where is it located, Julian?
Probably
Where's it
his book bag.
located,
Okay.
Julian?
He
Where is it
No.
located?
is that
Wait,
your TCD
wait,
in your
Bob.
pocket, or are you just happy to
It would
see
be
Goshi?
funny.
Huh?
Is that
really
TC
funny.
in your
As
pocket?
I'm always
Goshi
happy
starts
to
looking for it, and Drama just reaches over and reaches into the pocket and pulls it out. She just knows where it is.
Valid. Goshi just Goshi takes
Everybody-
it, and his hand
You
is
analyze
like
all
the
our
size of
fucking
it, so he takes it very delicately, so as to not break it. And he hands it to you, Aria, and he like
Okay.
grunts again and just like,
All right, everybody's good. Cool. Thank you.
so it's just
All right.
Aria, Arlo, Silas, and Wesley then.
Shouldn't be long.
Oh, this will be fun.
We'll find out what happens, I guess. Are they just walking?
Yeah, because he's pulled near where that alley is, so you guys can just like
Right.
sprint down to
All right.
that manhole.
Stay undercover. We'll be right back. And Arya takes.
Someone just walks by this car and just sees like this big lizard man in the back, like all the things.
We're just like sprawled out.
Yeah.
Andromeda
Yeah.
rolls.
I'm
Andromeda
just
like
gonna,
Crake rolls down the window, says, "Nothing to see here. Move along."
Nothing to see here.
Hey, I'm walking here.
I'm walking here. So, you all walk towards the manhole, and I imagine start
Arya
to
takes Arlo's hand.
slide it and start to climb in.
We'll go with.
And you're moving pretty quickly, I imagine.
Oh yeah.
And as you're kind of moving through the tunnels at the bottom leading to the door to Cardinal Alley, Silas clears his throat for a second, and he says,
Hi. Talking? What's up? Everything okay? Who's this?
he looks at you, Aria, like, now he's regretting and doesn't want to talk. And he's like,
Sorry. Go ahead.
and he just, like, pulls Wesley, like, really close to him. And then he, like, looks at you, Aria, and then moves his eyes to you, Arlo. And he says,
Hey.
I'm really, really sorry.
I don't know. No hard feelings.
I did give you alcohol that one time.
Huh?
What?
What do you mean?
I gave you alcohol at the ball. I thought that was, like, kind of a...
Oh.
We had, like, a moment.
Yeah, well, I thought we were having a moment too, but then, you know.
Yeah, and
You
then I
kidnapped me.
I kidnapped you, yeah. Yeah.
Arya kind of like looks down at Wesley and is like,
Wesley just,
Yeah.
like, looks up at his brother and then looks at you, Arlo, and he's like, he didn't mean to.
I like to look down. Fucking with this fucking little brother. I know he didn't mean to. I'm glad you guys are together again.
Right.
but I will make you pay.
The fucking Fleabag like looks into the camera like.
Silas just like nods and is like, in what way?
Well,
what was
when
the
I need
tiny child's
alcohol,
name?
you will bring me alcohol, and you will not complain about it.
Yeah, done.
Sick.
Okay. Tiny thing.
And you'll say nice things to me sometimes.
That's
That would be
going. That's a bit far. And he looks at you, Aria, and this is Wesley, my little brother.
Hi, Wesley.
Wesley looks at you and is like,
I'm Aria.
I like your red hair.
Oh.
Aw,
Well, your
he's
hair's pretty cool
nice.
too.
Yeah,
how do you follow like him? You
Silas
gotta-
listens to that, Arlo, and goes, yeah, it doesn't run in the family. I don't know how he got it.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah.
You know what, Wesley? You're not that bad. All right. Brother over here. He's
and
something.
you would think that he would take that in a way, but he seems almost like he's too chipper that his brother is next to him. And when you say that, he like turns and he like looks at like Wesley, and he just smiles like wide and very wide because he's a Yuan-Ti, so his smile goes very creepily wide, little snake jaw. And he smiles very wide, and you see his little sharp teeth, and he like ruffles Wesley's hair, and it's just like a mess of white and black hair going everywhere.
This is a very weird scenario to see you. So.
And he looks back at you, Aria, and he's like, and he just like shoves his brother, and then keeps
Oh my
walking.
god! Stop it. Aria like scooches past Silas and just grabs the porthole, or what is it? The sewer gate.
They're called manholes.
Manhole.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Weird.
Mixing thing.
Yeah.
And just like after you.
And
Let's go.
after Silas shoved Wesley was like laughing about it and smiling. They are like the equivalent to like Dean and Sam relationship.
That's what I was gonna say. That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
I felt that in my very
Little
soul.
Sammy, little Wessie.
So
And
cute.
Silas like kind of like motions for Wesley to go first, and then continues down after him.
Be careful. It's kind of stinky in there.
And you all
Okay,
walk,
don't do that.
and you continue walking, and eventually you make it to Cardinal Alley, where it looks the same as when you guys got there the day before, when you were looking for Arlo, or when you just returned to London. And you see that the shops in the market area that once had the cellars and the booths are still empty. They're not there. But you can hear all the noise coming from Calanthe's tavern, and the lighting and everything coming from Calanthe's tavern, as though everyone has simply kind of hibernated into that space rather than being out in the market area. I assume you walk towards the bar area. And as you do, you see the lantern light kind of cascading against the like tunnel walls from the door. Sorry, monster burp. Thank you.
Yummy.
Yeah, mango. So, mango.
No.
As you walk in, you see Calanthe, on the kind of makeshift stage that they have there, and she seems like she's just finishing a song. And you see everyone else kind of like hanging out and watching her, and kind of swaying to the music a little bit. And you see Killian sitting by the bar, sipping a drink, presumably ale. And you see X also sitting at the bar with nothing in his hands. He's simply turned to face Calanthe, and his eyes are closed, as though he's simply listening.
Oh.
And while Calanthe's singing, she turns and sees the door open and sees you all enter, and she immediately like realization dawns on her face, and she immediately like says into the little like to everyone essentially, she says, give me a moment, like mid-song, and like kind of tumbles down the little stage area and sprints over to the four of you.
Hello.
And she approaches and she says, so, did you find Sin?
Oh, I did not find Sin, but we found a lot of things. Okay. A lot of stuff happened.
She
Basically,
glances at your
rundown.
wrist really quick in the middle of
good.
your thing,
I'm fine.
and she like nods
Nice to
and
meet
then looks back at you.
I also have, beginning. Pig, little swine thing.
Mhm.
It was a human-run, I'm assuming, ring for them to hurt/kill outsiders. Don't know how the whole operation fully began, when it began. We didn't really ask questions. All you need to know, all of the outsiders are free. So
And
maybe...
Sin was not there.
No,
Then why would she give you the information if she was not there?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. But you know, Sin, she's very secretive.
No, but she's also selfish.
Yes.
And so
exactly.
if she wasn't there, then why would she be selfless for once?
Maybe she's turning a new leaf? I don't know, okay? I don't talk to Sin. And
She
the one
shakes her
person
head.
who has talked to Sin is out cold because he was being stupid for a moment, and so he needs a moment to rest, okay? I don't know what else to tell you other than the fact that I really need your help, and I wanted to give you information because we don't... This is really overwhelming.
No,
And Arlo
breathe.
needs
Breathe.
water.
I appreciate it. It's fine. Oh.
Arlo needs water really badly.
And
It's very dry.
she turns to the...
Bacon.
You sounded like Beaker. She turns to the like bartender and she goes and like snaps her fingers, and Killian sees and like she's just like, and he frowns and he grabs like one cup that looks like a cup of ale and then another cup that looks like water, not knowing which one she wants, and then comes like kind of trotting over to you guys, and he like holds them out and she takes the water and she hands it to you, Arlo.
Thank you. I pour it on me.
Valid. And then she looks down, she's like, well, that's something for me to clean up later.
No, it's fine. He'll sit in it, and it'll dry.
Give me a paper towel.
He just soaks it up.
Bounty.
Like a sponge.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Bounty?
He just flops around in it like
The
like
quicker
little
picker
puddle, he
upper.
just like
Like a
just
little
sits
fish.
there. Like
Yeah.
he friggin' just peed himself.
Well,
Calanthe looks at you again, Aria, and says, is there anything you need? Is there anything I can do for you in the meantime?
actually,
Okay.
yes. So we have these, and she brings out the whole pocket full of the TCDs, and she's like, we are hiding out for the night at a friend's house. Anyway, we're staying in a place,
Okay.
but we don't want the school to know that we're there. So if you could keep these, and we will come back and get them, that would be
Yes, of course.
great.
And she takes them and she hands them to Killian, and Killian just like nods and then leaves. And she clearly like is the boss in this sibling relationship. And
We're not giving up on finding Sin. I think we need to wait for a moment because whatever
no,
she was
I
trying...
get it. I understand.
Yeah.
But just please don't stop looking.
Oh no! I don't think we could. To be fair,
Okay.
you know, I just don't think that's very rational. Especially because like, I mean, Julian's out cold, but I mean, something must have taken him out cold, and there's a lot of blood on his face. So I don't know what the whole situation is, but we're gonna have to figure that out.
Okay.
Yeah, very, very bloody. I don't know. He did a weird like before, and then we lost him, and then
I see.
we found him, and he was not dead. We checked, he was alive, but he like
That's great news.
blood on his a little bit. Anyway,
Okay.
this is a child.
Oh, and she
Points
turns
to Wesley.
and she looks between Wesley and Silas, and she looks at Silas for a moment, and she says, Silas, you found your brother then? And Silas like looks at her and like nods, and he says, can he stay here indefinitely? And she nods her head and says, of course, you know, it's a safe haven here. Of course.
Yeah, you're right there.
And Silas like nods and says, I'm going to entrust him to you, and I will be back every day to see him. And she's like, of course, he will be safe here. And she like smiles down at Wesley and she like pats his head. And she's like, do you want to go sing on stage? And Wesley's just like, no.
No.
And she's like,
Okay.
Killian, will you entertain the child, please? And Killian's just like, yeah.
No.
no.
And he's
no.
like,
Vetoed,
let's.
actually.
Why
He's
you
like-
trust these people?
He's
Not
like, let's go
no.
get
I
you
very-
some. Let's go get you some juice. Come on. And he
Juice?
like waves
You
the
guys
kid
have
over.
juice? I
You
thought we
guys
had
have
water and ale.
It's only for kids.
Do not give the child ale.
It's the kids menu.
I've had a
kids
very
menu.
hard couple days.
They have a kids menu.
I've been
very hard
kidnapped
couple
and I've
days.
been drugged, and I look
And
at
I'm
Silas.
just very overwhelmed. I think
Silas
we both
looks
deserve
at you.
juice.
So salty. Silas, all the
Killian
time.
will.
looks at you, Arlo, and is like, "Do you want some juice too?"
Yes, he wants juice. Give him some juice.
Okay. And he goes and he snaps at the bartender, and the bartender like tosses, and it's like a legit juice box that you would get at like a kid's cafeteria.
I love it.
And he catches it and then he tosses it to you, Arlo.
Amazing.
And he hands one to Wesley, and then it seems like they're kind of having their own conversation, and Wesley starts like laughing about things. And he seems like Killian is being like sweet. He's like crazy uncle vibe, you know?
I can fix
and
him. Anyway,
No.
I can fix him. Yeah.
I look. Can I like?
was
I
the? Wait, go ahead. Go ahead.
Who?
Were you gonna say something?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna look at. What was I gonna say? I'm gonna look at Silas and be like, oh my god, he is cute. I would have kidnapped and tortured me too.
Silas looks at you and almost like for a second kind of does that to your like arm,
Yeah.
and it's just like nodding, and then kind of realizes what he did, and he's just like,
Don't think about that too hard.
yeah.
Is this what children are like?
Mm-hmm.
Children, do they tend to be like this?
No, Wesley's like an angel.
I've heard they're a lot more like me, but I don't know.
Well, you're pretty great. I
Yeah,
like you.
actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Careful there.
Anyways.
Okay, so we're leaving your little brother.
Oh, I'm staying.
Oh.
I'll head over to Ravenwood in the morning.
Fair. Okay.
I'm not leaving his side.
I was going to say, I was like, really? You're leaving him here when we could be going there? But it's fine. Okay.
And then Andromeda, what did you want to do?
Yeah.
Was the animal seller guy out, or was it all put away?
All the booths are away.
Damn it! Okay.
I know, trust me, because Arlo still wants a dog.
That thought has not.
Oh,
left
we're
my
coming back.
mind
We're coming
since
back, though,
the
in the
first
morning.
Episode, like,
Mhm.
I don't even know how much money I have. I think I'm broke.
Well, no, we got
well,
the
you got riches from the
credit
Spirit
Oh, I
Festival.
wasn't there when we won. I keep forgetting.
You're a rich man now.
We're rich.
You're a rich
you can
bitch.
get a
We're rich people.
dog.
A witch bitch.
If I was a rich man.
Maybe he'll be back there in the morning when we come back to get our TCBs.
That song's a bop.
True.
Yes. Aria.
Okay. All right. Sleep tight then, I guess.
He looks at you, Aria, for a moment. He says, thank you
What?
for helping. For not leaving without Wesley.
I mean, why would I leave without him? It's someone.
Because people aren't nice. Most of the time.
I mean, fair. I'm getting the vibes that you're used to that.
That's just how people are.
Okay, sure. Yeah. A fair assumption.
Not an assumption. It's fact.
Okay. Speaking from your experience?
Listen, it's just a thank
I'm
you, okay? You just take the thank you because it was hard enough to say the thank you.
You know, I'll take it. That's
you.
one of the first not creepy things you've said to me, so I'm gonna take it.
It's just, the kid has been abandoned enough in his life that you not abandoning him meant a lot, so thank you.
No one deserves to be abandoned.
Tell my parents that.
Well, your parents suck, so I don't even know them, and they fucking
Anyways,
suck.
yeah.
Anyways,
okay, so
enjoy time with your brother.
I'm gonna go get drunk. It was nice talking.
Maybe no.
No,
do
it wasn't.
That. You have a
it wasn't
child.
nice talking. Anyways, goodbye. He just immediately
Weird.
beelines it for the bar.
You want another juice?
You want another juice? A juice for the way. You wanted to also grab something, right?
Yes. Right. Is she back?
Yeah, Calanthe's still standing there.
Back on. Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, that that scanner?
Yes, that you dropped
Julian.
off with me.
Yes.
Yes, I have
You
it.
still have that?
Yes,
Okay.
of course. Do you need it?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to look at it.
Right. Okay. And she like kind of scampers away, and like her little dress swirls as she turns, and she seems to kind of go somewhere behind the bar, almost as though she might have like a little bit of like a safe or something like that back there. And she reaches under and she pulls it out, and it's wrapped in like a cloth to kind of conceal it a little bit. And she approaches you again, and she hands it to you very like carefully, and she says, we haven't touched it. It's made a couple noises, but aside from that, we have not looked at it.
Good to know.
It is not our jobs to pry, it is only our jobs to protect.
You know, you're growing on me, and I don't know how to feel about it, but you're really growing on me, and it's...
Well, I can tell that you like music, and I like music, so I think that we can relate in that way.
So, yes. Arlo, another juice? Or are we good?
I think I'll just take one to go, and then we can just skedaddle.
And as
Sounds
you
great.
say this, Aria, before like Calanthe turns, she like looks you up and down, and she like winks at you for a moment, and then she starts to head back to the stage.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Aria kind of unwraps the scanner while they're waiting for the other juice. And
Killian is
when she-
fetching it for you.
oh good. When she turns it on, is there any like
There are 2 notifications.
Like, is it just say 2 notifications?
It says if you like click on the little notification bars,
Okay.
there's one that says watch list updated.
Oh shit.
And then another one that says it just kind of says message notification.
Okay. And what's the battery at?
It's low, but it's not dead.
Okay. She turns it back off, wraps it back up, puts it in her pocket.
She's not gonna look at it.
Not yet. She has a whole party to look at it with.
You're right.
We can look at it together.
You're
as a
so
team.
valid. You're so valid.
She just wanted to make sure that it wasn't like anything super dire
yeah,
and
valid.
like battery life not dead. Because if it
100%
was
valid.
dead, then she would look. But apple juice?
Yep. Killian like actually approaches this time, like hands it to you, Arlo, and says, for what it's worth, I'm sorry for what you've been through, and I hope you have a relaxing night. Stop! Andromeda!
Stop!
Who said that to who?
He said that to you, Arlo.
Who said that to me?
Oh, Killian. Killian said that to you.
Oh,
Killian's the
is
man
that
who cuts
is that the
people's
guy
limbs
cut
off.
people off?
Yeah.
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 Cuts
People off.
off. Every time you talk, he just goes, "Oh, so." He interrupts you. He interrupts you all the
Cutting
time.
people off in traffic. Like,
People off in traffic. That's very rude.
It is the man, in fact, that cuts people's limbs off.
What did he say to me?
He said that for the record, he's sorry for what you've been through, and that he hopes you have a relaxing night after everything.
That's very nice of you. Thank you very much. I'm a little scared of you, but I really appreciate that.
He shakes his head and he's like, "Don't worry about it. The only things I would change to you is the ears if you wanted them gone."
Do you like them,
No.
like, on me?
Oh, they're great.
I like them on.
But to make your life
Alright.
easier, if you wanted them gone, I could do it.
I feel like he respects his boundaries. Like, as long as you say no, he's not gonna cut your ears off. So like,
Yeah,
he's
but
not
you-
too bad.
Weird and freaky until you do
Consent
say
is
yes.
very important to him.
I can fix him.
So, a lot of our
What's
friends
to
are weird and
fix?
freaky. Well,
That's
I
true.
said what a lot of our friends are weird and freaky.
Arthros
Yeah.
is a mercenary who's killed lots of people. 14, in fact.
Do I know that?
Nope.
No, not yet.
You do not.
Okay.
Yeah, that's news to you, bud.
Thank you very much, Killian.
There's a lot going on.
Killian nods
Lots
and
happened.
looks at you, Aria, and he says, also, if your feathered friend needs me,
No,
I am.
he is not.
He's a persistent businessman.
He businessman. No, he's not.
Killian makes a face like he can't, like he's not sure himself if he wants to just like get 𝐲𝐿's wings or if he wants to sleep with 𝐲𝐿. It's like a big mix in between. He's like goes between.
Oh, I understand.
Oh, I understand.
Same. Can you guys see each other You guys all just one by one, all your videos went away.
Oh yeah, I can see.
I can
Can
see
you
it.
not see us?
Yeah, I can see everyone too.
I can only see Boff. Oh, Vay's back. No,
Oh.
Vay's gone. Boff's gone.
Oh. Hello?
Hello?
Oh my god. It's my network
It's
apparently.
yeah.
Welcome back.
Sometimes it's
No,
with
yeah, it's your
internet.
internet
It'll
thing.
it'll
Hopefully
pop
it'll
in
pop
and
back.
out.
You can still hear us though, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just keep vibing.
I will
Okay.
be descriptive.
Let us know if it comes back.
Alright.
Aria turns to look at Arlow. No, I'm just kidding.
ASMR voice.
I'm gonna be descriptive. Right then. Okay, we've got the juice. We've got the device. Anything else? We dropped off the two brothers, which is oddly wholesome in a weird way. Anything else you think about it?
I think
Oh
that's
my
it.
god.
Arlo, Aria puts her hand up for like a high five.
Are we not gonna like check on X or like what?
Oh,
X is vibing.
He's just vibing. He's
I
just
don't know.
listening to music?
I don't know who that man is.
they
Okay.
they high five and then she's like, "Oh!" and she walks over
Jump
to the
scares
one
Arlo.
moment, One moment. Sorry. Just a minute. And she's gonna walk over to X and kind of be like, and she's gonna just like wave her hand in his face, just like,
X turns to you
"Hey
very
there."
robotically, and opens his
Hey,
eyes and
Ron.
says, Aria,
X, it's great to see you. How you doing, buddy?
I like music.
that? You like music? This is our new friend X. We met him in a not great situation, but he's very kind.
Oh,
Learning free will, which is really cool.
oh, that's nice.
He looks
How
at you,
do you-
Arlo, and he says, yes, my
Arlo?
master wanted to take my heart out of my chest.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was a rough situation,
Did
but he's
you-
good.
Break up with your master, hopefully.
It was more like his father, but I'm not here. Never mind.
I wonder how it feels.
I'm so sorry. I
That's
just-
so funny.
X just like
really
blinks
felt
and
bad
says,
for you about that.
I did not hurt my master in any way.
Oh yeah,
he
no,
was a
I
very
didn't.
good friend. He was a very good kid. He was a very good X.
Well,
That is my life's purpose to be a good X.
You're a great X. The best X, actually.
I just met you, and I think you're a great ex. So
Yes, he's
Um,
really great.
As you're
Pretty
having this
bad.
conversation, Calanthe walks over and she smiles at you guys and looks at X and she's like, yes, he's become my biggest fan, honestly. All he does is sit
Aw.
here and listen all the time. Makes me never want to stop singing.
He's really good at listening.
Hmm.
I'm glad you like music, though. That's cool.
He looks at you and nods.
What's your favorite song that she sings? If you have one.
The second one.
Sick.
that one's my favorite.
Oh my gosh. You guys are going to be close buddies, I can already tell. It's wonderful. All right. Well, X, are you still doing okay here? Or do you need anything? Want anything?
I am
Juice?
unsure of what to do other than sit and listen, but I am fine.
You can do anything. Really?
I'm not sure what anything is.
Well, sometimes when I suddenly remember that I have free will, I get up and I spin around in a bunch of circles. Because it's like, why not?
He nods.
That's true. He has
and then
done that.
he,
I can
he
do it.
kind of robotically stands and then just starts spinning like 360 in a circle very slowly.
And I join him.
Oh no. Okay, you guys are gonna make me throw up if I keep watching you do that.
The fact that
Just do whatever you want.
Arlo probably would get dizzy afterwards, but X would just stand.
That's very true. Whoa.
Whoa!
And
Wild
then
ride.
X
Wesley
watches
in the
you do
corner
that and
is
just
still-
goes.
is spinning around in circles now. He's like on a bar stool.
Wesley, yeah, Wesley's just going spinning in the bar stool.
Yeah,
I'm spinning like a ballerina.
So when every time that you think about random stuff like that, just do it like that. That's what I do.
He nods and says, I will endeavor to spin more.
Good. I'll come back later. We'll do it together.
That
Okay.
sounds good.
We should go now though, because
Yes, we should.
Car full
Get
of
you-
outsiders.
get rest.
You
Get
know,
you go-
car
get
full of
rest.
outsiders.
we gotta go.
All right, everybody, great. And
Calanthe just does a little wave.
back landing. We'll see you soon. Talk to you soon.
And
Ta-ta.
Silas
Bye, Wesley.
is like sipping his drink and just like holds up a hand as he sips. And
Aria only says goodbye to Wesley.
Wesley like smiles and like waves at you.
Goodbye, Wesley. He's so weird and
I go,
tiny.
bye, Silas.
Silas just like looks at you for a moment, Arlo, and, and he's like, pointing to the alcohol, like, I got you.
Gotta be careful with that one.
Oh my god, he just like, he watches you do that and then just goes. And then goes.
Oh my god, my light just went red.
I know.
Right,
Right as that happens.
That's like
Perfect.
his interaction. He just
That
like
was so funny.
What?
It was
he just went red.
Yeah.
And you're just like angry.
It's like,
Oh, I don't remember that.
he just like took it and like smirked and then just went.
He dropped it. What a coy little bastard.
Oh my god, that was so
This sneaky
rude.
little.
And then
sneaky
like,
guy.
when he
You
thinks,
kidnapped me!
as you guys start to leave, when you're not looking anymore, he goes and he reaches and he picks up an imaginary thing. And then he just like holds onto it.
My
Sneaky
kiss?
bastard.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I bet Wesley goes like,
Wesley's just like,
gross.
you've gotten
Another
weirder
person
in the
on the side
time
of
we
this
were
train.
apart. Another person on the side of this train.
You're gross.
Everyone's on the
He likes
fucking
me.
Silas train. It's ridiculous.
Not me. I haven't jumped on yet.
So valid.
He's too handsome. Sorry. I have a
That's so
problem.
valid.
Okay.
He really
I love
is
him a lot.
handsome.
I love him a lot.
So
So,
X the entire party.
oh yeah. I assume you guys start
Okay.
to make your way out.
Yes.
All right. And from there, you presumably reapproach the car and tuck yourselves in.
Julian's still out.
Julian, are you still knocked out cold?
You tell me.
That's valid. Roll 2d6s.
Anybody got anything to clean him up? He's looking a little fresh.
Andromeda's gonna like lean
got juice.
over Julian and like
Andromeda's
stare at
like
him.
fucking Pascal from Tangled with just like the tongue in the
She's
ear.
like,
I take.
She's like, in my grove, we have a very secret technique for whenever anyone passes out, and it always works.
No. I don't say this is Aria.
What'd you
what
roll?
technique?
What'd you roll, James?
Oh,
Julian.
3.
He does not wake up. Do any of you want to try to wake him up?
Yeah.
I'm gonna like rub
I'm-
my hands.
Oh god.
Oh shit.
I like reach forward. I don't know. She like pinches something on his neck. Just
Roll 2d6s for me.
Arlo,
Me?
are you gonna
Yeah.
try something? Yeah, you.
oh
After
god.
this one.
Where's my D6? I found it. All right.
Found it. Found it.
Found it.
Found it.
That is
Oh.
an 8.
An 8? Okay.
Oh,
Can you roll two more d6s for me, James?
Yes. Oh,
You're good. You're
Thanks.
good. You're good, Daily. Okay. So as she does this, your eyes kind of flicker a little bit, Julian. Like you're opening, or like you're waking up and your eyes are opening, but then they kind of like flicker back closed.
Oh, I got
Arlo.
this.
Yes.
I take my juice box. I take the straw. I take the straw off. Take the plastic. I undo the plastic. I take the straw out. I poke the hole in the juice box. I take out the juice box or the straw. Put it in my mouth, and I flip it over and I squeeze. And then I clean off all the blood with my shirt and the juice.
sprayed him with juice.
Apple juice. on
Juicy
your face. Blood.
Can you roll 2d6s for me?
This
I
is
will.
Juicy James' arc.
Okay.
This is Juicy James'
James,
arc.
can
This
you
is
also
Juicy James' arc.
roll 2d6s for me, James?
I got 5 and I got
2.
3.
Okay.
Why do you keep going
Boy
worse?
is out like a light. Is he dead?
But he's clean. He's
Okay.
clean.
No, is he?
And he smells like
Juicy.
apples.
I took my juice and I took my shirt and I wiped off the blood. Now it smells like apples.
What did
What's
you
wrong with that?
What did
His
you
face
get,
is
Arlo
apple
or
and
Theo?
sticky now.
And it was sticky with blood
No,
before.
she's lap is
Oh,
just
that's
covered
true.
in apple juice.
Lizard
It's
man.
It's a better kind of
You're
sticky
lucky
now.
that it wasn't like a cut and it was like just leftover blood from his hand.
See, I thought that through
Right.
because I'm a big
You
brain
did.
boy.
Apple
Sure,
juice is the miracle elixir.
You didn't even freaking know.
Wait, I didn't freaking know.
What did you roll, Theo?
I rolled a 6 and a 3.
Okay.
So,
Okay,
nice.
so it immediately
him up?
wakes him up.
Oh, good.
Wow.
Probably sputtering apple juice out of his mouth.
Hey, welcome back, bud.
Good morning.
I hug him.
Ah! Oh, Arlo!
Yeah.
Sylkie, by the way, is actually also drenched in apple juice now.
She's like,
Girl was in the splash zone.
Gochi's lap is also wet.
She just like
She's
looks
like,
up
"Excuse
and she's just like,
Oh. Wow.
and she like shakes herself off. She does like a little mouse shake.
Oh, that's
Oh.
cute. Stop, that's really cute.
Everyone's acting like this is the worst thing that's happened, and I wish
No,
we
it's
were all
not.
just kidnapped.
Where
You're right,
am I,
you're
and
right.
why do I smell like juice?
Surprise!
You're in the car still. We're going.
Mr. Wilson
Wilson's
has
car.
started
We're going to his
driving.
apartment.
He started
Arthros
driving now.
threatened his firstborn and
Yeah.
made him
Threatened
pick
to
us up.
eat his firstborn.
Um,
To eat his firstborn, alright.
What?
And then we're
Julian?
spending the night at his place.
Yeah. What happened with that very sexy blonde man?
Oh my god, stop.
Tobias.
What sexy
I'm
blonde man?
calling it like it is.
There was a
It's
sexy
not
blonde
like
man?
it is.
Julian looks
Exactly.
No, it is
around the van,
objectively like that.
looks
Thank
at
you,
the new
Theron.
person, but then moves on.
Making friends.
Sees that
Same-
everyone
same people.
except for Wesley, which he knows the name of,
Mm-hmm.
is there. Did you find Silas's
Mhm.
family member?
Oh yeah, he's down
We
there
found
with
him.
Silas right now. They're
Yes.
good.
Safe and sound.
Yeah,
He
we're gonna
is
get stopped
safe.
at Cardinal Alley to drop them off.
Very sweet reunion.
We're gonna go pick
Uh,
Silas up tomorrow? Question mark. Because we put the we're at Cardinal Alley right now, and we dropped off our TCDs so they can't.
why
track us.
are you whispering that? Who's driving?
Mr.
Wilson
Wilson
is-
tucks his head around as he's driving. He just goes, Julian.
Our father figure.
Our teacher.
Can we call you
I don't
Dad?
like that.
He looks and he's like, yeah, considering my firstborn isn't gonna be eaten now. And just keeps driving.
Dad. Dad's driving us.
Arthros, you might
Mr.
want
Wilson.
to let him know that you wouldn't actually eat his firstborn child.
Arthros like looks at you there and is just like, I wouldn't actually eat your firstborn child.
I have a sense that she is lying, but you know what? I support it. And
But thank
everyone's
you
full of
for
tricks.
taking
Wait,
us
why
up,
was that a
Mr.
possibility to
Wesley.
begin with?
She wanted
I feel
to
like he
dress
would have
up.
come,
Do
but
people-
thank you for getting him
Leopard.
here anyways.
I don't judge you if you eat people. I just want to know.
Oh no.
Do you eat babies?
I don't know.
Or just firstborns?
I
Have
don't
you
know.
eaten
Like
babies?
She looks at all of you and she goes,
Are you a firstborn, Theron?
Arlo knows nothing.
Are
Well,
you-
what?
Arlo
Okay.
never knew anything. To
Oh
begin
my
with.
god. She's like, she starts to panic. She's like, Arlo knows nothing.
Yeah, no, Arlo was gone
You
for
don't
all
have to
of
rub it
that.
in my face.
She shakes her head. She's like,
Stupid.
no, I will not be the one to say it all for a second time. That's not.
We're gonna get there.
I mean, no,
Julian,
no,
we're going
there's
to
no,
Mr. Wilson's
no rush,
apartment.
no pressure.
With the cat and the things. So we
Did you
can
get
go.
everyone else? That was.
Yes, they all
Mhm.
booked it.
Well,
Well,
They went running.
As you say that,
apparently one person didn't make it, but we got most everyone.
and as you say that, Sylkie climbs up and kind of like climbs onto your face, Julian, from where you're kind of like hunched over a little bit, and she like puts both her hands on your cheeks and she's like, "You live. You vanished into a
Yes.
bathroom with a snake guy. And then that snake guy broke into our dorm and stole me out of my book."
Yeah, I got that part.
He's so
left the-
silly.
Message.
Julian? Are you still friends with perchance Snake Man?
I haven't really had the time to have that conversation.
Okay. You were in the bathroom for a long time, so I didn't know what to think.
I know what was going on in there. Okay.
She looks
Wait,
at
what
you.
was going on in there?
Andromeda, she looks at you and she's like,
Ugh.
what was going on in there?
Nothing.
What were you doing in the bathroom before he kidnapped me?
Liars.
Mr. Wilson, do you have music?
Zophiel
Do
in
you
the
have
shotgun in the
music?
front
Where's
seat.
Napoleon?
Zophiel just goes, oh, he was they were in fact touching tongues.
You touched his tongue and then he kidnapped me.
I didn't. I can't see into the future. I'm not Sid.
Well, you were clearly distracted by.
To be fair, he regretted it when he found out. But then I think he didn't regret it anymore when he found out why. So perchance he doesn't regret it. I'm unsure still.
I'm also unsure still.
Oh,
That's okay.
that is good to know. I will note that.
I support it.
Thank good to know.
What ally?
Julian, you do what you need to do.
The way that Entrapta literally was like, flag. I support
Imagine
it.
a little rainbow flag in her.
Ally. Ally.
Where's Napoleon? Where's Napoleon?
Oh, Theron just like... I grabbed him when you fainted.
Thanks. Flips through it, sees the page again, just sighs, closes it.
Why did you faint again? You want to explain that whole...
You like
Yeah,
A
what
lot of
happened with
things.
Tobias?
He sort of clenches his hand, and it still sort of stings because it's cut
Ooh.
open.
Shit. Okay.
Right.
Aria just like takes. What does she have on right now? She's got a big trench coat on.
Yeah, she's
I was
wearing
trying
her
to
She's gonna
remember
take
what her
open
outfits are.
and rip out a
uniform.
piece of
You're wearing
fabric
your sports jacket, Theron.
from the
That's
inside.
true.
Oh,
of
I'm not
the
ripping
trench
that, I'm
coat.
sorry.
like a pocket.
Yeah, like a little inside pocket, basically. Rips it out and just wraps it around his hand. Yeah, we're gonna want to clean that later, but this will help at least with the bleeding.
I'm sure
Yeah,
Mr. Wilson has some stuff.
Mr. Wilson.
His eyes
is
sort
like,
of widen
yeah.
again as he sort of pauses.
Yeah, what? What's going on?
Where is it? Where is it? He opens the
Where's
book
what?
bag. It's not in there.
Theron reaches into his jacket pocket. You looking for this?
Got
Yes,
some
the
orb.
explaining to do.
Theron's going to hold it back for a
We'll
second.
try to snatch it.
He
Oh,
will try to snatch it. Where did you get this? And why did he give it to you, if he did?
I wish I could answer that. I have no clue.
Did he say anything useful?
In case I needed it, along those lines, there was a lot of things that he told me that I've sort of been ringing it in my mind over and over again.
Okay.
He's
Just keep it safe.
mysterious and hot.
Don't drop it again.
He's creepy and hot. Is that what you just said?
Mysterious and hot.
Oh,
Oh! I mean, he is also creepy.
I am
and-
constantly suffering.
Oh
I'm
dear.
constantly suffering. What a sentence.
So you went after him.
And I love it.
Yes.
What happened?
Talked, questioned him.
Any answers?
No.
What does this have to do with? I'm confused.
Yeah, I think we all are a little bit.
Theron doesn't know any, or Arlo doesn't know
So-
anything.
No.
Theo does, but Arlo knows nothing.
No.
Mysterious blonde man was in front of the portal, the one we got dragged into after
got-
the ball.
You got dragged into a portal?
No. Yeah.
Oh,
Again, we
Arlo
need to
doesn't
talk
know
about this when we
anything.
get to Mr.
Yeah,
Wilson.
let's get to Mr. Wilson's abode because that feels
Mr. Wilson, we can
a
go to
long
your
conversation.
apartment if
All
you're
right.
still okay with that.
Mr. Wilson is already
You're
driving
fine.
there. He's driving.
Okay,
He's
good.
like,
You're
okay.
good.
He's
Well,
like,
then we're just
got
talking
you.
on the way. That's fine.
Yeah.
We're just hanging out.
I don't know how far he was.
I will say.
I'm
do you
petting
guys-
Chadwick.
Oh.
Oh.
So, I feel like it's a good place for a 15-minute break if you want to do that.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Nice.
15-minute break, and then so my time it would be 8:50. So something 50 for you guys.
All right.
Because then we're getting into a position where you guys can probably have the conversation to clue Arlo into a lot.
Sorry.
But all right, so we'll pause here.
He's
We'll take a little
behind, but that's okay.
15-minute intermission, and we shall see you very soon. Chat, get sippies, get snackies. We shall see you very soon.
Snackies, snackies.
Sippy snackies. We have returned. Hello.
Hello.
We are live once more. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Are you ready to get back into it, boys?
Yeah.
Boys?
Yeah.
Alright. So,
That was an accident.
we just saw, we
meant to mute
got
myself and
Emma
I-
for a moment. It was
I
great.
know. Sorry.
No, you're good, So, let's get into it. So, Mr. Wilson drives for a good bit of time, darting past other vehicles going about their own way to wherever their destinations lie. He drives through the city, past these areas that you recognize, of course, as you left Cardinal Alley. And the further you go, you see that is simply a skyway of bright fluorescents and street lamps. The colors of lights that you pass shimmer across the car windows in a way that surely calms some of you. That, you know, that vibe of like driving at night when you're in the back seat and you're tired. 𝙍𝙖𝙩 and Fennel have even fallen asleep where they sit, heads pressed against the structure of the car. It probably feels like forever, or perhaps far quicker than expected by the time he's pulling into a parking garage of sorts. parking the car that he drives beside several others. It's quiet and eerie, and the garage echoes with every small, slight sound. When he shuts the car off, he turns around in his seat and looks nervously at the group of you. If anyone asks, we just left a really intense Halloween party. He looks at you all and he nods slowly.
Is it October?
It's nearing there. It's like August.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is not close
Early
enough
Halloween.
for a Halloween party, Mr. Wilson,
Close
but
enough.
alright.
Unless you really like
party.
Halloween, you
We're
know. I went to
cosplayers.
Mickey's Not So Scary in August.
Yeah, we did.
We just got back from the
Doesn't
convention.
count.
That's true.
There you go. That works too. Mr. Wilson moves to get out of the car, opening up all the doors for you all and smiling at each of you as he does so. And as you, I assume, climb out, he waves for you all to follow him. And 𝙬𝙬𝙘𝙀 kind of like spurs awake and he like lets you go, Julien, now. Like kind of like lifts his arms out so you can leave. And Zophiel like
He's just been in his arms this entire time. Julien never got out of 𝙬𝙬𝙀's arms.
there's not really the space
𝙬𝙬
for
just
it.
didn't let go.
He was just like
Hilarious. I'm imagining you like grabbing the orb, but like
yeah, but still in his lap.
Just be like
And
fantastic.
Zophiel gets out of the front seat kind of like very carefully as he tries to pull his wings out with him. And Fennel kind of like shakes himself awake and starts to follow everyone out. Indra, the new girl that is with you all, begins to follow you all very just diligently and not really knowing what else to do. She doesn't really have any other option of where to go, what to do. Arthros gets out pretty confidently. And Mr. Wilson begins to lead you all over and through the garage, walking, pretty much speed walking at a pretty speedy pace, eager to get you all out of sight in case someone rounds the corner. Thankfully, it is pretty late at night. And he guides you all over to a stairwell, which he then leads you all up, taking the stairs 2 at a time, before choosing a specific door on a specific floor to barrel through, which then leads you all into yet another long corridor, which looks a lot more homey and pretty than the stairwell did. And you see several doors just lining this hall with small numbers atop them in a way that you can assume are apartments. And Mr. Wilson kind of looks up at you all and holds a finger up to his lips and just kind of like shushes you guys and begins to walk. And it's like that feeling of, you know, that feeling of walking through like a hotel in like when it's really late at night and everything feels really quiet. And it's like all the lights are still on, but it's just dead silent. And he guides you guys, and all you can hear is kind of the thumps of your feet on the carpet as you walk through the hall. And as you walk, all is fine until a door just ahead of you cracks open, and a small, frail, older woman starts to walk out, leaning on her walking stick, and she kind of walks out. And when she looks up at all of you and turns, her eyes first meet Mr. Wilson's before they dart to all of you. And her brows lift high and practically to her hairline. And Mr. Wilson immediately says, Miss Jenkins, hi. And he stalls, panic kind of written across his face. And she simply continues to stare at the lot of you. And he, like, looks at you guys and then looks at her and is like, you ever heard of a comic convention? And she just looks at you and she's like, she looks at Mr. Wilson and shakes her head, and he's like, look it up. This will make a lot more sense. And then he kind of just like waves you guys to follow and starts walking by, and she just like kind of nods and then smiles at you all as you walk by, almost like not phased at this point anymore, just kind of watching you all.
Is Chadwick still a wolf?
Yes. He's your
Damn,
dog.
that's a really good costume.
He's your dog walking with you. He's your service dog.
It's a dog, all right?
He's your service dog.
A mix. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they have wolf dogs.
Ever heard of a wolf dog?
You'll think it's a husky.
The way that everyone at the same time just all delved into, it's a wolf dog. It's fine. It's fine.
It's a wolf dog.
It's legal. We got the permits. It's fine. Like, don't worry about it. Actually,
Whatever.
It's temporary.
The
we promise.
dragonborn is much more shocking
Much
than
more
a wolf dog.
Oh, there's also a giant lizard folk as well walking with you
Ever
guys.
heard of a scaly?
And
Stop!
exactly. And
Stop right
as
now.
they walk
Ever
by,
heard of a mental breakdown?
Goshi
This is
looks
it.
Boom.
Goshi looks
Grandma,
at the older woman for a
Arlo's
moment
the
and just like nods at her,
Enemy.
and she looks like all the way up at him. She's just like, and then like continues to like waddle her way down the hall. And with that, no longer a worry. I mean, even if she was worried, who's gonna believe an older woman, I suppose. With all that story in mind.
That's true.
Yeah. Like, that might not end well for her if she tried to tell someone about that. With that, no longer worry, he leads you a few more doors down before he stops before one and fiddles with the key. And with a few clicks and a lot of noise, he manages to unlock his apartment door, pushing it open as wide as possible and ushering you all in. Arthros ducks her head down as you walk through, afraid that her horns are going to scrape across the top of the door. And Goshi has to practically push his way through, his shoulders getting stuck between the frame of the door, and he kind of grunts as he like hauls his body forwards and inside. And as you all follow in, I assume, you all get a good look at Mr. Wilson's apartment. And it's probably about what you would or could have expected of this man. You can see a small, minimalist space, only the mere essentials in furniture. And yet you can see a collection of books toppled over one another on a shelf near a rather modest television. There's a small coffee table that sits before the vanity that bears the TV. And atop it are papers scattered with chaotic writing and illegible chicken scratch that you cannot read from where you stand. The vanity itself seems to bear something similar to books in shape and what only Arlow, more so than the rest of you, would recognize as VHS tapes. There's numbers of them, organized and colorful, beside the television. He doesn't have many belongings, it seems, or personal items, but there is a medium-sized fabric box in the corner of the room, absolutely overloaded with cat toys, as well as a large and decadent cat tree in another corner. His kitchen is fairly plain and basic, but there is a series of jars with different, what seems to be, cat treats tucked inside, full to the brim. It is clear that this man's biggest personality trait is, in fact, his love for his cat. Which, speaking of, as you all stride in and finally come to grips with your surroundings, and as Mr. Wilson hurriedly closes the door behind you, sitting in the middle of the walkway inside, between the kitchen and the living room, in the path that leads to what you can assume to be a bedroom, sits a very fluffy orange cat with golden green eyes, practically just staring at you all intently. Sylkie immediately hides upon seeing the cat and tucks herself probably in one of the pockets of your backpack, Julien. And Mr. Wilson kind of like indicates to like the room and says, it's a one bedroom, so you'll have to make do with the guest bathroom in the living room. Hope that's suitable enough. And he like smiles at you all.
We like to cuddle.
Well, then that's great.
Some of us do, yes. We'll be fine. Thank you for offering.
Does your bathroom have a bathtub?
He nods and he's like, yeah, both of them have bathtubs.
Okay, thanks. I might take a bath.
Absolutely,
Take a bath.
absolutely.
Oh, do they have jets?
He frowns and he's like, it's a one bedroom apartment in the city. No.
Just thanks.
Okay. And then also as a little note, Chadwick immediately turns back into Chadwick when he sees the cat. Kind of worried about what that might imply, being a giant wolf dog with a cat in the room. So he immediately like turns back and is like eyeing the cat kind of carefully.
Hello, Chadwick.
He looks at you and he's like, thanks for the pets, bruh.
You're welcome.
He just smiles and looks around. And Mr. Wilson kind of takes everything in for a moment, takes a deep breath, like kind of thinking for a moment, like, what am I doing? But it's fine. And he rushes into the kitchen and zooms over to his cabinets, and he says, oh, get comfortable. I'm gonna cook you all something to eat. You must be starving. And without kind of taking no for an answer, he immediately just goes about frantically looking through his pantry in his kitchen. And 𝙬𝙬𝙫𝙬 immediately falls onto one of the 3 small sofas, splaying out and closing his eyes in a matter of seconds. Fennel carefully moves to sit as well, gripping tight to his side and wincing as he kind of moves his body. And Sylkie sleepily kind of looks around from her the safety of the backpack before like tucking herself back in and seemingly getting comfortable in the safety of the pocket. The new girl, Indra, she steps in and kind of glances around the room and takes to looking at the random photos that are lining the walls of Mr. Wilson's apartment. And I will add that majority of the photos are of McQueen, his cat. And so, from there, what do you all do now that you're in a safe place? Out of relief, probably.
Andromeda's gonna go like flop on the ground, like
Valid.
sprawl out, flop,
That is so valid.
make herself cozy.
Arlo's
Julian's
gonna go take a
gonna
bath.
join her.
Valid.
Valid. Yeah, Arlo's
there,
gonna go
like,
take a bath and
a couch.
have a good cry.
As he should.
Oh,
As he
you know,
should.
Yeah,
of course.
I love it.
He's
for
gonna
him.
do like his
Hydrate and
like,
then dehydrate at the same
Yeah.
time.
there you go, exactly. He'll like close the door and like the smile will like fade because he'll like
Valid.
be finally alone and like finally have privacy too. 3 days of
Mhm.
like no privacy. So
Yeah.
really soak in.
Everything.
Mhm.
Valid. Anyone else doing anything in particular?
There's a couch, right?
Yes. There's like
Then
3
some go-
couches, modest couches, essentially. Like 2 little sofas and then like one kind of like 3-seater.
Okay, so Theron's gonna like sit on one of the sofas
Mhm.
and just like melt into it.
Valid.
For a second.
Valid.
Ari's gonna just like sit in one of the corners and grab out one of her like needles from like her pants or something.
I picked a lock with those.
Yes, you did.
True.
And she's just gonna sew up the little hole that
Oh,
she
her
made
jacket.
in her jacket, just so
Valid.
that it's not a hole anymore while they're chilling
Once-
out. Just-
When Julian moved to like flop down like beside her, Andromeda's gonna like kind of like shuffle, move, and put her head on his stomach and like just lay there for a sec.
Aw. Soft.
Like that.
Do any of you say anything? Are you all kind of just sitting in relief for a moment? Valid.
Sit in relief for a moment.
Valid. That no
After
one
the
got
silence.
shot.
Just like we
That
just need
no
to
one got
confess for, like,
shot in that moment.
5 minutes, man.
Valid.
Yeah.
As you do this, as you all get
A
comfortable,
lot of
Mr.
nonstop.
Wilson reappears, and he comes in with like a little tray, and he places it on the coffee table in the living room, and it has chips, candy, fruit snacks, even a few apple slices and orange slices on the tray, and he looks quite frazzled as he puts it down on the coffee table, and he says, I remembered that I can't cook. He looks at all of you and then kind of shrugs for a second and says, I hope this is nutritious enough. And then he says, well, I'm going to feed McQueen and head to bed. Should you need anything, wake me up at any time. I don't care. And get some rest because you are going to classes tomorrow.
Question, do you have-
loud groan of disapproval.
Do you have another bathroom I could use to clean myself up and a first aid kit?
He looks at you almost as if for like the first time noticing Julian, and looks at you and he goes,
Oh my god.
oh, yeah, down the hall towards like my room, there's a bathroom there, and in the cabinet there's a first aid kit. You can, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go do that. And I'll be right back.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
valid. You're good. You're good.
Oh, yeah.
Valid. Do you want me to like wait?
Be gone.
I think
You
check
keep
back.
going. I don't know how long I'll be back. Gone.
Yeah.
Cool.
Probably not too long, but
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Julian's washing off.
Where
Valid.
is McQueen at this current moment in time?
McQueen is sitting still
McQueen.
in the middle of this hallway, and as Julian like walks by, like she doesn't move. She just like watches him go, and then like turns back and is just looking at all of you, in that way, that like silent stare that cats do, just watching.
Then Fisa. It's literally Fisa.
Yeah, basically. And
they're in like very like slowly just slide off the couch, like inch closer, like you do at a party when like there's a cat that you don't know, and you just like slowly approach it.
roll
You just,
2d6s
like,
and add your
Oh
charisma.
god, no. Oh god, no. And add charisma. Shit.
Can I see
Okay,
him doing
I'm
this
dead. I'm
out of
dead.
the corner
I'm
of
dead
my
in the
eye?
water, guys.
And
Yeah.
I think I have something that I can help him
This
with.
is the most important
Okay.
role, so you.
I know, that's why I'm like, I think
This
we need
is
to do
the
it.
most important role that I've ever
Why-
rolled in my entire
While
life.
you roll, Arlo yelled out from the bathroom if anyone wants to bring him some snacks. That would be very much appreciated. I'm
Andromeda will get up and
I'm
bring us some
busy!
snacks.
As you get
Thank
up, Andromeda,
Thank you.
Fennel
So
Fennel
he gets a
also
plus
goes to get
2.
up. And then when he sees you getting up, he like sits back down.
Oh!
You have just been kidnapped for a few days, so you need to like
Well,
rest.
Arlo has to.
How are you, by the way?
She's gonna like lean forward and like check his forehead and like.
He's just like, I'm fine.
I know there's been no sun in there, and we will get you some soon.
He nods.
I yell out, "He's traumatized."
Well, think of
Valid.
it. He's beaten up, right? So what does that insinuate?
Trauma.
That he was in a
Yeah.
fight
Yeah,
with someone
defiant.
else?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Trauma.
Yeah.
She's,
Trauma
she's
for
gonna-
sure.
she's
For
gonna
like
like
T for
lean
trauma.
forward and like take
T
him
for
by the
T.
face.
And be like, "Are you okay?"
He looks at you and he's like, from one tree to another? No. But I'm safe now, which is great.
By the grove, I'm glad you are safe.
Thank you. And I did not hurt my drawing hand, so I can still draw pictures.
Good. She's gonna lean forward and kiss him on the forehead.
Oh,
Very gently.
love.
And
I
she's
love their
gonna
relationship.
Get
I
some
like
snacks for Arlo.
He's like a
Ravenwood
fill-in
has a
Alder.
Therapist.
Huh?
Ravenwood has a therapist.
therapist.
We're all gonna need
Cleric,
it.
let's go.
We are
There's gonna be a
going-
line
What
out
is
the
her title?
door.
Honestly,
Mental
that's
health
true.
cleric.
Mental health cleric.
Yeah.
That's the one
What's her name
that
again?
Mr. Wilson is interested in. Also,
Right.
I can double check 1 second. It's a complex name, so I
Hey,
never remember.
Add a 2
Oh, to what?
to whatever you rolled.
Did you help me?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm assisting you.
You're
I can see-
a kind
so-
and generous
one.
Because
god.
Aria is
Her
just
name
like
is-
sewing and looks
Generous
over.
Except for I only add a 1 because my charisma is -1, so.
Her name is
Um,
Viola Nifadora, by the way.
Yeah,
Viola, right.
Viola.
Viola.
So with your assist, that is a 9.
Ooh.
'Cause I got an 8.
So,
She's just watching you like slip over to the cat and she's just like,
Just slink over.
as you slink over, the cat does not move. And as you get closer, what do you do as she's sitting there watching you?
She's not moving at all.
She does not move. She doesn't flee.
Okay, Theron is just going to slide his hand very, very, very gently, like in her personal space a little bit, and then just like flip his palm upward.
Oh.
Because that's what I do when I meet a cat.
She like moves closer and like sniffs your hand.
Yes.
And then she sees your claws. And she immediately goes like starts like brushing herself on your claws. And she like turns her head on it. And
yeah.
she starts like brushing up against your hand.
Now that he has this like approval thing, he will give her gentle, gentle scratches.
Valid.
Scratches.
As you're doing this, Arthros is literally watching you like
That's so cute.
like drooling almost at this point.
Good lord. My
and-
entire everything, nothing matters except for this exact moment.
That's so
Everything is
valid.
healed. Everything is good. I have no trauma. I have no sadness.
Valid.
There's
Absolutely.
only
I
I believe your
I
my
have
trauma.
no trauma.
It's
Only
gone.
happiness.
Everything is healed.
Honestly, that's so
Thank
valid.
you for that moment.
ESA cat. There you go. Emotional support kitty.
The
So
queen's this week. Love.
from there, I guess it's up to you guys what you want to do before you go to sleep. Do you
I
want to?
bring
Yes.
Arlo his snacks in the bathtub.
Valid.
Thanks.
She like knocks on the
Are you
door.
like
with
butt
a,
naked
like,
in there, Arlo?
Nah, I kept my
Okay.
Oh, actually, yes, I am.
Well, actually,
Revised.
There's a
Revised.
shower curtain.
You revised that
Okay,
one.
Andromeda
like-
doesn't care.
I'm
She
like,
kicks
I'm
open the door.
I'm also gonna
That's
sleep in
no
the bathtub,
problem.
by the
Here's
way.
an appy slice.
That's valid. Appy
Yeah, I'm
slice.
sleeping here. Good night.
She's gonna
You're
like sit
sleeping in there
on
in
like
the tub?
Yeah, I'm a
You're gonna
fish,
get-
bro.
Oh,
I'm a fish. This is what
I'm
gonna
a
get so
fish,
sleepy,
bro.
But I don't know.
Slammed
Nah.
open.
You're
Theron
gonna
on
be
the
so
floor
hydrated,
petting
bro.
a cat just so gently, and Arlo just be like, "I'm a fish, bro," behind the shower curtain.
Before Andromeda
Well,
goes,
fine.
can I like grab her hand and
Oh.
just be like, I'm really glad we're together again.
Soft.
I missed you very much.
I missed you, and I was scared I wasn't gonna see you again.
I was scared I wouldn't see you again either.
But we're seeing each other now.
And I promised you I would keep this boat afloat. And by the grove, was paddling so hard to get back to you. So, with the oar.
With the oar, just yeah.
And
And now our boat's great. We're fine, and everything's safe.
yeah, a lot has happened these past few days.
Right.
And I feel like
Oh.
I should tell you this now, that we are alone and not in front of the whole group, because they know, but
To be fair, you did bust the door open, so you are still, in fact,
She's still
in front of the
talking.
whole group.
She's gonna
But
turn
we're
to see the
also
door
well
open.
quiet.
In the
letting
apartment,
y'all
you
talk
can
just like-
absolutely hear everything.
I feel like
in
they're-
Aria's not making a
every
move.
corner
She's
of the
Yeah.
place.
I imagine that you guys are very much the type
And
though
Theron's
that
in the
would
hallway with the cat, so.
valid. I imagine you're the
That's
type
so
that would
funny.
hear
You hear
this,
about
it.
but would still kind of like just listen.
Oh no, yeah, Aria's not.
and
Yeah,
not like
no, for
add
sure.
Theron
in
is also
for like that
staying out of it. Like,
peace
he's just
moment.
with his cat. Or, well,
I imagine
with
like
Wesley.
Arthros is
You know
trying
what?
to look
Valid.
through his books to see if he has anything good.
Oh yeah.
Flipping
Well,
through.
first
He's like,
she's still staring at Theron, but that's her next step.
Oh, valid. Next
That's
step.
so valid. There's
Next.
this. Look at the. Look how the mess.
We got a 5-step process here.
Yeah.
5-step process.
She has an order to these things.
hmm
I love that for her. I love that for her so much.
Theron comes first.
But Andromeda's gonna like hand him a fruit snack, and she's gonna like close the toilet seat if it was open, because he's a bachelor. I imagine he
Yeah,
like
for
Mr.
sure.
Wilson leaves the toilet seat.
Yeah.
For sure.
And she's gonna like sit on it and like kind of cross her leggies together, and she's gonna look at him and be like, during the ball, I had somebody from my past come back.
Was it your brother?
No.
Oh.
I wish it was, in
Yeah,
a
me
way,
too.
which is horrible to say because, you know, I love everyone from my past, but it was my fiance.
You and Mud got engaged?
No.
Oh.
My actual betrothed. His name is Zephyrus, and Mud will no longer speak to me now. And he moved out from our room, so
How do you feel about that?
traumatized.
Yeah. It's only been a couple days. That's a lot.
Yeah. I'm sure you will like Zephyrus. He's a very, very nice man.
Okay. Yeah.
Very put together.
Sure.
So duty bound.
I see. Too much, perhaps, duty bound?
He is a change from what I've gotten used to here.
Hmm.
But you are my friend, so I wanted to tell you that.
Thank you for telling me. I'm sorry it's happening to you.
Oh, I mean, I am thrilled he is back in my life. It was, you know, it is what the elders wanted, so.
Of course. But I'm sorry that it's happened like this, you know? I feel like things have always been kind of thrown on you.
Oh, such is the situation we are in.
Yeah.
I am glad you were not hurt.
Me too.
kidnapping.
Not physically, but you know.
Oh, yeah, but
In the head. And in the heart.
Setting Zephyrus to the references chat for just to have him in there.
my baby,
So
my
you all
fiance.
have what he looks like, essentially.
Yeah. So that is what is going on currently, and
That
I'm
is
sure
what is
we'll
going
do
on.
a big debrief over everything else.
Yeah. Yeah, seems like a lot's going on and a lot's new, and I got a lot to catch up on, but this was a good first step.
Yeah. You were Arlo, I heard you were hiding from Claude at the ball. What happened? Did he do something?
No, I just got really drunk.
You got
And
really drunk? Okay.
I was
alright.
feeling super confused and guilty, and I was like having a like will they won't they with myself, and I was like, oh my
Ooh.
god, do I like him? And then I was like, oh my god, no, I want to get away, and I didn't. And then I got kidnapped, and Silas was there, and I was like, oh, you're handsome, and then he was like, ah, and I was like, ah, and then I haven't really thought about it since.
Okay. Because I thought at first, when I heard you were missing, and I heard you were last, you went there with Claude, I thought, oh my god, he is so handsome, maybe he tricked you and, like, kidnapped you or something.
He would
I
have
thought
tricked me so good too, because I completely trust Claude.
Oh, he is very handsome, so you should.
Yeah.
You should. But it makes sense that it was Silas the one, because that seems more in character for Silas.
It's like
to be the
he's like a
handsome one to
rugged
trick you.
handsome,
He's
like
like,
a
oh my
dangerous
gosh.
handsome.
And you look in his eyes, and it just like pulls you in. You're like, oh, I shouldn't,
What
but I
is
should.
that? I know.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Aria
Very
does that from
weird.
the other room.
But also, like, I'm never gonna let him forget what he did.
No, you shouldn't. And
But also,
You
he
know
did such a
Karen
good thing
rolls
for
his
his
eyes in the
brother.
hallway.
yeah, his brother is very, very adorable, so it
Yeah.
makes sense. It makes sense why.
Well, I'm sure your boyfriend, fiance, is very handsome. I'm
Oh.
excited to see him.
Yeah, he's handsome. He's perfectly agreeable.
Perfectly agreeable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, we'll make that work for now, and then we'll see what happens.
Looks
Great.
like a dryad. So
I can't remember what
Perfectly
it's
perfect. Valid.
I think Arlo would, but I don't remember right now. That was me, sorry.
No, he's in the references if you need to look at him.
All right. I actually have seen him. Well, not me. This is
They
you.
look
Sorry.
pretty basic.
Bye.
They just look like elves, honestly, with like
Beautiful.
added nature elements, I guess.
little leaves,
Yeah.
or.
The leaves.
But yeah,
Good talk.
good bath.
Good bath. Very
Bath.
good bath. I'm gonna sleep in here. I needed this.
Do not drown.
I can't.
Oh,
I don't think.
interesting.
I probably could. I haven't tried.
Well-
I don't swim.
Let's not test it today.
Okay.
Okay. She's gonna reach for it and give him a kiss on the forehead.
Oh.
She missed him so much, and she's gonna ruffle his hair and be like, "Welcome back, Fishman."
Thank you, Tree.
She's gonna turn and walk out of the bathroom.
Close the door behind her.
Good night.
Good night.
I love that all that Arla knows now is just Andromeda's fiance came back. And the tea with mud. And
I
that's
was
that.
He doesn't even know that
She
there's
looked
a fake.
unhappy, and I didn't know what to
fiancé.
do.
Like
Oh
he
my
doesn't even know
God.
that there's a fake Zephyrus from the
I-
ball, and there's
Oh,
a real one from the
I
other
mentioned
world.
that.
No.
Oh
typed
no, I
that in
forgot to
chat,
mention that part.
And I was
no.
like, hello.
Oh no. Okay, she's gonna peek her head back in real quick and be like,
Amending that statement, the Zephyrus that was at the ball was not my Zephyrus, it's the fake imposter Zephyrus, and we found Zephyrus in a prison on Aviosis when we were portal hopping. It'll be all explained later, but yeah, real freaky stuff. Okay, good night.
I love.
didn't follow
I
any
also
of that.
love how it's the continuous. It'll be explained later, but yet no one has tried to
No
explain
later.
it. No
"We're
one.
gonna go to sleep."
Valid.
This is a good
I
time.
mean, you can
everybody.
talk.
Actually, I don't know if
I mean-
Arlo could drown or not. That it was mostly just his humor, probably. I actually can't remember.
He can,
probably
he can
could drown.
absolutely drown.
Okay, yeah.
Oh.
He can drown.
So he doesn't have gills? He has,
That wasn't
like,
canonical.
normal
He has
lungs?
gills, but he can still drown.
I got confused
He's
about
a fish. If he has gills,
Well,
then it
like
converts
how-
the water
like-
into oxygen.
Yeah.
That's
Like
gills
how-
work.
Whales have gills, don't they? But they have to like.
They have
still
like the
breathe air.
blowhole, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
Same-
a
Maybe
whale?
it's kind of like that.
Wait,
whalefish?
Whales have gills.
A porpoise?
No, I don't think
Do whales have
Are you
gills?
a mammal?
No, they
But
have a
you're-
whole
Whale-
eggs.
You're a humanoid
not
though.
have
You're
gills.
not. You're not full
Gills.
fish, so you still need
Do I
like
have a blowhole
oxygen.
somewhere?
No.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
they
you
don't have
do.
gills.
My mouth and my
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Yeah, you do.
Wow.
Okay.
Moving
I
on.
bet he does.
Do any of
way to
you
find out.
want to have any more conversations before the Betty buys time? Julian, you're still getting washed up in the bathroom.
Ari's gonna go
Julian
check
probably
in
is
on him.
finished by now.
Hey, doing alright there? Doing okay?
Why
a
are
little
you
worried.
Australian?
The sink is running. He's clean now. He's just staring into the mirror. Just 1,000-mile stare.
Julian, make a noise so I know you're not dead. Okay,
Yep.
good. Thank you.
He opens the door, turns off the sink.
Hi.
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 I want Aria to take care of me.
You alright there?
Yeah.
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 From behind you, Aria, you just hear, yeah. And it's Zophiel just standing.
Oh my god.
watching,
Oh my God.
watching both of you.
You saw him. He was behind me.
I was distracted.
By what? The door?
He clears his throat and says, how are your
It's because
wounds?
the door is behind you. Hi, Zophiel. And she just like turns.
The blood is gone. Are you still injured?
No, I took off the cloth and I cleaned it up and bandaged it.
I was not a medic in the war, but I could help.
I probably didn't do it right, so it's probably better if you do it.
He
like I've been
nods
something.
and he I'm gonna do this for the fan service. He goes and he kind of like
This is a good trope. I needed this.
he
Continue.
pulls a feather off of his wings, and he takes your hand and he places the feather right on top of your cut, and he says this will soak up the blood far better than the cloth will, and then proceeds to take the cloth and starts to wrap it around your hand with it there, and he says and also for good luck.
Wow. right. Thank
Julia's
you.
just staring at his hand, holding his hand.
And he slowly like lets go and like pats it slowly and then puts his hands back down.
Thank you.
It's no big deal. I once wrapped up a head wound, and by head wound, half of his head was gone.
Why would you wrap that? Sorry.
I don't actually know why I wrapped it up, because he
Oh,
ended
let's
up being
go.
dead in the anyways, so
Right.
I tried.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what matters.
Fire is a nasty thing.
Fire. Wait, the head was burned off, or?
Yes.
Ew. But wouldn't it cauterize so you wouldn't need to wrap it because the fire would just burn it and then stop?
Like I said, I am not a medic.
Okay. Okay.
Also, Theo and Arlo don't know any of that either. The whole soldier mindset war Zophiel thing.
Right. Okay, well, I'm glad you're not dead. I was really worried about that for a moment. You got real quiet.
So,
Yeah.
I asked him if he knew why I don't remember. Seems like he might not. He might, but he insists that I don't try further to try to remember. For my own sake, he said.
Well, that doesn't really seem like it's his job. But Tobias, correct? Just want to clear that up.
Yes.
So, okay. Did he say anything else? Like, regarding... Oh my god. Regarding, being... Like, knowing you? Fully? Because...
He said something about my family.
Your family?
Apparently I have one.
Oh.
Well, I assumed that I came from
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah, of course. Most people do. I guess.
Perhaps you were at war.
Oh.
Maybe your family died soldiers.
Ooh.
That would be commendable.
That is definitely a conspiracy. And it works.
That is my theory.
Drama does work in mysterious ways, I will say that.
Yeah.
But that just... it just feels... So he said that he was keeping your past from you because it's better for you? Am I getting this right?
Along those lines, there was a lot going on in that conversation.
Yeah.
Sort of
Perhaps your family...
muddied my mind.
Perhaps they died at war and he's keeping you from the tragedy.
Again, good conspiracy.
Certainly an option.
Definitely an option. Maybe metaphorical or physical, like actual, like war. But,
that is an interesting theory. I will keep that in mind.
yeah, people.
Okay.
Anyway, okay, so Tobias knows you, has access to Napoleon, or at least once had access to Napoleon, correct? Because he's
seemingly able to write in it at will.
And when you wrote, did you ever write back to him?
I didn't know it was him until
Right. So
very
you were just
recently.
Napoleon, right? Of course.
Yes.
It's weird. I wonder if he's continued this connection with you. Like, if you wrote in Napoleon, if he would reply. I don't know why he would do that, but I also don't understand why he does a lot of things. He feels very charged, but I don't exactly know how or why.
There's also two big important things. One, he seems to be working with or for someone else. He was having a conversation with some other being before I interrupted him. He seemed to keep looking over his shoulder to whatever this being is.
Right.
And he wasn't
And
taking a
he's-
phone call.
No,
Okay.
he was saying it out loud, but I couldn't hear what he was replying to, who he was replying to. He kept insisting that this was all much bigger than me or him.
That seems odd, given he seems like a very boastful guy, but that means that he's scared of something. Kind of. If you think about it, like, why would he be worried to tell you, or at least not tell you, if it would be, like, good for him, if there wasn't something that was, like, important enough, or, like, dangerous enough to hurt him in the process, if that makes sense.
I don't understand
think this
the
is
motives
something-
or thought
Yeah.
process of that man.
Yeah. I know he must have them, but it feels very wishy-washy.
Other big thing.
Oh, right, you had two.
Another one.
So
Number two.
he was there before I did the blood thing.
Right. Wait,
And
he
I
was
think
there?
I know why. seemingly he was there for Arlo.
Fish.
Arlo,
Fish.
why was he there for Arlo?
His words were, "This is what you get for harming my fish," something along those lines. And
His
he-
fish?
and
First
he
off,
kept bringing up, make
Arlo
sure
is
you
half
get
fish.
Arlo and everyone
mostly
else out.
humanoid. And secondly, his fish, like he has some claim on Arlo. He's a guy. Doesn't even know his favorite color, I bet. And if he does, it's because he
We can hear this conversation going on, right?
Oh yeah, the door is open. They're
just talking in
screaming
the
out
other
loud to
bathroom.
me.
It's a
Aaron's
little.
thinking to himself, there are two favorite colors and they're blue and yellow.
Yeah. You
remember.
remembered. I have two favorite colors.
I hate
You are pretty far. You're down a hall, so you can probably hear it, but it is a little bit on the quieter side. So if you're hearing it, it's probably a little bit like muffled at times. But for the
Oh,
most
yeah.
part,
It's
you
in
can
the
probably
halls.
hear
Is the
it.
bathroom closest to Mr. Wilson's or farthest? from
Closest
Mr.
to
Wilson's?
Mr. Wilson's door.
So then she's probably not talking as loud because she saw him go
Valid.
there.
You
No,
definitely
she's probably
can't
like-
hear Zophiel because Zophiel already talks quietly and he
mumbles.
talks at
You
just
know,
a
his favorite
mumble.
choice.
Yeah.
I don't know why he has some weird claim on him or whatever, but like, it doesn't. Why would he want Arlo? I mean, obviously, a lot of people want Arlo, and I mean, like, that's valid because, like, it's Arlo. But, like, you know, like, weird, freaky, power
He is very attractive.
blonde guy. You're right, he is. In his own way, he's very cute.
Yeah.
But, like,
Well, I've never known a fish to be cute, but he is in fact cute.
valid. Anyway, yeah, so
Is this a new ship I see? Please call it Flying Fish. That's all I'm
Oh,
gonna say.
oh, that's cute.
that's amazing.
I mean,
Probably shouldn't tell him yet. Let him rest for a moment.
Yeah.
Yes, I imagine there is
I
much
just worry
he
that he's
does not
already
know.
feeling left out. He's a sensitive guy, you know? He's been through a lot, and I don't want him to feel like we're keeping things from him to, like, either protect him or whatever.
Well, we should ask. We'll ask if he wants a bunch of things dumped onto him right now. Or if he'd rather
We
wait.
walk into the bathroom.
he's a cool
Do you
trauma.
want that?
All right, let's go.
Do it,
He's
do
going
it,
to
do
the
it, do
bath.
it.
Can we dump trauma on you right now?
You know, when
Are you cool with
okay,
that?
but when you
Actually
phrase
do
it
it.
like that, that sounds a lot more aggressive. But, like, I guess I just...
Communication is key.
Good job, Sophia. Very good.
Although, do employ the soldier mindset going forward.
I'll try.
Maybe half and half. Half and half, remember? Half and half.
Try.
A good balance.
Okay.
Also,
Whatever
we need
is
to talk more
easiest.
about this whole soldier mindset thing and why you keep referring back to it when it seems like you're going through a lot, Sophia. And I feel like we need to...
He just frowns at you. I'm not going through anything. I am standing still.
She squints. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. All right.
I must say, I really do like that you're speaking your mind a lot more.
I do. Very
I
good.
am trying. You told me that opinions should be voiced.
They should be.
They should.
They're important.
My opinion is that it smells weird in this apartment.
It's probably the cat.
Yeah, probably the cat.
Our cat's known to smell weird.
I've never met one. But
Oh.
this cat smells... I don't know. Smells a little
The
funky.
only cats I knew attacked me.
Does Aria... Wait!
That
do we
shouldn't.
know
That
anything about
shouldn't be
that?
funny. That shouldn't be funny. Given the context,
That is
because
the
I know the
funniest thing
context,
I've ever
but
heard.
the way it came out was very funny.
Am I the only one who knows about that?
Yeah, I think,
I think so.
Oh my god!
I think Andromeda's the only one that knows.
Ooh,
Wait, what kind of cats attacked
right.
you?
Long story. So,
Wait, were they like
when
big cats?
no, they were house cats.
House
City
cats?
wild? I don't know.
Would you like me
Um,
to track them down and destroy them?
No, they're in Ostradel, and
Okay.
they were wildcats, so they're probably dead by now.
Oh,
Um,
that is unfortunate. Unless they deserved it.
Did they deserve it?
I don't think they did. They were just instinct. So long story short, I woke up when my first memory was nothing. Didn't really know how to be human. Was sort of what the humans would call a caveman. And didn't know how to do things, and
You live in a cave.
cats attacked me.
Yeah,
No, I
imagine-
didn't live in a cave.
Oh.
That's just like the closest equivalent of a sort of thing that I was when I didn't really know how to do anything.
Caveman.
I'm not
That's a
following,
phrase.
but continue.
So like humans, they came from they originate. Okay.
No. About cats
No.
attacking you.
They were.
House
yeah.
cats.
Yeah.
Did they like bully up on you? Like multiple, like going like what do cats do when they attack? I've never seen any. Currently, that cat is pretty sedated by Theron over there. So I don't.
Yeah. No. They were nothing like that cat.
Okay. So that one's not gonna hurt us, right?
No, I don't think so.
Can I round the corner? Because they've been in there for a long time.
I just realized Sylkie's in the bag.
Yeah. She's just hanging out in there. She's probably
Hanging
fast
like-
asleep.
Lean around the wall and be like, "Are you three? No."
Sophia turns
like-
around and says,
Touching tongues? Are you touching tongues?
My tongue is safely and securely in my mouth. Excuse me.
Well, there's
Theron.
been
Exclusive Theron. Rasbor.
Okay, just making sure.
I just like-
everyone's
And what of it?
good.
I just like making fun of him. It's very nice.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Oh my God. Okay.
did you want to speak to Arlo now? Or are we still on the cat story?
I mean, you didn't. Okay, so cats attacked you by instinct because you didn't know how to.
I also attacked by instinct.
Moving.
Yeah.
Instinct. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go talk to Arlo. See if he would rather have a combo now or combo later. Because I think it's important to check in on him. Also, I don't
Yes.
know if he can drown. So this is. I should check in with that. Are you sure you're okay, Julian? Are you?
As okay as I can.
You appear
With
extremely
cat.
distressed.
You do.
Yes.
Extremely distressed.
You are.
Yes.
Oh, I see. That would explain it then.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
I will go to the other room and offer my wings as a pillow to anyone that wants it. And then he turns around on his foot and immediately starts walking down the hall.
I think he's offering. But
I'm going to take that offer.
Go take the offer. Go take it. You get it. And she like claps him on the shoulder and just like. "Go ahead,
I
you
just
got it."
the like him gone and just the
Like,
both of
no,
you like,
no.
I think he's offering. I'm going to take that offer. Like immediately moves. Precious. Oh, I love them.
Before
Aria's
Julian
gonna
turns the corner, he sort of turns back.
What?
If let me know how Arlo's feeling. If they want to talk, get me. If
Oh!
they
Oh, and she like
Oh.
pulls out the scanner and is like, "We need to talk about this later."
right,
This is
okay,
But I wanted to do it when everybody
Yes.
was around. But I
Yeah.
think we should check in with Arlo before we let him know about this because this is a
Yes.
lot of information. Did you tell him at the ball?
what?
Anything? You told Silas about this whole thing. Did you tell anything about to Arlo? Did you talk to Arlo?
The
No,
way that,
we
No.
just got it back,
Okay.
and I
good.
was unconscious.
the way that those words
No, I'm
all
talking
fumbled
about
into
at
one.
the ball.
No.
No. Okay. That's all I needed. Anyway, go.
Oh, no, okay, okay. I was just gonna say that
What?
if Arlo doesn't want to talk, I mean,
Got it. Perfect.
Sophia has two
Perfect.
wings.
Perfection. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Goodbye.
Oh my god, I love them so much.
Okay.
I love Aria and Julian's relationship so much. It makes
Is
me so
anything
happy.
done?
It's so chaotic. The way that you phased into Aria when you said that in your accent, you said it so fast that like it took me a second to comprehend what you said as well. So you're like, did you tell him at the ball? And I was like, wow. Oh, it was great.
Okay.
Going into
All right.
battle.
Did
Zophiel
anybody
sees
else
you
wanna
doing
do
this.
anything
It says into
before
battle.
she goes to talk to Arlo? Haley froze to me.
Oh, Haley froze to me too.
Oh, she's frozen. Oh, she's
Oh,
back.
no,
I'm just coming back.
She's
As
back.
a robot.
You're good. You're
Bacon,
good. You're
bacon,
back.
bacon.
You're back, Queen.
My butter.
Yeah, you're good.
All
Your
butter.
butter.
Also, I
All
didn't
butter.
say that Andromeda now has a sneaking suspicion every time Julian goes to the bathroom he's making out with somebody.
I love it.
If he's in there longer than 5 minutes.
Oh my
Here
god.
he goes again.
There he
That's
goes again.
So funny.
I know how long it takes him to pee, so he must be making out.
Yeah.
Must be making.
Yeah.
This is not his average clocked pee time. Yes.
That's another thing.
He's gotta be making out
So,
with Julian.
Andromeda canonically tracks when people go pee.
Yes.
When
Oh, yes,
you all
Theo,
go
that's
pee,
the thing.
apparently.
I see that.
Yeah.
I hate it.
There was
Fun
a
fact.
big ass thing of thunder outside.
Oh,
Ooh.
wild.
That was really scary.
Oh no, shit.
It like
Very
shook the
scary.
house just a little
Oh.
bit.
That is scary.
Love that.
Ooh, big thunder.
Love her.
Lightning.
Give it.
Love
Give
her.
it to me.
So,
Tanda.
Aria, are you
Love it.
going to Arlo?
I just
don't-
wanted to check to see if anybody wanted to do anything before I talked to.
Does
Arlo,
anyone
'cause
wanna
I
do
felt
anything?
Bad for taking up time.
Just hanging out.
Just vibing?
Andromeda's gazing at Indra from across the room, and she's like,
Jeez.
Salivating.
Twisting, twirling your hair.
Indra
Oh, yeah,
is
like-
is still just kind of like looking around, and she does glance over at you at one point and just kind of like gives you a friendly smile, and like tucks a
Aria's
strand of
like-
hair behind her ear and continues looking around.
Aria's like walking into, because what I imagine is like there's the hallway, Mr. Wilson's bedroom, bathroom, hallway, living room area.
Yeah, essentially.
And then like the other bathroom is off of the living room. It's
Mhm.
kind of what I'm
Yeah.
imagining.
Basically.
Ari's gonna walk in beside the living room, look at everybody who is still battered and bruised and has cuts and stuff, and is gonna go, Julian, hey. I know you're relaxing for a moment, but I need you,
From the
Zophiel.
wing of Zophiel. Zophiel's just like this.
Just
both of you.
snuggled up.
I'm gonna go grab the first aid kit. Make sure that everybody is cleanly and not getting infected, because that's disgusting. And she's gonna turn back around to the other bathroom and grab the first aid kit and just toss it
Valid.
at Zophiel.
That's so valid. Zophiel
Reflexes?
catches it
Perfect.
and looks at Julian and just like hands it to you, Julian.
Good job, boys. Enjoy yourself. I'll be back. And Aria's just gonna knock on the door of the bathroom. She's like,
Hello, it's
Julian
me.
goes,
It's Aria.
Oh my god, I thought you were God or something. What the fuck? Come in.
It's me, God.
I also want to
I
add.
don't know who
Your
God
conscience.
is.
I
Come in,
really
my lord.
love that all these conversations are happening with Arlo naked.
I have like this.
Listen,
It's
I
great.
have,
we are
like,
all
the-
It's great.
within house. We do not.
It's
Actually,
great.
I can't say that. I don't care if Arlo is naked. Because
Andromeda doesn't care
When I
either.
think about-
It's her
not to be-
natural
not to
state.
get personal, but when I think of Arlo, I think of him like a Ken doll down there. Like,
Oh, yeah.
that's
Oh,
just
yeah.
how-
No
That's
valid.
just how Arlo is.
He's a
he's
fish.
Ken.
He
Hi,
really
Ken.
is.
He a fish.
Hi,
Ken.
Hi, Ken. Okay, hi.
Hi.
How we doing in here? And she's gonna close the bathroom door. She's like, how we doing?
Doing good. I had a cry,
that's-
and then Andromeda came in here and
Right.
pretended that she wasn't completely unhappy with the guy that she's engaged with. And then I was like, "Oh, that sounds nice," because what the fuck am I supposed to say to that? And I
Did she
guess
tell you the rest
eventually,
of it?
what?
Did she tell you the rest of it?
No,
What
that's the only
happened?
part. I mean, she said that they were engaged because like she was like my fiance, and then I was like, the only person I can think of is Mud. Like, who else would marry her? And apparently there was another person, and I made it really awkward by saying Mud. That's obviously a touchy
And
subject.
she's gonna like slip down to her knees and like walk over the bath, and she's just like, "Oh my god, Arlo." Andromeda is going through it. It is so sad to watch.
Oh
The
my
tea.
god.
Do you realize Mud isn't here?
Yeah, I realized. And then when I said that, I felt like an idiot.
Yeah,
they
I've
were
never
both
seen.
very mean to each other.
I can't even imagine. I mean, I guess I can imagine like Andrew like shutting someone down, but I can't even imagine Mud being mean. Like he was such a nice person.
The biggest problem was that like Andromeda wasn't like fully like didn't know how to express how she was fully feeling.
Sure.
Because of, I don't know what. But
who can?
Apparently Zephyrus is really something to her. I don't really know. I haven't talked to the guy. He's kind of spooky, but like not spooky in like a bad way. He's just spooky in like a you're a human and you were not the human that was at the ball and now you're here and it's
right. She said something like that, but it was very quickly and I could not process it. What happened?
What if the ball was not? So Zephyrus appeared at the ball.
All right.
Not Zephyrus. It was a fake. Because we
was that?
Her Zephyrus. We don't know. That's the problem. So I don't trust anyone. I don't know who to trust.
You can trust me.
I can trust you. You're naked in front of me. I know that you trust me at least a little bit.
I do. Though I'm just a very free kind of person. But yes, I guess
so
I do trust you.
beautiful, and I love it. Okay, so basically though,
I love them so much.
It's a really, really convoluted situation because like Andromeda didn't know how to express like fully like her side of the situation with Zephyrus, and Zephyrus doesn't. I think Zephyrus is just fucking clueless. He doesn't know what the hell is going on. He doesn't know how to read a book. Or maybe he knows how to read a book. He doesn't know how to read a people. Like to read a person like a book. Like Andromeda, she's really good at reading people, but
yes.
Yes, doesn't know, right? And so like that's the problem. And then like Mud gave her an ultimatum, which is not good because then it just led Andromeda to be like really torn.
An ultimatum that lasted 2 days.
So bad. It was so rough. And I had to talk to Mud to calm him down because he was like, I'm gonna go kill Zephyrus. And I was like, you're not gonna kill Zephyrus. It was crazy. I know, crazy. I'm telling you.
Kill? K-word kill?
Hey,
oh my god.
But then he said, I would never do that. And I'm like, of course you wouldn't do that. You're Mud. And he's like, I'm Mud. And like, it's so convoluted. And I just wish that they would just fucking talk because they're both adults, mostly. And
okay,
I don't know where Andromeda's going with this.
That
I don't know where
this whole
she
time?
wants
Have you
to
guys
go
just
with
been? Have you been? It's been like, okay, wait. Where did you see his other? Where did you? Okay, so there's a Zephyr Hills, and then Zephyr Hills is a fake Zephyr Hills.
Zephyrus.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, Zephyrus. Okay, so ball. We're into the ball. Right? You're hiding.
No one can get his
Claude,
name right.
and that's okay. But you're hiding from Claude, getting real.
They just don't get my nose right.
And Silas, Julien.
Yeah, they're making
and
out.
Go away.
Silas kidnapped me.
And
yeah.
and then
Theo,
Silas
real
was
quick.
a little bitch and decided to fish.
Emma's sent you a text about food.
Oh, okay. I'll be right there. Like, I'm taking my phone. They want to order food. Give me a second.
No.
Sorry.
Oh, were they in the Twitch chat? Oh yeah.
Get that food.
Yep.
I did not even know. I was so immersed in this conversation. I did not see it.
Okay, so there's a fake Zephyrus, and then there's a real Zephyrus, and then
Yes,
there was a portal. Where did you
Okay,
go?
so this was the thing. Fake Zephyrus comes up
Amazing.
and said, "Whoa, Andromeda," and Andromeda's like, "Thank God for the consequences of my actions." And so, like, apparently something along the lines of she was like about to tell Mud, but then she got pulled through a portal, and we saw her just getting fucking dragged across this ballroom, like,
oh my
god, like her arm and the edge is like,
wait, who was dragging her? This is the portal?
her arm. We don't. So this is the thing. There was a bracelet. Don't know how she got it. Don't know where it came from. Bracelet. We just and going, and then there was a fucking portal. We were like, what the fuck is going on? And we look up, and fucking Sophia was like in the air, floating. We were like, that doesn't seem right. And then there's this dude, this fucking creepy guy, Tobias, we find out. And he's just like, I'm scary in the hood. And it was very weird. And so we were like, oh god, Andromeda's going through the fucking portal. We gotta go after her because we can't leave her alone because that's just gonna be a mess and a half. So we all go, whoop, and we jump through the portal. It was really badass, but like a lot more shit happened. And then, oh god, the whole Arthros thing.
Oh,
Arthros.
I don't want.
Sure.
I feel bad. I should ask her if she wants me to tell you this, but it's important.
You gotta tell me it, man. You gotta.
I feel so bad though. Okay, I'm just going to say, we went to Arthros's home, and it was not good for Arthros.
Yeah, she didn't. She was like,
No,
like living in
she's
existential
very-
misery about her home. So like,
Yeah, now times it by 1,000,000,000,000 because she was there and it was so hard to watch her. And then she was an absolute cock because she fucking fell off of a balcony just for a laugh in front of me to hurt my feelings.
did she fall? Did she?
She
How
fell
did she
off of a balcony
survive?
because she has fucking illusion magic, so she can just like.
Oh
And
my
then she's back.
god!
I know, it's so distressing. And she just did it for funsies. And she thought it would be very funny. And we met these two
That's kinda
innkeepers that were her friends, and they were pregnant. And it was crazy. So
I
we
heard the
ate
thunder,
it.
by the way. We just
I
got
did
it
too.
too.
I was so like upset, and we found out it was because like apparently on her home sphere, the inter-race couples cannot have relations, or
Oh, that's not
they
very
could
good.
they could get sent to prison, which is the problem. So we go right after we meet the innkeepers, and we're like, okay, we have to find Zofia because Zofia, remember last time we talked about it, was in the air with us.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so we go up, and Arthur is like, okay, we only have a few places to check, but if he's not here, then we can check somewhere else. And I'm really smart and like poetry, and it was very cool. She's very good at poetry. Oh, and I think that we found I think that's when Theron and Arthur was kind of like became a thing, like not like but like, you know, like emotionally. It's
Oh
very
my
good.
god!
But also they're calling itself exclusive, so I don't even want to imagine what they're doing. Anyway, so I mean they're both very attractive, so it's fine. But like still, like you know,
I'm not. It's not for me.
truly. So we go to this fucking prison, which the ferry boat driver for the prison is Darian's older brother who has a gambling addiction. Fucking crazy.
I'm actually not surprised by that for some reason.
Actually obsessed. Insane. We got a lock of his hair to give to Darian, but Darian, I actually don't remember if he cares.
Is that like a thing that people do and it's normal to do that?
I just think that Darian's brother's weird, to
Oh.
be fair.
All right.
You know. But anyway, so we get to this giant fucking prison in the middle of Babyosis, which is where Arthur is. And
All right.
we're like, oh, is Zofia there? And these creepy, like, spooky shadow hooded, like, that's the only way I can describe them. They just make a like,
Terrifying. I'm so scared right now.
They're silent, but like they give off the energy of a, you know, and it was very weird.
Yeah.
And so, we asked them. We were like, "Is Zofia here?" And the guy just started. A guy. I shouldn't gender them. The shadowy thing started going up and took us to a cage.
Okay.
And there was Zofia, battered and bruised
In the cage?
in the cage. And so we were like,
no. That's not where he belongs.
No, it's not me. We were really worried about him. And then we were like talking, and I think Andromeda asked like where the bathroom was because she had to use the restroom because she's very, very particular about her bathrooms, which I don't get the significance of. But
That's where the bathroom was in a giant mysterious prison you have to take a ferry to get to?
Listen,
Do they have bathrooms?
go piss, girl. You know, like you got to do what you got to do. You know, I can't blame her. She's got to. Do you see how tiny her body is? Of course, she has a tiny bladder. Like I'm not surprised. Like, anyway, so we're not gonna talk. Okay,
Sorry.
so she's talking, and somebody calls out, Andromeda. I don't remember what his voice sounds like because I barely talk to him. But we walk over, and this dude is beat to shit. Like he has been battered and bruised, like aggressively. And we realize that is Zephyrus. And whoever was at the ball is not the real Zephyrus. So we do a little schemy. We see Arthros' parents again, which was a whole nightmare and a half because they are very charged. I don't know how else to describe them. There are a lot. But we don't have to worry about them anymore, so it's fine. But eventually, we basically get Zephyrus out, kind of with the help of them, but not exactly. They're dead now, so we don't really have to worry again. And then
Again.
again, yes. So then we stole a portal. We onto the ground. That was from Tobias, blonde guy, because he was like, "Why are my prisoners not in prison?" And then he killed Arthros' parents. And Arthros,
This is literally a recap for everyone right now.
I really would because it doesn't seem like she really went through that yet and really focused on it. But also, she didn't like her parents.
Yeah.
At least that's what I'm getting. So I don't.
It's like one of those hate, love, grief, but relief. You know what I mean?
Yes, grief for belief. I really like that. You need to tell her
Yeah.
that because I bet that would help. Anyway,
She's going through it.
she is. So then we get sent to another planet. That is where we found X. And the guy, yes.
How do you get to another planet?
portal, there's these little orb things. Did you see the thing that Julien had in the car?
The orb?
Yes, the orb. Those things turn into portals when, at least what we've done is we've crashed it. But you have to say where you're going, or it'll take you to a random place.
Oh.
So, like, basically, we found out when we went to this new place, the guy that we met was not the creator, but he knew how to make like orbs. He knew how to make portals, and Julien was very smart and he had him killed, but like so he couldn't continue making portals. But it's a long story if you didn't get the drift. Any questions?
Okay. When did you get back?
Last night. Yes, last night.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, well, I guess more this morning. And as soon as we got back, we got questioned by art because of course we fucking got questioned by art. But I think we did a pretty good job. He didn't seem to know anything really, so that's cool.
So it seems like 8 different things are happening at the same time. Yes.
Yes. Andromeda is going through a crisis coma.
And who's that guy at the ball? But who's not the guy at the ball? And who's Tobias? And what the fuck is a Tobias?
Tobias is the guy who's.
But why? Who? When?
Julian's the expert on that one.
I don't know. Apparently, he has a connection to Julien and Napoleon, Julian's book, but we're not exactly sure why, how, or anything. But like, we found out that apparently he knows Julien from before Julien can remember, because Julien has a lot of memory issues, like a lot of us. But apparently he knows him, but won't tell him why, which is really rude because like it's not his job to like dictate. Oh, you can know this and you can know this.
As you guys are in the middle of this, you hear a tiny knock at the door, and you hear Fennel's voice. You hear Fennel's voice on the other side. Just go. Everything okay in there?
Yep, Peachy. We're just having a little chat.
Would you like an orange slice?
Yes.
Ooh. And Aria like moves back to open the door up.
And he just
I'm naked.
He is naked.
He's like, that's fine. And he like sticks his head in, and he's got like a little plate of oranges, and he's like, orange slice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There was a very heated conversation going on in here, and so I thought I would
That's just 2 Aquafins enjoying each other's company.
Lots of energy and stories.
Oh. Right. Well, I've come to also say goodnight.
Night.
It seems like 𝙍𝙬𝙘's completely fallen asleep, and so I think I will also go to sleep. The new girl with the, she's also going to sleep as well.
Okay.
Okay. Good night.
Hey, Fennel?
Yes.
Take it easy, okay?
Yes.
Well, you as well. It sounds
Yeah.
like you're taking in quite a lot of information after...
And I might have to be told a couple more times before it sticks.
Which is valid.
Right.
I have a problem with rambling. I'm realizing.
No. Rambling is...
No, I do. It's okay.
Rambling is great.
I do.
Rambling's great. Very nice.
Okay.
You don't have to spare my feelings. I know it's probably...
I don't know what to do with this conversation, so I'm gonna go to sleep. So,
Good night.
Okay. He's
I
like...
think we scared him.
The 𝐂𝐲𝐢𝐻𝑖𝐸 in him is like, okay.
I'm gonna go down.
And so he turns and he starts to slowly like kind of walk out and away, and then goes back to the couch to get cozy.
He's very sweet.
Yeah, I think I overwhelm him.
It's okay. I think I overwhelm a lot of people.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go back to crying and sleeping, so...
Enjoy yourself. There's a lot more information, but for now, that's, I think, everything you need to know.
Oh, good. Okay,
Like,
well,
I don't think I could keep it in anymore.
That's fair. Thanks.
I'm sorry.
Me too.
Yeah, it's okay. Do you want me to bring you something else? I'm sure I could find something else for you to eat, or...
No, just, you
can just make it? Because it's wet.
Yes. Bring a blanket and
Okay.
turn off the lights, and
Okay.
then that's it.
Cool. Close the door.
Yes.
Aye, aye.
Aye, aye.
Captain?
Fishman.
I'll be back. And she runs.
Who's
Aye,
that?
aye, Fishman.
Fishman.
She just puts the blanket on top of the water
Oh,
and then closes the bathroom door.
um,
Good night.
so
That's not what I requested, but that's okay with me.
Arya's gonna walk over to Julian and sit on the other side and just be like,
with Zophiel just in the middle, both wings spread.
I think I went too far.
I love that it was initially like, let's ask for his consent, and then
I know.
just,
You're like, I'm
just
gonna
ended up-
ask, and then you absolutely did not ask. You just jumped
So-
in.
Nope, the tea was
That was a
super
pretty long
hot.
time.
Hey!
It was
in there.
great.
Was that all just asking if he was okay to talk about it, or
Not a single bit of it. Listen. The tea
Listening.
was piping.
True.
You
It
like a
was.
good tea, don't you?
I heard my name a couple times.
Yes. I wanted to catch him up on how you're feeling emotionally vulnerable.
What?
I try to tell you, don't.
I'm completely fine and secure within my relationship with my fiance. I'm very attracted to him, actually.
Bruh.
You better
She's
fucking look
lying.
Captain
She
right
is
now.
lying. She is lying. No, you can tell. Absolutely not. You can tell she's lying.
She's not even trying to hide it.
She's trying, but it's not working.
Trying and failing.
I'm
Get some sleep, Andromeda. I
going
think
to have
that...
a lot of children with him.
She's gonna turn on her side. She's on the floor.
Arthros at this moment glances at Theron and says, "We're not having any children." And gives you
That's-
kind of a death glare
Wow.
of sorts. For context, I'm sorry. That was too much.
Just like,
she's like, I'm gonna go to sleep.
oh, word.
She's so relatable. She's so relatable.
She is so relatable.
She's
I
a
mean, I
mess.
planning on it, but duly noted. How
No,
do you
but
feel about
wasn't
animal
planning on
children,
you wasn't
like
you
fur
weren't planning
babies?
you weren't planning on the on kids or the action of never mind.
Oh,
This is a shared space, friend.
Arthur's is like,
the
I'm going to get ready
actual-
for bed. I'm actually going to read a book and lay down. I think that's my plan. So, and she goes over to the
But
bookshelf.
I do want pets. Is that okay?
And she turns around. She's like, "Oh yes, pets are fine.
How do you feel about this cat?
Oh yes, she's very cute. I quite enjoy watching you pet her.
She's very snuggly once you get
That
to know
sounds weird. Don't take that out of context.
it did sound weird.
Julian, thanks for pointing that out. She walks
it.
back to the bookshelf.
You're welcome.
her. No, Julian, shush.
So, from there,
Can I get blankets for everybody and just lay them on
absolutely.
top of everyone?
He probably has a fuck ton in like his little cabinet in the living room.
If I move to a couch, will McQueen follow me and snuggle?
I love you.
She hesitates, watching what you're doing first, and then jumps up on the sofa and doesn't quite like sit on you, but sits right beside you, like curled up on like the little half of your blanket that's like kind of hanging off. And she lays there and she starts purring.
Arthros, do you want to come pet her?
Arthur's like looks and she's like, I don't want to scare her away.
Do you want to come snuggle with me?
Okay. And then she immediately like comes over.
And just like raise his arm and like she'll be on this side
precious.
and McQueen will be on this side. It's the best of both worlds.
Literally
Alright.
living his best life. I love. So,
Everybody else
there-
is going through it, but Theron is absolutely peak of
honestly,
his life
Theron's
right
in
here.
a
Best
peak
life.
place at the moment.
Solid relationship. You got to
Karen
pet a
keeps
cat.
He stays
Slay.
winning.
He's just
There's fucking winning.
Slay.
guys.
oh
Good for
yeah,
him.
you would
Homecoming,
think,
but we
right?
got there.
So
I'm
as you
so
all
sorry.
get cozy. Oh yeah.
Oh, oops.
No,
Are you sure?
we'll do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow.
Okay.
I think everybody's exhausted. Let him sleep.
Valid. Okay. So
Arya like sits up, realizes everyone's going to bed, and she's like,
were you thinking about the scanner?
yeah.
Valid.
Oh,
Rip.
You can do it in the morning.
I'll do it in the
man,
morning.
we're all snoozing.
Valid.
It's a long day.
So as you all get cozy for bed tonight, in a place that, while small, I would think feels safe and secure to most of you, warm and comforting, knowing that it's in the company of good people and friends. And it's not extravagant or decadent, and it's not flashy or vast and expansive. It is just a few rooms owned by a human whose heart is bigger than any other you've met before. And as you lay your heads down that night, it's no surprise, however, that your subconscious finds itself fumbling with thoughts and scenarios that plague your sleep-riddled minds. Andromeda. Your unconscious mind brings forth an image of Gulver Lagoon. The water is turquoise and bright, still and unmoving, aside from an errant fish or otherworldly frog hopping into the lake. Lily pads with ethereal-colored flowers sit atop the surface, and while the scene is beautiful, your mind knows it to be also a place of danger and threat. You sit on the edge of a grassy ledge just beside the water, with your feet resting within the cyan liquid. The gold of your hair is bright in contrast to the hue of the water, and the sun shines bright above you, casting shimmers and sparkles. Sorry, thunder. Casting shimmers, that better not, don't take my internet or I'll fuck you up. Casting shimmers and sparkles across the surface of the lagoon. Just beyond where you sit lies the deeper path of Gulver Lagoon that leads into the depths, where far more dangerous creatures reside, all the way until Salgrave. You don't dare go that far, but Alder has, often, making a rebellious, impulsive game of seeing how far he can get before the threat is too great. He's sitting beside you now, and he's clad in his long brown cloak, and the hood is down against his back, and he's dressed in loose clothing, earthy in color, and accompanied by an array of trinkets attached to his waist. Interesting sticks, strange flowers, lucky clovers, things that he's collected in his little journeys around the lagoon. He takes a deep breath, his eyes shut, basking in the sunlight. The image feels like more of a memory than a new dream to you. And when his amber eyes open and he blinks away the bright light, a sad smile pulls at his cheeks, and he turns to you. And he says, "Mother told me she fears she'll never find me an intended." He chuckles for a moment and looks at you and kind of gives you a smirk and says, "It was the best news I had heard in a while." And then he looks over at you, Andromeda, for a moment, and he says, "How do you feel about Zephyrus?"
Am I able to reply?
Mm-hmm.
She, turns to him with, a tiny little smile on her lips, and she just goes,
He's very nice.
And Alder smiles and says, "Oh, please, he's kind of pathetic. In that perfect sort of way. His roots would rot if you even suggested breaking a rule."
Maybe that is what is needed for me. What the elders saw in me. What I needed.
He frowns at you and shakes his head and says, "But you don't love him." "Not really."
Do you think Mother loved Father?
"Probably not. Maybe in her own way. I don't know. I want to be in love. Actually in love. Sounds exciting. And what a more perfect way to, rebel, you know?"
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe they will find someone perfectly agreeable for you.
Agreeable. I sure hope not.
There's not a person in this grove for you that would be perfectly agreeable.
He smiles and he's like, "Thank you."
You're welcome.
But I mean, there has to be something more out there, you know, beyond the grove, beyond the lagoon. I just want to feel more, Andromeda. You know, and I can't feel things here.
But what if out there you feel too much?
I think I'd take that over feeling nothing at all. Anyways, and he like leans back and he looks up at the sun and he like closes his eyes and he says, I'm gonna bask in silence for a few more moments.
Zephyrus.
He peeks open an eye and he says, yeah, what about him?
Pretty name, at least.
It's hard to say.
I think I would miss you always if you left me.
He looks at you and he smiles and he shakes his head and he says, you wouldn't have to miss me because I'd take you with me.
Promise?
Promise.
Okay.
And with that, your memory fades out to white and you continue to sleep a deep slumber. And we move to valid. Love him. We move to you, Theron. And
Is your brother romanceable?
he's fucking
I mean,
If
pretty.
we find him,
I fucking hope so.
He is hella fucking pretty. Theron, your mind brings forth the image of an inn in Drift Hollow. A distant memory in the confines of your mind. You can feel a few ales swimming through your system as you lay down atop one of the cots in the room. And your eyes are heavy and your brain is tired. Roz sits across the inn's small oak room. They're perched at a desk, humming softly under their breath, while they sketch roughly in a small book. They glance at you briefly, before smirking to themselves and going back to their drawing. And they say, good job today. Your parents would be proud. And they reach for a tin cup of ale that they took upstairs with them from the tavern, downing a sip before getting back to their drawing and adding, you got your thievery skills from your mother, you know? Do you say anything in response?
I was lucky I did.
And Roz smiles to himself and nods and takes a deep breath for a moment and says, you should know, Theron. Wherever they are in this universe, I assure you they're proud of who you've become. So don't worry yourself over that. All right. And they kind of lift their cup in like a salute to you before taking a sip.
I hope that's true.
And it's silent for a few moments. You're enjoying the peace of the inn and the little hustle and bustle downstairs from the tavern below. And you can hear their pencil sketching across the book page. And you hear them clear their throat again before they add, not meeting your eye this time. And I'm proud of you too, for what it's worth.
You can't be doing this right now. Are you kidding me?
And your dream as well fades
They
out.
just keeps on winning.
Fades out to black.
There be emotions.
Winning.
There be emotions.
Too much. Too much.
Julien. Your mind conjures up the image of a lonely street corner, illuminated by lantern light. You sit with a briefcase between your legs, and while you cannot place this dream as a memory, you can feel tear tracks on your cheeks, dry and stiff and cracking when you blink and breathe. Your heart aches, heavy in your chest, and you cannot pinpoint why. You sit on a wooden bench, staring ahead, blank and unmoving, at the abyss of the dark night before you, stars hiding beneath the clouds, the moon struggling to peek through them. Another entity moves in the world around you, and you hardly notice it when someone sits beside you, bundled up tight in a black trench coat. A voice emanates into the brisk air. "Cold out tonight, huh? You hardly look warm enough." And when you turn to register the man beside you, you see the tall, thin figure of Tobias. His hair is short and blonde, and beneath a long, cloak-like trench coat, he's clad in a crimson vest and black necktie beneath the V-shape of a blouse-like black shirt. His features are sharp and angular, and he has a warm smile on his face, and his eyes shine in a curious mix of pink and blue. He looks you up and down for a moment before his eyes fall more genuine and sincere, and he lets out a chuckle. "I was you once, you know, staring out at the world and wondering where I belonged, where I could go, who I could go to. I would always wonder where and how I could ever be wanted or needed. What I could possibly do to find where I was special, where I was appreciated. Is that how you feel now?" Do you say anything in response?
No, you're not going to say anything in response.
Valid. He looks at you further and kind of leans down a little bit to kind of look more in your line of sight. And he says, "What if I told you I could give you those answers? That I could show you where you belong? I know a place, a sanctuary for the lost and forgotten. Does that sound like you?"
Can I tell if this is a dream or a memory?
It feels familiar. And you almost can place, like, how you're feeling in the moment, like the heartbreak and how hopeless you feel, so much so that it feels like a memory.
You can help?
A smile pulls at his features, and he nods and he says, "Come with me. We can have no one together." And he extends his hand to you as he stands up, putting out his hand and beaming down at where you sit.
Julian's hesitant, but he takes it.
All right. And with that, the dream fades to black, or the memory, per se. Aria. Hello. Huh? You okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Fine.
Aria, you find yourself in a memory you haven't thought about in a while, if ever. You wake in a cot that you slept in for much of your life. Tucked beside your things, the sewing kit sitting atop your desk, thimbles and needles loose and surely a safety hazard you take no note of. Your lute sits across the room, and as you blink sleep out of your eyes, it's the first thing you see when you wake. But you haven't woken naturally. You've woken to the strong form of your mother plowing through your bedroom door with a bag in her hands. She's dressed in numerous items of clothing, a jacket atop her shoulders and a cloak on top of that, and a dress and a corset below it all. She grabs your things, tossing your sewing kit in the bag, any of your items of personal meaning, and she grabs for your lute, freezing there a moment as she grabs for it and glancing at you. "Up you get, we're leaving."
Leaving?
She nods, and she says, "We're not staying in the Broadlands any longer, Aria."
Why? Why are we leaving?
She looks at you, and she frowns, and she almost scowls at you and says, "You're in no position to ask me why. You messed this up for us, do you understand?"
Yes, Mother.
And her long auburn hair spirals down over her shoulders, cascading like a waterfall and framing her face in a way that brightens her golden brown eyes even further. And she places the bag down on your cot and looks at you carefully. And for a moment you see regret and despair pinching her brows before it's gone. And she simply says, "Pack your things. We leave at dawn." And she barrels out of the room. And from there, your dream fades away. Or your memory, more so. Arlo!
Oh, God.
Arlo, you go to sleep in the hopes that everything will be better now. That your mind can be free of the last few days you've endured. And yet, as you close your eyes, all you can see is everything all over again. Your mind conjures up those same bronze cage walls you've gotten so used to. You hear the cries of outsiders around you, the shrieking and yelling and fighting as some are taken from their cages and dragged towards the arena door. You hear the rattling of bars, the scratching of claws against the metal like nails on a chalkboard, the barking of commands from humans surrounding you in their eerie uniforms. And as you look out of the cage walls, your stoic staring is interrupted by humans dragging in an injured outsider, and you realize that this is a memory. Her hair is white and cropped, and it hangs messily at her sides, as though slightly overgrown, and her ears are long and pointed. You can see a few tattoos and markings across her skin as well, but all in all, her body is marred with blood and wounds of all sorts of varying situations. And the human barks something at you that you can't understand, and as you shake your head, they pull for a device to translate the words. When they lift it back up, it simply reads, "Heal it." What do you do?
I'm trying. I'm trying. I don't know what you want me to do.
And they gesture towards this unconscious woman's body again, as if asking you to try again.
I know, I get it. You keep bringing people in after people, and I can't do anything about it. So what do you want me to do?
And they clearly do not understand you, but they thrust the body even further closer towards the cage. You put your hand out. And as you do so, pressing your hand to the side of this presumably elf woman's neck frantically, nothing happens. You try harder, pushing against the skin. That slowly grows colder and colder as you try, and the efforts are futile. And the body in their arms slumps in one final breath. And you see the humans scowl and glance at you with irritable glares before they drag the body away. All right.
Damn.
Sorry. So,
Andromeda and Theron got away scot-free with some nice old memories.
Yeah.
a little bit there, a little bit.
That was real heavy for every single other party member. Good lord.
I mean, and your guys' was
We
heavy,
just
heavy
had
in
a
other ways.
conversation
The
about how you
context
need
was
to
better.
put more lesbian representation in this, and then you kill the one lesbian.
You
Are
did put
kidding me?
context clues together, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
Beacon.
Beacon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I could not save the beacon.
That's okay.
I really did try.
No, that's okay.
You
It's
tried.
so
It was,
hard.
it was just
You
because we
tried,
literally
you
had this conversation about how I wish I could love Beacon,
Mm-hmm.
but like I just can't. And now
Yeah.
So we gotta
It's good.
kill her.
apparently
Kill her off.
we gotta get her out of here.
I
Get
wanted
her
some.
out of here.
Listen, I wanted someone to die. I could have chosen Fennel.
Yeah, that's-
I could have
That's the
chosen
worst character
Sylkie.
Glad
design.
it wasn't Fennel.
You know what?
I would've
I'm
been
glad it
upset.
was a minor person, I suppose. It had
Instead
to
of
be somebody.
Sylkie or Fennel or
No.
'Cause
I
I
would've
Wesley.
rioted.
I mean, we would have sued over
Riot.
that. So.
It's still sad though that Beacon
Mm.
passed away.
Yeah. I mean, it is still
Not
like
in a
movie
great
and
way.
awful.
It's the way
But-
that she went, obviously, is not ideal.
Yeah. And of
Um,
course, like, Arlo just felt somebody die, like,
Mhm.
literally at his
No.
hands. which-
Aw.
He's doing his best.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah,
He's not
some heavy
facing
shit
it
on
right
TV.
now.
Yep, that's fair.
So, do we want to take a break or anything, or do you want to keep plowing through?
I think a bathroom break would be good.
Yeah?
I
Do we
also
wanna
need to
do-
go bathroom.
Oh, of course.
True.
Just
Poggers.
to go piss
Do you want to
this
do?
time.
Do you want to do 5 minutes or 10 minutes? What's up to you?
Maybe 10.
10.
10? Okay.
5 for piss, 5 for chill.
Cool.
Yeah.
10-minute
5 to reset after that.
Climate
Piss.
in 𝙍𝙗𝙗.
We shall return, boyos. We shall
She'll
return.
clock it.
Get snackies. Go pissies. Look, Jazz
They got
is
us
soup.
Look at the soup.
Soup.
Jazz got soup.
Two soup,
Soup.
double souped up.
Two soup, double soup.
Whenever I
Double
see
soup
soup, I
up.
think about
Soup.
that Panera soup bathing suit that I really wanted you to get.
I want to get it. Are you kidding me? It's beautiful.
It's so iconic. It's just green and it says soup, and it's so good. And it's a one piece.
I need it, and I love One Pieces. They're my.
I know one piece is so cute.
I love that. We
Soup.
have returned.
You
I'm a
just
soup
like you wear the bathing suit, but instead of going to like a pool or the ocean, you just take a bath in like soup.
Yes.
Soup.
Concurred.
You fill an entire
That's my
like
dreamland.
pool with soup.
Aria has nightmares, and I have dreams of soup.
I have dreams
love
of
it.
soup. Soup
Ooh.
dreams.
Speaking of
I
all
had
soup,
a dream of
Kayla,
soup.
The soup is never ending.
Sorry, I'm
made me
shoving some
thinking
bacon
about all
in
of
my
your
mouth.
memories like so deeply. Just a heads up.
I thought that was a fun
You
way
what?
to show pieces of memories because it's like we can kind of interact through
It
like
was.
a
I like the
dream type
interaction.
thing.
That was fun.
Mhm.
I'm
Yeah.
so glad I got to interact with my brother.
That was so cute. You too?
I love him.
Oh, it was like a little YA novel. It was adorable.
I love him so much.
I do too.
Barely
love
even
him a
met
lot.
but I love him.
So
He's like, he's supposed to be the main character. Like he's supposed to be like main character energy, and I love. Oh,
Honestly,
love
yeah.
him.
He
I
does
love
do
him.
that.
he's the main character in his own world.
In his
He's
own
like
world.
the kid that left
As
his
he
small town and like went to like the big city or whatever, and
Yeah.
like became this like world-known like adventure or something.
100%.
Like, I don't know,
Except
he's
in
like a
this
real
one, it all
go-getter,
went
I
wrong
would say.
apparently.
Oh,
Yike.
maybe. I mean, we don't know. What's
Trip
going on with
gone wrong.
that.
I keep forgetting we're live, and then I'm like, oh my god, did I say something bad? Did I
No.
reveal
No,
Oh no.
I keep forgetting.
you're
Hi
good.
guys.
You're good.
Welcome
I
back.
feel the secrets.
So
I'm revealing them all right
from
now.
there, you
From
all
there.
you all wake. Some of
I'm
you
happy.
well rested. Some of you probably not. And
I had
I-
the best night's sleep of my entire life.
Cat Arthros.
And a good dream.
True,
alright?
truly. Good boy, baby. So, do you want to do anything in the morning before you start to head back to Cardinal Alley and then Ravenwood in turn?
Is there a balcony on Mr. Wilson's apartment?
Not that you can see. No, there's just windows.
Oh. I like lean out one of the windows and minorly sunbathe
Valid.
just a little bit.
And it
Some energy.
is. Oh yeah.
I was just gonna say Julian woke up a bit early, found the tea, and started making tea for himself.
Absolutely.
I was also going to say that Theron
And
like,
extra for anyone
like-
else that wanted tea.
like roots around his cupboards and stuff for coffee. If he has any.
He has some
Okay.
for sure.
Oh, Arlo
Sorry.
puts clothes on.
Coffee. For him and
Arlo puts
Arthros.
clothes on? Oh, good.
Yeah, he's not naked anymore.
Chill, baby. Can you
Wow,
not do
look at
that?
him go.
Can you not do
Do
that?
you think Mr.
Did he
Wilson
enjoy
would
his
have
wet
tried
blanket in the bath?
Okay, first off, that was not requested. Don't know why Aria did that. I asked for a towel, so when I got out of the bath, I grabbed a towel, and Aria
blanket?
I heard blanket.
I heard blanket too.
I heard
Oh, really?
I
Yeah,
asked you
I
wanted a
said
blanket,
blanket.
and you said yes. And so I said, okay, fish man, get your blanket in the water.
Not in the water. Like next, like it's put it on the
Listen,
counter. or
I
something,
asked, does
right?
he want a blanket?
It might be
Inferring,
nice.
if he says, yeah, I want a blanket, he's sleeping in the tub. Where else is he going to use the blanket?
Maybe it's nice.
Mr.
Maybe
Wilson's
it's
like,
We do not know. He
What the
likes
fuck,
to
my
sleep in
blanket?
that tub.
Sopping wet.
like,
Theron likes to sleep in that tub.
I go outside and I shake like a dog.
I mean, if he did, then it would be
Butt
full of
naked.
water.
I have
Wow.
undies on. I have undies on.
Oh, that's good.
Anyways,
Question.
yeah.
Would Mr. Wilson have chai tea?
Good lord. Oh.
Yeah, probably. He probably has a
Okay.
expansive tea collection.
Arya wakes up, makes
What
some
about his
chai
coffee?
tea.
Does he have
Takes
creamer?
take some coffee. Dumps that shit in the chai tea.
Oh. Ew.
What chai?
Coffee
It's
and
good.
chai tea?
Yes, it's
good.
incredible. You've never had
It's called
like,
a dirty
chai
chai.
latte? Yeah, dirty chai. It's so good.
I
It's
You
really
get that
good.
That was
espresso
the
shot,
thing.
you
It's
get
real
that
good.
shot of coffee
It is
and the
good.
chai. Delectable.
I guess I'll have to try it. I
It's
don't
good.
really like chai tea.
Aria
though.
needs the calming sense of a chai with the aggression of coffee right now.
With the caffeine.
She needs to get
boost
sucker
of
punched after
coffee.
that.
Andromeda has a cup of tea, but with the leaves in it, and she's like,
Eating the
Oh,
leaves.
hell
Good for
yeah.
her.
That's so valid.
These are all so strange.
And Mr. Wilson
Every
is
single one
up
of them
as
Is
well.
not normal.
He had to get up pretty early in the morning because he is a teacher. So taking you back to Ravenwood, he has to get up pretty early. So
Maybe
he
taking this back to Cardinal Alley.
he
I don't see
begins.
why we could skip people. All right.
Shell baby, why are you doing that? Stop
Why are you doing that?
Sure.
committing
I'll-
crimes.
scratching at the wall.
He's committing crimes.
Oh my
He's
goodness.
scratching
Or
at the
criminal.
Criminal.
Or criminal.
lady.
Yeah.
Just baby,
No,
I'm
that's
a
Sophia.
job, I
And we
don't
didn't even get
criminal.
into that, but Sophia's a war
And this type
criminal.
of job.
Oh,
is
yeah.
criminal.
He was
That
in
was
jail
right.
because he's a war criminal.
He was
He's-
in jail.
Anyways.
What's up there?
That's okay. We're okay with that.
So, sorry, Sherlock is everywhere right
Everyone
now.
crushes a war criminal. You're dating a war criminal. Sophia's a war
I am
criminal.
not.
Silas
I'm
is a
dating
war criminal.
Assassin, thank you very much. Very different
A
things.
mercenary.
Has Claude ever done
mercenary.
anything to anyone?
She was an assassin.
Excuse me.
And I'm
An
not
assassin.
dating nobody. Not
I would
yet.
never go
I
for
said
a
Sophia.
military
but-
I know.
I said
So, anyway,
Not yet, at least.
Mr. Wilson
Well,
rises, and he kind of
whoa.
he smiles at the fact that you guys are all kind of helping yourself to things in the kitchen, almost like he's
Very
like
cozy.
he's enjoying the company. Like he probably is alone most of the time.
He needs to and like
I love him.
have kids.
And with that, don't you dare
What a firstborn though.
stop. Stop.
leaves adoption papers on his
Sherlock
table.
Holmes.
I'll just sleep.
While Sherlock is being
Like-
a little stink, please enjoy the lovers.
Makes it look like a field trip like permission slip thing, but we like sign it in their adoption.
adoption papers. I'm your son.
I'm your son.
And
now.
then Arthros
I'm your
eats me.
father.
Arthros is like,
Please stop,
sorry,
please,
I gotta eat you now, bitch.
That's
not cool of
you.
It says field trip
Arlo,
permission
you're the
slip on the
first
top, and then it peels off to reveal adoption paper. At the very
Oh,
top.
so
It's
good.
so good.
He's like, what?
It's canon
I'm like,
accepted.
Arthros,
He's like,
do you
all right,
like sushi?
What?
Arthros,
Arthros, do you like sushi?
Because she eats the firstborns, right? That was the thing that she
Yeah,
was
and he's
joking
a
about.
fish, so he could have
Raw
he could-
fish.
Oh, sushi.
Yeah.
Hell
Just
yeah,
put him on
delicious.
some rice.
There you
Yeah.
go. Roll them up
I'll eat you.
on some
Probably
rice.
some
like it.
seaweed.
Yum,
Yeah.
Wow.
Some sesame seeds.
Mhm.
Delicious.
Delicious.
1 second. He's looking at all the plates I have up here, like very curious. So I'm showing him that I have nothing.
See,
So-
like, see? Nothing.
So-
I'm not keeping it from you.
Is there
really have nothing
anything,
to give.
any conversations you guys want to have before you all kind of head out? Aria?
Theron wants to say goodbye to McQueen.
Valid.
You got first.
Oh, I mean, I just wanted to like make
just an
like, I want
aspect.
everybody to be
That
aware
happened.
that
Valid.
like,
That this has
happens.
happened. Valid.
That's canonical now.
It
It's
is.
canonical. It is part of the
Is that a
canon.
good cat noise?
And Aria?
No. Sorry, it's great.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
That is the perfect cat noise.
That is the epitome of cat noises.
So funny.
It's just really, I don't know.
Aria wakes up, pounds her chai, her dirty chai.
Yeah. To each their own. Jeez.
Alrighty, good morning, everyone.
Is that how she wakes up every morning?
I don't know, is it?
Concerned.
Anyway,
Curious.
good
I'm
Is
getting
it?
nervous.
No.
Good morning,
Right.
Aria.
You said that Julian was just drinking chai.
Yes.
Or
Give
doing
me,
a tea.
give me 1 moment.
Oh, Oh,
Fairly well.
Helping the
The
boy.
DM is
Serious.
gone. Chaos reigns. The DM is gone.
the
Chaos
DM is
reigns.
gone.
The
We
DM
can do what we
reigns.
want now.
And then I kill
Wait.
everybody.
Whoa!
stealing
That's
Mr. Wilson.
murder.
The entire
That's
apartment building.
illegal.
blows-
I kissed Mr. Wilson on the mouth.
What?
What?
Say that
What?
one more time.
Say again.
Actually, never mind.
Take two. No.
Open mouth kiss Mr. Wilson.
What?
It
Oh.
was
Like
fun.
like a
That's
brotherly
weird.
kiss.
No.
Like a brotherly.
No.
Brotherly open mouth.
Like a Winchester kiss. You know?
No. What?
Actually, I think I'll shut up.
And deeper
Right.
for yourself. And
I
it's
don't know
not
what's
okay.
happening. Can you
It's not
stop me?
okay. Stop it.
Oh, there it goes.
Put the
There's
shovel
such a-
down.
such a
Take
crime
it
I don't know.
out
I
of
just
your
say
mouth.
things. Things
Okay.
pop up and you just say them.
I
Yeah.
respect that, and I stand behind that.
Boss,
Everyone kiss
Theo
Mr.
said
Wilson.
that they're gonna open mouth you.
Get in line. Everyone's gonna kiss him. Thank you. Kiss him on the
We're
mouth.
all open.
We gotta give him a
we're
little
all
kiss.
Open mouth kissing.
Kiss, kiss.
Mr.
Yeah.
Wilson.
You could have
as you should.
Brotherly.
Like
No.
a tenderly,
I would not blame you.
like a brother.
No.
Incest with the chapter.
You're not
With the
actually. You're not
With the what?
actually related.
I mean, I was trying to make a Wincest joke, but that was
No.
No, I respect it, and I
don't respect it. I disrespect
Don't
I'll
it.
give you a healthy
No,
chuckle.
of course I disrespect it. I don't. Obviously, that is not my cup of
I
tea.
know,
But
I
I'm
know,
making
I
you
know.
What?
Aria, you may continue
Anyway.
now.
Sorry, this win.
sorry.
I'm
sorry.
pulling us back.
Fine. You're fine.
It's,
I am
it's
delirious.
okay.
It's the ADHD.
Oh, felt. It's
The
totally
sleep
fine.
Deprivation.
That's very real for you. That's a good excuse, actually.
I am feeling myself slip away, so just fair
No,
warning to you
I'm
all.
sorry.
We love you.
Do not
Go ahead,
slip away.
Davia.
Aria runs to the potty because it's time to potty, and she hasn't pottied in a while.
And I'm gonna time sir.
Wow.
Okay.
After
That's a
she
normal
potties,
morning.
yeah.
Wow.
after
Well, did drink
she
more fluids.
potties
Andromeda, what are you doing? Why are you looking at a watch?
that you don't have on your arm.
She has a sundial in her
I have a
mouth.
tiny.
That would be cool.
I actually have a tiny ant on my arm, and I have a freckle right here. And when the ant reaches the freckle, that is a minute.
Oh
No,
wow.
Wow, that's
That's
fascinating.
so useful.
no.
What are you typing?
Theron licks it and eats it.
Tea time.
It's like an ant here, just like
Not her time ant.
That's my time ant.
my time. You ate my time, ant.
You ate my
I get my
time.
grandma.
I thought it was a pest.
Anyways,
anyway.
yes,
I didn't know
Aria.
you were attached.
Aria comes back out after pee-peeing. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Okay.
Oh, I can see your.
What does
What
that
does that
mean?
mean?
What does that? What does that
What are you
mean?
implying?
What is that supposed to mean?
What are you implying here? Please.
I
Sorry
went
for hogging
to the
the bathroom.
restroom. No, you're
But
fine.
why did you wink about it?
But why are you?
And?
didn't wink.
What else
I
did
did
you
not
do?
wink.
Are you?
Aria, I winked, but Aria did not wink. So y'all.
Yeah. Well, why are you? What are you?
Yeah,
But
why
why
are you
did you wink?
Sis, we need. I just turned into Demetra, not even Aria. Okay, back and tracking. Okay,
I need you to.
Comes out
explain
that bathroom.
Reasoning.
Open the door. The door is
But
open.
why did you wink?
That's a great question, isn't it?
That's
What
for
secrets
never know.
happened?
Her eyes are
Genre,
twitching.
Scanner.
roll
She
insight.
is like pumped, full, boom to the energy. She's ready.
You're just saying words.
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm the DM and I don't know what's happening.
Am I being gaslit? Is this what being gaslit is like?
Aria
No,
goes
we
to
all
the
heard it. We all
restroom.
saw it.
Aria goes to the restroom.
Yes.
And a hit
She stays in
and a
there.
nudge.
Then she
Yes.
comes
How
out.
long?
Okay.
Okay.
For how long?
Yeah. Did the toilet flush?
Yes.
This is why we have 10-hour sessions, by the way.
Why are we?
I'm just really
Wait,
stuck. What?
You may have noticed
She's
this.
scared. Okay, everyone, we have to do this.
Is she checking her hair? Like, what's happening?
That's
Oh.
a great question, isn't she? No. Actually, she probably would check her hair when she's in there.
Mhm.
Any
Is it still
growths?
in a bun?
Is
No,
it
Yes,
darker?
it's still in a bun.
You do not
Does
notice
she
anything.
crumble her toilet paper or does she nicely fold it?
If you
Obviously
crumble
she
it, you're
folds.
illegal. You're
You would think that.
If you
Does she
crumble
crumble
it, you're dead.
You would think that.
I
No.
think you just fold it.
I'll
Don't
kill
try
her
it,
on set.
sir.
She
No.
crumples it.
Nor.
Why are we talking about our character's toilet methods?
Anyways. It's
Oh my
important.
god! Okay, she grabs the fucking scanner. She's like, alright,
Okay.
gotta get this figured. Okay, so I looked last night. There was a. Where's Mr. Wilson?
He's just in the kitchen making himself a coffee.
Okay, everybody get closer.
Mr. Wilson,
do like
plug
that.
your ears, please. Thank you.
God, no.
He just kind of glances around. He's like, all right, a lot of the time I can only focus on one task at once anyway, so that's what I'm doing.
Okay, good. Proceed.
No notification.
Okay.
Are we all like arms locked in?
Yes.
Oh,
Arms locked in huddle.
Open the
I'm glad
notification.
that Theo did it with me.
I got you.
Cute.
I'm a fan.
Okay. Okay. Stop. This soup is energizing me in a way I've never felt energized.
What's in the soup?
What is the first notification?
there's the message notification and the watch list notification.
Okay,
Ooh,
let's go to the
Open.
watch list notification first.
Show it.
updating.
So it
I'm
brings
so
up
sorry.
the watch list updated.
So confused.
And I guess you're looking at it with everyone right now.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
kind of imagining like they're in a huddle. Aria has
Okay.
the phone in the middle.
Also, Arlo knows nothing about this, by the way. He has
Yes,
not been
we'll
told.
get to it.
Cool. On the screen,
I feel
When
bad.
you-
I already traumatized him enough with the information he didn't
Ain't that
need,
just the way?
and I didn't ask.
You didn't ask.
You literally,
you
really
were all
did not ask.
Had to
I
know.
know I didn't ask.
He had to know.
Session. The tea was spilled.
I'm sorry. I know.
He was scalding and you dropped it.
I
What's
did.
on the scanner?
Yeah, what does it say?
What's in
Bob's
the
not gonna tell
box?
us anymore.
It's in the
I'm thinking
box.
sorry, I
What's in
was
the box?
so
You were-
on the screen
Anyway.
when you click the notification. What?
Hey,
Stop it.
I
Stop.
can't.
I'm so
What's
confused.
happening?
I'm so lost. On the screen when you click the notification, you see the same names that you noticed once before. I guess more so Julien that you told everyone about. However, this time it appears as though they've definitely been altered. And each name seems to have been adjusted from the names that you recognize, at least. Other than Zophiel and Arthros, those have remained the same since the last change. For context, Theo, they essentially, Zophiel and Arthros' name, the class went down. And their class distinction went down, and they were marked with a thing that basically said FN has reported newly concerning findings keep under close observation.
All right.
It's a little sus.
Okay.
The watch list now reads Aria Lux, Class 3. Andromeda Chrysocoma, Class 3. Farron Rasbor, Class 3. Arthros Elvoth still remains at a Class 2. Arlo, Class 3. Mud Tarot has gone up to a Class 5 from a Class 4.
It's chill with him now.
Silas
Oh,
Basilisk,
because
Class 2. Zophiel Baratiel, Class 3. And Julien Archambault, Class 2.
Oh.
So
shit.
each of
move
your
it up in
names,
the world.
Julien, you right up there with Arthros.
each of your
more
names,
threat, let's go.
Boy, let's go, danger.
Ooh.
each of your
Danger boy.
names has
Spicy.
gone down a class. Aside
What?
from Mud's, which
Oh.
has gone up a class.
Upper class.
Got it.
So, do you look
My
at the
goal is
drop down
to get-
menus?
To be a
Rat.
1. That's
Love it.
Theron's new goal in life.
That's so valid.
I want to be a 1-2.
Do you want to look at
one
the
to-
drop down
Number 1
menus
kiddos.
to see if they have
Yes.
changed?
Yes.
Okay.
Ooh.
Are you just looking at each of your ones not caring, or are you gonna pass it around?
Yeah, I think we should. do
Please
this separate.
pass it around.
Yeah, I think that we should do this separately.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
pass it around.
And
So let's start with
agree not
you,
to look at each other's.
Aria?
Yes.
If you want,
Shake
I'll
on
just
it.
go. I'll go down the path that my
Shake,
cameras
shake,
are
shake.
in, because that makes the brain will go in
Okay.
order. Aria, Class 4. Everything remains the same on yours, aside from the pressure points. Several names have been added.
Oh no.
And it now reads Mother, Fear of Self, Roommate 𝑄, 𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬, Malice, and more to be
Malice?
discovered.
Malice. What?
Julian, Archambault.
Pass the vote.
I assume you pass it to Julian.
Yes.
Julian, yours has been adjusted as well under pressure points, and only under pressure points. And it states, Forgotten Past, Spellbook, Aria Lux, 𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬, Silas Basilisk, Sylkie Ephic, Andromeda Chrysocoma, Arlow, 𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬, more to be discovered. And then beside your name, there is a small comment that says, Note, who is Tobias Tenebrae?
Ooh. Well, that's interesting.
What's going on?
Arlo.
Back up.
Oh, shit.
Okay, before Arlo reads his, she says, just so you know, this is basically things that the school knows about us. That we don't know how they got this information yet, but this is a school, like this is a security phone, basically. So we can see what they're saying about it. Yeah, that we stole. They stole. I didn't do anything, but they did because they're incredible.
Julian did. I didn't get help much.
Yeah.
This is just like in The Little Mermaid when Vanessa had this like mirror. Well, actually Ursula had this like orb, and like she could watch Ariel, and she was like finding out information about her, and then she was able to like know where she was and stuff.
Yeah, kind of. That sounds about right. There you go. So these are going to be yours.
Except for in this case, mine
Sure.
Oh, wow.
I support.
I'll
What
read
does it
yours
say?
from the beginning, Arlo, technically, since it's like your first time reading it, essentially, even though you have heard it at one point. But yours says, more powerful than he is aware, strong loyalty and drive to protect and aid those close to him, possibility of corruption through those he loves and cares for, pressure points, owners of 𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬, someone of the name Dimitri, Aria Lux, Andromeda Chrysocoma, Julian Archambault, 𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬, Nari Cesro, and Claude Meek. And then it says more to be discovered.
Indeed.
And then Andromeda. Yours reads, one of the added things is in the pressure points as well. And it reads, Family Tree, Alder Chrysocoma, Mud Tarot, Zephyrus, Arium, Silas Basilisk, 𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬, Aria Lux, Julian Archambault, 𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬, Arlo. And then it also has added a book in her possession.
Ooh.
Is Mud not on that list anymore?
No, he was.
He was on there.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, the school has decided that that's still a thing.
Bitches. They looked at my
They stay up, they turn on all the crushes and stuff.
It's the question, which book is it, right?
Yeah, which book
They
is
got
it?
a lot of books, man.
That's true.
You're a book guy.
Well,
I got a
2.
library. I got 2.
You got 3, don't you?
No, 2.
You got 2.
She's not like other girls.
She's not. Theron.
Oh, yeah, what's up?
Yours, of what has been added, is only a note near a name in your pressure points.
Oh.
It reads, someone of the name Roz, Arthros Elvoth, and in parentheses beside it reads, of greater importance following recent events.
Damn it. They clocked our exclusive.
Is
A
it
little
a
bit.
spy? What the heck? How did they know this?
Silas's.
They just keep up on the
Tobias.
gossip, you know?
Do you guys look
They're
at?
the hottest couple.
Do you look at Silas's or Mud's?
Probably not.
Chazantia, probably.
No.
I want to click on Mud's.
You want to click on Mud's?
That goes against the whole thing of privacy.
I want
Privacy, privacy. We've been kidnapped. You've gone through portals. You've been to different planets. No more secrets and no more privacy. What
He
is the
abandoned me.
Hey,
There could be important information here.
Privacy's good.
We had this.
Privacy's
we had this
good.
debate before. Remember?
It could be
Everyone's in
pertinent.
danger.
Mm-hmm. It could.
I
So
click on
we're-
it.
we're
I'm
pretty
she's
to our-
toxic. I click on it.
I can imagine she would look when she's looking at her own.
Yeah.
She would look.
Under the guise of looking at her own.
Peak.
The pressure points have been adjusted in MUDs, and they read family,
Oh boy.
outlook on self, Andromeda 𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬, betrayal, dishonesty, and more to be discovered.
Oof. Oof.
Woof.
Oof.
Oof. Oof.
Would
That's
anyone
a-
like to look at Silas's? Does anyone take that move?
I also
What
got
a
what
shit.
Silas
Do you? Okay.
Of
All right.
do.
Everyone's like,
Party.
she had the scanner a long time now.
She's like, well, she's like,
Aria in her head is
Wow,
just
there
like,
must be
oh
a
my
lot
god.
written under yours.
Yeah, you got a lot of pressure points, girl. You gotta be careful.
So
It must be all the
Silas's
love triangles.
Silas's pressure points have been adjusted. His class still remains the same, but his pressure points have been adjusted, and they
What's his
read class 2.
Oh, thank you.
They read Westley Basilisk, abandonment issues, self-loathing, fear of being alone, and then what has been added is Julien Archambault, Andromeda 𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬, more to be discovered.
Indeed.
She's like, okay, I'm done.
Updated real fast.
With that, huh?
Can I clock to see? Can I roll to see if I saw her going
Sure.
on someone
You
else's?
both have to roll 2d6s plus your
Okay. Good.
Duel me.
wisdom for you,
Oh, yeah.
Aria, and
We shall
strength. Can it be
This is
strength?
gonna be a
for
constant
me?
dynamic.
Cons-
You don't get
You two,
strength.
no matter what
Constitution.
I
questions
get
you
to
call,
have
right?
my constitution.
Constitution.
You can't just do
I
strength.
don't have any other stat other than
Well, too bad.
What was that? What was that, James? Sorry.
I said this is just gonna be a constant between
Yeah.
Jazz and D.
Yeah.
The characters.
You can never get rid of me being so upset that D uses their character to be toxic because they're not toxic in real life. 12. Plus, what was it for me?
It's a wisdom check for you and a con save for Andromeda.
13.
13? Okay.
Wow.
What's
No
yours,
joke.
Andromeda? Okay. You absolutely can tell
Ooh.
that she looked at least 2 other people's.
Andromeda 𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬.
What?
Full
You
name.
dirty little thief. Did you just look at someone else's? Andromeda! Oh my god!
We all hear this? That's the part.
Yes!
Damn,
so I'm
this is
literally
definitely
saying
not
in the
quiet
middle
enough.
of this
Okay, I was like, you're
trying
whispering,
to
but
make
you're
it loud
also
enough.
yelling.
But also, well, yeah, I just don't want him to understand what's actually going on. Mr. Wilson.
Oh, I was like,
He's a
Sherlock?
school official, just
What?
he's Sherlock. I don't want Sherlock to know what's going on.
you literally put my. I was like, what?
Andromeda.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What was the whole
Ignore
point?
the entirety of me.
No, you're good. What was the whole point of us doing this semi-secret so we could at least have a little bit of dignity? If you are just going to look at random people's.
Yeah. What did it
Whose
say?
did you look at?
What did it say?
So, what do we
You should tell everybody.
You should tell me now.
As a
Who did you
punishment.
look at?
I don't want to know.
Andromeda.
It was
Yeah,
just
who do you look at?
Muds. I just looked at Muds.
And
Silas's.
Andromeda.
I was curious, and Silas called me dumb, so I think I really get this 1 point to just look at it. And Mud abandoned me.
Abandoned you. Oh my
That's
god,
a bad
Andromeda.
thing.
Too much.
you did
Oh,
a bad thing just now.
That was a bad thing.
Like she's a dog.
I take her in
You
and
did
I'm
a
like,
bad thing just
"She's
now.
hurting right now.
I am
She
hurting.
needs some
We're all
validation
hurting.
and
I'm
some
not
sense
angry,
of
but I'm
control.
disappointed.
I'm staying out of this.
I guess
think
it.
I have control issues.
We all do.
Maybe. Yeah. I do, definitely. But, like,
Thank
Cannot
you.
roll.
that's why I'm upset.
That's fair.
Okay. Well, I am sorry, everyone, for looking at Mud and Silas's scanner.
No, I think that you
We
should at
forgive
least
you.
tell Silas
Thank you,
that you
Arlo.
did that.
Yes, I
Because
think you
you
need
need
to
to-
apologize to the people you snooped on.
You did sneak.
Well, I don't think Mud will talk to me, and Silas will just look very smug about it when I do that. But
That's true.
He always
I
looks
will
like that.
apologize to him because
Good
That's
enough.
all we can ask.
I like interacting with him.
And there is another notification. Who
Oh,
wants to look at it?
Oh shit.
Also, that entire part, Julian was just completely out of it, knowing full well that when he first got the scanner, he read everyone's.
Yeah.
No.
No
bruh.
say in it.
No
I
say.
forgot
He
about
can't say
that.
shit. He can't say
When everyone
shit.
started scolding Andromeda, he was like,
He's just like,
Ooh.
Yikes! Yikes!
Oh,
What's
wow, this
that
dude's
over
nice.
there?
yeah. Why would you look at someone? Oh.
Okay.
Big
the third
Julian's
notification-
awfully quiet over
Second
there.
notification.
Yes.
Anyways.
Does anyone specific look at it, or just you all look at it?
I'm assuming Andromeda had it last.
Valid.
So
I'll hand it back to Aria.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
fair enough.
Oh no, you did. You did have it last.
Oh, yeah,
You
true,
you
yeah,
open it.
I had it last.
Yeah, you open it.
I'll open the next notification.
So, the next notification says, it appears to be an announcement that's gone out to all the scanners, much like the one that Julian had seen on Grimir. And it states and reads.
Does not even know what Grimir is.
Nope.
Anyways,
It states Subject 004 is not cooperative. More thoroughly enacted persuasive actions may be needed soon. Stand by. Subject 001 acting as normal. FN will be in to visit soon.
what the heck? Who the what? Who the what? Why?
In visit where?
Who the
Huh?
what?
Yeah. What?
Who the heck is
What the what?
It's Finn from Star Wars, obviously.
It's Frederick Noon.
Patrick Noon.
Fred.
Patrick Boone's brother.
His evil twin
The
brother,
conspiracies have already begun.
but he has a different last name, but a same first name.
Huh.
Frederick is
Oh,
the family.
that's a good point.
Yeah,
Frederick's-
first
Frederick is the
name is
family name.
family name, last name is the.
Yes.
They do it differently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, interesting stuff on there, guys.
As usual, we're in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody recognize the FN stuff or the subject blah blah blah?
Nope. Nope. Not since the last one.
Well,
Yeah.
at least the one is still not cooperating. That's good.
Good for him.
Maybe.
Her.
Good
Them.
for that person.
Them.
It was revealed to be her.
Keep
Oh,
keep
that's right.
fighting.
You're right.
Keep fighting, she her.
She her. Keep fighting she her. With that.
That's what I need on a
Can you send
t-shirt.
me some text form? Buff?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
I'll send that. I'll send that.
Yeah, I can't
Specific
bring
one. Uno momento.
That does need to be on a shirt. Keep fighting, cheater.
Keep fighting, Shia.
I
Makes
really
them
want
for
that
all
on
the
a shirt now.
pronouns. I will do it.
For all
You know I will make it happen.
I need it.
Fighting. They, them.
That's
There you go.
Crazy.
beautiful.
All right.
I love it. I love
So, is there any other conversations you want to have in this span of time before you leave the house,
But it's
the apartment?
cool. Like we didn't just
mean,
disband a entire fighting ring.
I think
of
we need to go check on
outsiders.
because we need our things.
We need
Oh,
to
you
stop
need to
by
stop
the.
by.
Yeah.
We need to go to
Cardinal
Grab
Alley.
that and then go back
And
to.
maybe get Silas, unless he's walking or something. I don't know.
Maybe he walked.
I mean, he could take the train back.
Wait.
Wait a second.
Is Sin missing?
Huh?
Is what?
Sin missing?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is Sin who's not cooperating?
maybe.
Ooh.
Maybe.
I don't know. She
Yeah,
just
that's
seemed,
what I think we had said at one
Because
point.
not very cooperative.
Heal
so
people
that would make
and-
sense.
they want people to help them with their cause. So if she can help, I don't know, read the future and tell them things that they want to know, that'd be good.
This is the
She
school,
wasn't at
though,
the.
sending out alerts, and we don't think they were involved in the fighting ring, but we don't know for sure.
Well,
so
you know what? I don't trust any of them. So
that's smart.
Very valid.
We'll keep it in mind.
Good
All right.
thinking. Good thinking, Tio.
I
Good
like
thinking.
that line
With
of thought
that,
for sure.
mm-hmm. With that, I assume you all begin to make your way, out of his apartment slowly. He gathers everyone. It's the same sort of sneak back to the car. And luckily it is also early in the morning, so there are not that many people milling out and about. And Mr. Wilson once again ushers you all back to his car bright and early that morning, and this time with far more nervousness than before. And you all crowd into the van, and he starts the engine with brief hesitation. The drive there, back to Cardinal Alley, is not very long, not very far from where Mr. Wilson lives, and he keeps you entertained on the drive with games of I Spy and music from the early 2000s. And
Always
Dang, this
how-
one's listening to 50-year-old music.
literally.
he is an older man.
I mean, I guess is
Um,
that like
Yeah.
equivalent
He's an
of
old man.
us
it's like living to
classical?
it's like listening to the 80s. It's like us listening to the 80s kind of.
That's real.
That was not 50 years ago, but yes.
No.
No, but I'm saying like
Oh, no.
it's
So, like, kind of
2050.
40 years.
Nearly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
70s.
Oh yeah.
It's like if I
That
keep
would be
listening
like-
to the 80s for the next 20 years of my life.
Mhm.
Sure.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
cute. That's so cute. Love that.
like it.
And so I assume you all kind of make quick work of going to Cardinal Alley. Do you leave the scanner there again, or do you take it with you?
Group
I think we should
consensus?
leave it.
I think we should leave it.
Leave it. Okay.
Yeah.
So you
Leave
leave
it
it
not
and
safe.
exchange essentially for
For TCDs.
your TCDs.
Are the stalls back when we go there?
None of
Are
the
there
stalls are back.
dogs?
No stalls are back.
No, not a single animal.
What's
inside.
the problem?
It can be assumed that no one is doing that right now because of Sin's disappearance.
Valid.
Purely out of the fear of what it could bring
Yeah.
to Cardinal Alley. And
Could we
also
like, let Mr. Wilson drive to work, and we can just take the train? So maybe it's
You
not like we're coming
can.
around the same
you
time.
can if you want.
He drop us off like a mile, and then we can walk.
And then we'll walk to the
mile.
Come here, Dad.
Come on.
Dad, come me up here.
Around the corner.
Come here. I don't want to be seen with you,
I'm
Dad.
not walking a
No.
mile to school.
I haven't got
I
any
don't
exercise
care.
in the last 3 days.
We gotta
Oh,
get this boy
that's
running.
the point.
We gotta get this boy running.
We've
He's like a
walked
baby
lot
deer
farther
walking
than
on his legs.
You went from
In
the
the past
water
few
boy.
days.
I am
All right.
one.
Maybe
It's
it's
up-
best if he like drops off like a block from the thing. We get out, we walk, and he goes
Mm.
on his usual way. So
Yeah, I
Valid.
don't know where faculty parks, but yeah, sounds good.
A mile
So
away.
I think we
No,
I assume you make kind of quick work. Silas is not there when you guys go down there, or whoever goes down there.
he wanted that. Fool.
He
He
has
just didn't want to sit on anybody's lap.
he's probably taken the train back, and his brother is there under the care of Killian and Calanthe, and he seems perfectly happy, Wesley, and both 𝙍𝙬𝙘 and Fennel come along with you, as well as Indra. She comes along with you as well to the school. She does not stay at Cardinal Alley.
Doesn't go to Ravenwood, does she?
Not that you
At
know
least not
of.
that we know.
Mhm.
new student.
Not that you
Never
know
We
mind.
did
of.
not talk
Said
to her
where she
at
was
all
from.
last night.
We
We
did
did
not.
not talk
Nope.
to her.
I was otherwise
Asleep.
occupied.
She's
I was
just
very
there.
busy doing very important things. Thank you very much.
We could have
Valid.
talked to her, but you know.
We had to
I was
talk to our
talking to
You had a
fish.
lot
still
going
don't
on.
trust her.
Yeah.
We had
I
tea to
still,
spill.
quite frankly,
You had
We
a
had to
lot
spill the
going
tea with the
on.
fish. Okay.
We had cat to pet. We got tea to fill.
Yep.
We got,
we got Arthros to cuddle.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't know.
Well,
What
Period.
you have our toast to cuddle, but true.
That's true.
I have a wet fucking blanket.
And I have
God.
a rambling problem, apparently.
No.
I literally just imagined like Aria walking into the bathroom with like a blanket, unfolding it, and then like setting it over like the
Slop.
bathtub, and it just soaks up the water and like sinks.
It's a
And it's
compression
awful.
blanket.
It's
It's a
awful.
compression blanket.
Disgusting.
No,
I hate
it's
it.
It's nice. It's
It
felt
will be
warm.
Anyways.
Um.
I
It's
go
a
to
compression
school.
blanket.
Wow.
You know how it goes down the wrong. Yeah.
Wrong.
You sure do. It'd be so fun.
Goes down the
Sure do.
wrong.
It'd be like that. It'd be like that.
I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
Lord.
You're good. So, I assume you all filter back into the car
I need
if
to.
that's what you choose to go for. Mr. Wilson does inform you that he's basically just going to be parking the car at the faculty area, where he parks, which is kind of right in front of the main entrance. So, it's essentially up to you guys if you want to walk
We just get
separately
out and
from
run.
him. Yeah. So Mr. Wilson drives on, and the drive there is almost exactly the same as the train ride, maybe a slight bit longer. And he drives through, and you can see more details of small towns that surround Ravenwood, little cottages that line the streets, and humans that mill about aimlessly and entirely oblivious to the chaos of your guys' own world. And he drives through, as he gets closer, he drives through the main gate to the school with ease, a teacher's gate pass attached to the windshield of his car. And he drives down the large path that leads to the main building before pulling into a small parking lot and parking in a space near numerous other vehicles. He helps you all out and waves for you to follow him once more. And from what you can see, it does seem that he is trying to avoid entering the school through the main building, moving instead to kind of duck around and walk through the courtyard. Do you all follow along with him as he proceeds to get out of the car?
Our first class, isn't it with him?
Yes, it's your homeroom.
All right. Well, I mean, if we're going the same direction,
Might as
anyways,
well.
Yeah.
I mean, Theron's gonna hang back a little bit, like put some distance, like just so it's not, so
Yes.
obvious.
Valid. Yes, Aria?
Is Arlo's clothes bloody or anything?
That's the thing.
And
So
we're-
you are all in, like, pretty
we're all
mucked
bloody.
up clothes at the moment.
Oh,
She
no,
can
change.
Yeah.
We all smell like smoke.
Yeah.
And blood.
Okay, well then I took a blanket.
Yeah, I don't smell like blood.
his Mr. Wilson's house, and I'm gonna run. Can I run to my dorm and get changed or something? Nari's gonna be like, oh.
Oh my God,
Yes,
yeah, I
we
forgot
will.
about that.
We'll get to that. So,
Okay.
Yeah, I want to go get changed.
I
We're
mean-
definitely gonna snatch
just
Arlo at least to talk to.
I
Somebody
have another
escort
question.
Arlo.
Yes.
We all
After I
need
got out of
escort.
my murder clothes, could I have borrowed some of Mr. Wilson's like t-shirts or something? Because
I mean,
Yeah.
to be fair, you probably weren't. You didn't have any blood on you,
murder
because
clothes?
you were not
You just-
harmed in any way. You're
Well,
probably
like,
just
other people's blood being like, hell, heal me.
valid. Yeah, you probably do have that stained on your hands.
Oh,
But you took a
Right.
bath.
didn't take a bath.
Did take a bath. You can absolutely, we can make it that if you want. Mr. Wilson gave you one of his like
I
dress
just needed
shirts,
something comfy.
and so it was probably pretty baggy on you.
That's exactly what
You're
I
wearing
wanted.
Dad's dress shirt. That's so soft.
I love
That's it.
So
Cute.
Papa.
It's fan service for myself.
you all begin to walk towards and around the building, and it is pretty early. It's still early enough that like you would have time to go back to your dorm and change. And I assume you all walk with Mr. Wilson maybe a few feet away, and as you begin to go and around the corner of the main entrance building, you round it, and directly in front of you is Arter, with several guards at his side, standing very tall and intense. And his eyes do dart to Mr. Wilson for a moment and scan and process before they dart back to all of you. And they take in the sight of Fennel and 𝙍𝙬 and Arlo, and Sylkie, who is hanging out of Julian's backpack.
Oh.
Or more likely on your shoulder at this point, honestly. And he hums aloud to himself and nods his head for a moment before saying, as he looks at you all, "It is good to see you are well and safe." And he pauses a moment and lifts a hand to gesture to the side entrance of the main building before saying, "Those of you who have been gone, please follow me so that we can see you to the infirmary." And he also looks at Indra for a moment, who he does not recognize. And he says, "And you, come with me, and I shall enroll you in the academy should you like." And he kind of frowns at her and looks her up and down and sees like the scratches and the bruising on her and stuff. And he says, "After you go to the infirmary." And he looks at all of you after that: Andromeda, Theron, Zophiel, Arthros, Aria, Julien. And he watches you all and he says, "As for the rest of you, please get cleaned up and should you feel up to it, go to class. And he kind of...
Well, I don't.
Well, I don't. You're
And
going to
should
the
we
infirmary,
not
don't worry.
feel up to it?
And he flicks his head and moves to turn, and the guards kind of approach you all, and they kind of move their arms to gesture after our tear. And Fennel follows very quickly. Like, he's clearly in pain, and he wants some relief. And 𝙍𝙬𝙫 follows behind kind of begrudgingly, but knowing that he should probably get looked at as well. And he seems to presumably want to find Helios before anything else, but knows that it's best that he follows along with what Arthur's saying before he goes and runs off after being missing for a week and a half. And Sylkie turns to you, Julien, with a hopeful look before she moves, and it seems that she tries to hide it, but you can tell that her eyes are a little bit watery. Like there are kind of tears kind of welling up at the brim of their brown shade. And she looks at you and she says, I'll see you later, yeah?
Yeah.
And she nods like once and then scampers down and off of you before making her way towards the others that are striding away. And Indra even moves then, watching the others go, and turns to look at all of you that are still standing there. And she says, with kind of a shy smile, it was nice meeting you all. I hope we can see each other again, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure
And
we'll see each other around.
She smiles and says, thank you for taking me in when you didn't have to.
Of course.
And she... Sorry?
Good.
I just didn't hear what you said. What did you say? Okay. She just kind of like shyly like nods and then moves to start following after everyone
Can I run
else.
after her really quick?
Yeah.
Julian leans over to someone and is like, who's that?
That's Indra.
Well, you gotta stop doing
She's
this.
very pretty.
I run up to
got
her.
that part.
What?
Got that
She
part.
was
got that
randomly
part.
at the like fighting ring and approached us out of nowhere. But she wasn't in any of the cages that we unlocked, so I thought she was suspicious. But she seems fine.
So I run up to her.
Okay.
And I'm like, make sure to catch up with us later. I don't think that anyone should have had to go through that without, you know, the company of other people who also went through that.
She
just check
frowns
up
at
with
you and
Brother's gonna start a support like group.
support
like,
group.
Therapy.
Aw.
circle, like,
Hi,
first,
Arlo.
like-
So she kind of like smiles and like frowns at you and she's like, "That's so considerate of you." Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, you seem like a great group of friends, and I have never had a friend, so I would love to be a part of
yeah.
it.
Yeah, they're all, you know, they're all great, and they would do anything for each other. So
It seems so.
Aria and Andromeda are on the floor like,
what are we doing?
I don't know. We're not doing anything. I was
Well, don't be a
he
stranger.
was being sweet, so I was just like,
And she kind of looks at you for a moment, Arlo, and she says, you should probably come to the infirmary too. I think we should all get looked after. I mean, there were drugs in our system, and I don't know what they put in those.
Yeah, I'm probably fine.
Okay. I mean, the blue man kind of seemed like he was insisting, but okay.
No, Arlo, you do need to go to the infirmary.
Okay, I guess I'll go to the infirmary.
Infirmary. And Indra looks at you and she kind of offers like her arm. She's like, we can go together.
Okay, and then you know,
Arlo,
he's going.
be careful.
She
I
glances
will,
at you,
but I might
Theron,
Do not get kidnapped.
and kind of gives you like
Yeah, don't get kidnapped again.
she gives you, Theron, specifically you, gives you like a kind of sad smile before she starts to walk along with Arlo.
I'm sorry. I do not trust her in the slightest. There's
I
not even
don't-
an inkling of trust.
I trust her. He's
I
pretty.
can't explain it. It's irrational, but there's no trust.
Also,
It's
Bob,
valid,
are
it's valid.
Tears walking off, right? Or is he
Yes,
still
he's
staying?
walking with like the group of the other people who were missing.
As he's walking off, Julian's just gonna shout as they're getting distant away. Don't worry, no need to thank us for doing your job for you.
Theron's just gonna like bump his shoulder and be like,
It's
"Nice."
funny you say that. But he continues to move. He does
Yeah.
not. He does not. What's the word?
React.
Acknowledge.
React. Yeah, acknowledge. Thank you. He does not acknowledge the words, and instead
Pansy.
continues to guide everyone. It's so funny you say that because I had something planned. You stink. So
Well, he
you
didn't
jumped the
say
gun
that.
there.
He
You
still
jumped the
didn't
gun.
say
He didn't even say
He
thank you.
just
He
still
just said,
didn't
"Hey,
say
yeah, you're
thank
right.
you.
Guys,
Didn't.
go
He
He
didn't.
said he's happy to
Check
see you
out."
all safe and sound.
That's not enough.
Maybe he was waiting to say thank you, huh? What'd you think about that? Maybe he was gonna say it in a different
He
way.
took too long.
Well,
he took
we're
his
gonna
sweet
be
time
petty,
and
no
we're
matter
calling
what.
him out
We'll
on it.
get to that, okay?
We're
The
gonna
man
be
just
petty.
put in the resource of the entire school to find these motherfuckers.
We'll get to that.
We found them in one
We-
day
we-
of
yeah.
searching.
Well,
One
I will
single
say
day.
though, you don't know how much resources were actually put into looking for these
True,
missing
yeah.
students. So
We just fucked around and
It's a
found out.
lose-lose for them.
Yeah.
Either they
'Cause
put
he's-
too few
Too
amount of
little,
resources,
or
or
the
they put
resources
too
were a
much
lot.
and we're incompetent.
valid.
Exactly.
He's
Either way,
Either
not
way, fuck them.
obviously like he's not in charge, because he's the outsider. So who knows
True,
how much
yeah.
effort they're actually putting in.
I mean, but, like,
He might be
still.
putting in lots of effort, but his resources
the-
only expand so far, essentially.
Sure. Yeah.
It took
But
us
we're
a
gonna be
day.
petty no matter
It
what.
still took us a
We are
single
gonna be
day of
Valid.
just asking
Well-
around and cluing for looks.
Yeah. Over time. But
Well,
maybe because when he asks people, you lie to him. You ever think about that, Mr. Theron
Yeah,
and
because he's
Julian?
not
he didn't
trustworthy.
know that he's also not trustworthy because they have levels
So
of
how do you
things.
expect
We
him to
can't
find them
freaking
then?
trust
Muting
him.
you, it's muting you.
I'm defending this man. I'm
He is a part
defending.
of the system.
I'm defending this man till I die. The fact that how hypocritical of you to be like, we found him in one day by asking around when he asked
I
around and
romance
everyone
Arter?
lied to him. Yes, you should romance
That's so
Arter.
fair. That's so
Yeah,
fair.
but even if he did ask around, he didn't know like who to ask and how to get the answers. We did that. We did
Maybe
that.
he did ask the right people, but they all fucking lied to him.
Listen, he's not
Well,
part of
maybe
this
he should be a
system.
little bit more trustworthy.
He should not look
He's a
at
part of
you.
the
No.
system.
Can't read people's
That's why-
minds
Shifty at
through
all.
touch.
That's why perhaps it was easier for you guys to find them because
Right, if he can shake
you're not
hands
part
and
of
get,
the
like, memories
system.
of people, and, like,
That's what
he
you
has no
think.
excuse.
That
is
could
what
be
we
a red
think.
herring.
That's
That
what
could,
we
he could
think.
also not be able to do that.
If he
just
doesn't
looked
have
like
that
he could do
ability,
that.
if he doesn't have that ability, I will give him a single trust point. That is it.
One
But
plus plus point.
if he does
One
have
plus.
that ability, you don't know how much the range of that is as well.
Hi, hello, good greetings.
I said
Hi, Emma.
piano.
I'm
Hi.
young so that you can hear
Yeah.
over the
Plaid
thing.
boys. Plaid
Hi.
boys.
Hello.
Plaid boys.
Wow,
Hello,
matching
ma'am.
plaid.
Mashing in plaid.
Hello,
That's
then.
so
Smells all
cute.
fried food. Good.
Um,
It's all fried.
I also had to reheat it by frying it again.
Oh,
That's
thank
solid.
you.
Double fried.
Refried.
Double
Okay,
fried
I'll
up.
Really fry your food for ya.
Refried.
Yeah,
Double
I mean,
fried
instead
up
you
on a
wanted
Thursday
chicken
night,
wings and fried
Wednesday night.
shrimp, so that's what you got.
That's a good point.
And a strawberry refresh.
I made a mistake, but that's fine.
Ooh. Strawberry refresher.
Soren, you were so correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
Are we going to our dorms? Are we going to
before you all
I want to
move,
take a shower. I'm not gonna lie. I smell smoky.
two?
Mr. Wilson does look at all of you
Me.
with
The echo of like it sounded
Me
so far away.
too.
Sorry.
Me too.
Mr. Wilson does
That
look at you
refresher
all
looks so good.
with kind of like a nervous smile.
Can I have some?
And he says, as he looks at you all, he says,
Thank you.
I'll, oh, sorry, brain.
Yes.
He kind of looks at you all and says, I'll let you all get your things from your room, and I'll be in the homeroom, and I hope that I'll see you all there. Before he kind of gathers himself and adjusts the little, like, kind of brown satchel that he has on his arm before he kind of makes his way in the direction of his homeroom class, following the others and disappearing into the main entrance building. So where do you guys go from there?
Oh.
Do you return to your dorms? I assume you separate.
I think so. We're
Yeah.
gonna go
I mean,
real quick.
me and Arthros are still together,
Can
so.
I?
Valid.
Julian
Yeah,
should go take a shower.
valid.
Yeah.
We're all taking showers. There will be no hot water left in any of these dorm buildings by the time we're done.
Yes.
Aria texts Helios and
Yeah.
just said, "Hey, we found him.
He's in the infirmary.
The infirmary.
That's my bad.
Send. He's gonna be okay." Smiley face.
And it takes a few minutes before you get a response, almost as though, like, perhaps if he did open it, he's in a state of, like, absolute shock.
Oh, baby.
And he takes a moment just to respond with, like, a quick TY, as in thank you. But
enough.
immediately you get no other response from there. And it can be assumed
take
that
it.
he is on his fucking way.
Booking it.
He's
Good for
booking
him.
it.
Good for him,
I
boys.
say good.
I'm not gonna go to my
Can
dorm
we, like,
first. I'm
see
gonna
that
go
scene
to the
play
lake
out?
and bathe there.
That
I
is
don't
so
wanna bathe in my
valid.
dorm.
That is so valid.
I'm gonna be
Um,
hanging out in the infirmary with my bros.
So
What?
Yeah, I'm hanging out in the infirmary with my bros.
With the
That is not what I heard, but fair enough.
My host?
I heard
No,
a
I
brewery
heard-
with my bros.
I also
I
heard
heard-
brewery.
hell yeah.
I'm gonna get
I
down and
can't say,
dirty
you
with
obviously-
my bros.
Oh, that
That's
too.
what I heard.
Yep. I can't say infirmary, right? It's a hard word to say.
It is a hard word.
to
It is a
say.
hard word.
Yeah, you're good. It'd be like that.
It sucks.
Um, do you all go to your dormitories?
Yeah.
Yes.
I go to the lake and
You go to the lake.
skinny dip.
Cool. Do you go to your dorm after that?
Yes.
Your empty
Okay.
dorm?
do.
Wow. With no roommate currently? Wow. Interesting.
Oh my god, the savagery.
My
What
God.
the fuck?
That was necessary.
Wow.
Take him out swinging.
Okay.
Damn.
All right.
It's like
Hostility.
My god.
Fatality.
I'm sorry, I saw
KO.
the opportunity and I took it.
My
My
ass.
god, you're doing my job for me.
Damn.
Damn.
I'm
The
gonna
claws.
mute myself for a second.
No, don't do that.
I love you so much, and that was really funny. Your empty dorm.
Bringing back
I'm
the
so
drama.
literally delirious and I have tears.
I
Oh
love
my
sassy
God.
delirious Bay so much.
I'm so sorry, babe.
You're sorry for him. I was the victim here.
No, I'm sorry that Bae is delirious.
Yeah, guys, I'm the true victim here, actually.
So, y'all make your
That
ways
was-
to your
that was great.
rooms.
I'm sorry for tearing you to
Um,
pieces.
No,
Oh,
it
you're
was funny. It's
fine.
funny.
You're fine. Surely
Carry on.
it feels like just yesterday that you were all changing your clothes and preparing to get back to normal for once.
Well, it was
Yeah,
just
exactly.
yesterday, right? Oh, okay.
Yep. As you get inside your rooms, unlocking the dormitory doors, except for you, Andromeda, you go to the lake first. There are only a few changes for a couple of you, perhaps. Julian, where did Jazz go? Julian, as you get to your dorm, nothing feels out of place or unordinary. But perhaps there is kind of a new sense of relief there, knowing that soon Sylkie will be back in the space beside yours soon. Do you do anything in particular at all, other than shower, I assume?
Do I know if taking a page out of Napoleon hurts Napoleon?
The bourbon was scratching, sorry.
You can assume that it might, depending on the page, I suppose.
Depending on the page?
Does that mean some of these pages are like hair and others are like
No,
skin
Vay.
or fingers?
No. Mute yourself again, sir.
Sorry,
The implication was that some pages.
The fact
hurt
of the
more
matter
than other
is,
pages.
there are spells in the book, and some of the pages do not have spells on them. Some of the pages have simple text on them. Some of them are blank. So it depends on which pages you are ripping out.
I'm trying to rip out the page that he wrote in, and that has the bloody fingerprint.
Napoleon is out of commission at the moment, so it's up to you if you want to risk it.
I care too much about this book, that piece of shit. I can't.
That's valid. That fucking book, man. Okay. Do you do anything more other than shower and get dressed? Redressed, I suppose.
Mm.
No? Okay. Theron.
Mr.
Wow.
Yes. As you get to your room.
As we get to our room.
Yes, you and Arthros. Nothing feels out of place or unordinary either. However,
It's only been a day.
when you walk in with Arthros in, a lot's gonna happen in a day, sir. As you walk in with Arthros in tow,
She
she,
like, our room should be fine.
you would think.
Oh, God.
She clears her throat somewhat nervously as you walk in, and she says, Raffles,
Yes, Art.
I've been meaning to ask you about something, and if now isn't a good time, that's quite all right, but I really need to ask you about it.
Okay.
Why did you have my dagger when we were in that spooky purple place?
Oh. Yeah, I did have it.
I remember distinctly falling asleep with that on me, and then the next morning you gave it to me. And it's quite all right if you needed it at some point in the night or something like that. But I just thought it was a little bit strange, because I would think you would normally ask, or you would tell me the next day why. But then you didn't offer an explanation. You just kind of handed it to me, and it was kind of like, oh, that's mine, and you had it. So, which is totally fine. Whatever's mine is yours. That's fine. I just really want to know if there was a specific use. Did you use it to open a letter? That's fine. It's all right. I just want to know.
I think the chances of me getting a letter in a foreign world that I had never been to before is probably pretty slim.
Listen,
Yes.
I need to know why you had my dagger.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because I've been coming up with so many scenarios in my head right now, and it's not healthy.
Oh. I mean,
Mm-hmm. And I've wanted to voice it, but so much was happening, and I didn't want to interrupt, because there was a lot. And you just gotten your friends back, and I just gotten you back, and it was a whole thing. And I was like, this is off. This is literally a different conversation for a different day. And then I was like, well, now we're alone, and there's no one else around, so I figured now I should ask.
I'm glad you waited, because I feel like this conversation, the rest of the party should probably maybe not know about just yet.
Oh God, are we keeping secrets now?
That's up to you. That's up to you.
I have so many, and it's really hard to keep track who I have secrets from. But I'm willing to do it if it's that important. But what is so important that they cannot know?
Okay. So you know how sometimes you have issues while
Issues?
sleeping? No. I mean, like, you have difficulties while
I'm difficult?
sleeping. No, with sleeping.
Oh.
No, you're not difficult. You're delightful.
Delirious.
I'm delirious.
You're doing great,
Your inner
babe.
conscience
You're doing
telling
great.
you to say the right word.
You're doing amazing. I'm so proud of you.
Dying.
Can I give him bardic inspiration?
No,
but not
you're
knowing
not
what's
there.
From a different building, you're just playing something, or I don't know how your stuff works.
How
happening?
you
You just
do
hear
it.
opera at like echoing across.
Across the entire camp.
I'm so sorry to put this all on
My
you when you're
window
delirious, babe.
shatters.
She's in the shower and she's just
Wow.
Pull yourself together, babe. You got this.
Wow.
For the record, chat, they all consented to this, okay? I'm not actually keeping them awake, okay?
I did consent to this. This was agreed upon previously.
I happily consented to this.
Bay prides himself in not sleeping, I feel. And I
I
respect that.
As long as
don't
it's worth it.
usually.
As long as it's worth it. That's
But
all
it
I
is
care
worth
about.
it for
Pride and
D&D.
grief at the same
Okay.
time.
I really like to sleep. Sleep is
It is
the
worth
best
it for
thing in the
D&D.
world, and you should be healthy. And I am a fan
true.
of like good sleep schedules.
You're saying this all to Arthros?
But D&D is a little bit higher on the scale than like
Oh.
sleep sometimes.
I am
So,
honored. I am honored to be on that scale at all.
Yeah, you're the top of the pyramid thing.
I'll cry right now.
Okay. Good Lord, Arthros. Deep breath. So we were resting and sleeping next to each other on like the
Yes, as
floor,
we
I
do, since
believe?
we are exclusive now.
Yes, we are exclusive. now,
Yes.
Last night was very nice, by the way.
Yes, it was.
You meant cuddling, I'm sure, but
that is exactly.
I was like,
When did this happen?
Everybody else.
They have not even kissed
We
yet.
all
Please.
we all plugged our ears and turned around and closed our eyes.
Oh my god. The healthiest couple,
You
but
guys
also
are
they
not
haven't even kissed yet.
helping. We're taking it slow, all right.
Yeah,
You know,
as you
there's
should.
stuff to work out, like murderous, instincts while
Anxiety.
one sleeps.
Yeah.
Did you just compare murdering to
Anxiety.
I mean, yeah,
You know, it'd be like that.
Oh, okay. So luckily that one night in what was his name? The old guy?
Joseph Gray.
Joseph.
Mm.
Thank you. At his house, I didn't sleep very well, which was a
I'm
good
so
thing.
sorry
It
to hear
turns
that.
out.
That's awful.
No, it was a good thing. It was great, actually.
Why?
Because a while back you shared one of your secrets with me. That sometimes you wake up and find additional tally marks on you, and you don't remember how they got there exactly.
Yes.
If I hadn't woken up that night, there's a very good chance you would have seen another tally mark the very next morning. But I did wake up and I saw you in a trance of sorts. You were not
So
there, and as soon as
this was
I,
after my parents.
Yes,
died.
this was the first night at Joseph's house.
So it's still happening.
Yes.
And amongst friends.
Yes. So I simply I just
But that means I was
grabbed
trying to kill
you.
one of your friends. Oh gods. Which one?
Well, that's the thing. I didn't wait around to find out. I thought about it, to be completely honest. But I didn't.
Theron! You should
And
have.
I should have let you gone through with it.
No, you should have let me, get in the action of it, because then you would have seen who I was going for, and then we could have kept them very, very, very far away from me.
Well, I didn't know what state you were in, so I figured it was best to just
I'm
grab you
sorry.
and see, and
This
then
is
you,
not your
like,
fault. This is
collapsed,
my fault. This is
basically.
not your fault. This is my fault.
And
Yes.
you snapped out of it immediately. which
I'm
was
so
really
sorry.
nice.
I'm so sorry.
And then you went back to sleep, which, you were still asleep. Like,
This
you were
is-
sleepwalking, kind of.
Oh god.
And then I took your dagger just for safety purposes. And now I don't think you have any daggers, so that's a comfort.
I have 2 hands!
Well, yeah, but you've never killed anyone, here.
Do you know how easy it is to asphyxiate someone?
Well, yeah, but you've never killed anyone while you're here.
No, but now apparently one of my targets is one of your friends. So maybe I'm going
Well,
to
we
try and
don't-
kill someone here. Oh god.
We don't know if it's specific targets, but you were going upstairs where Zophiel, Aria, Andromeda, and Zephyrus all were. So I think maybe keeping your distance from them?
I hope it's Zephyrus. I don't know anything about him.
I hope so too.
Why does everyone want to kill my fiance? He's a nice man. This isn't his fault.
Nice, but not nice enough.
Arthur
nice
just doesn't know him. She's like, at least, I mean, Zofia I don't really know very well either, but as long as it's not Aria or an Andromeda, because that would be awful.
Yes. Although,
Theron, this is a disaster.
considering we are now back at Ravenwood and we do share a room, and last time I caught it, I think a very easy solution to this would be just to stay close while unconscious.
What?
Because it only happens when you sleep, and we do happen to share a room. So
His roundabout way of being like, let's sleep together at night.
What?
so we could share a bed. And then I could, I feel like it would lower the risk of that. For no other reason. For several other reasons. But this is an important
You should definitely
one,
list
and a
those other
justifiable
reasons.
one,
Oh, okay.
and an innocent-ish one. There are other reasons, but we don't have to talk about that.
Oh, we could talk about that.
We
No,
could,
this
but-
is a more serious matter. Listen.
Yes.
So
Later.
this is a problem. I thought that this would die with my parents.
Which
I don't know
seems to
why I
suggest
assumed
that
that.
it doesn't stem from your parents, but
Yes,
from something
but
else,
I had
or
blamed
someone
them.
else.
You don't understand. I've blamed them for this since it started happening.
Well, it could still be related to them.
They're dead. Their necks were snapped in half, Theron. You don't recover from that.
Some curses or spells last after the caster is dead. I'm just saying.
She just keeps
Or it could be
blinking.
somebody that your parents were involved with. Look, I'm not saying that they're like completely innocent or they're entirely to blame. We don't know that. But
Oh god, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm losing my mind. Actually losing my mind.
hey, it's gonna be alright.
No. I'm
I
going
won't
to
let
kill
you-
your friend's
I won't
fiance.
Well, we don't know that's who you're after. But I'm not gonna let you kill anyone.
I'm gonna pretend that's who I'm after.
Unless you want to. Like, while you're awake.
I don't want to kill anyone.
Then I won't let you.
Okay. Were you going... Are you... Sorry. Were you going to wash up? I was going to... No, I'm fine. I don't need to wash up.
Yeah, I'm gonna wash up. I smell like smoke.
I mean, it's a good look. But yes, that's fine. I also had something else to point out.
Oh.
So... Indra's really pretty.
Yes, she is.
Mm-hmm. Like, very pretty.
Yes, very attractive. Very, very nice looking physically. Do you know her?
No.
Oh.
I'm simply, pointing out a fact in order to see how you react.
We are still exclusive, are we not?
Awesome. Okay. And so she turns back to her room and she goes back to her journal at her bedside table, kind of just like
so real, for real.
hyper fixating on her journal again.
She is so me.
And she starts like swiping through the pages, just checking if everything's still there after the whole thing that happened last time.
Theron's not gonna let that slide. Theron's going to walk over and like lean over her and be like, just so you know, just as like a side note.
She freezes in her swishing.
Mostly unrelated. I don't trust her in the slightest. So if I keep an eye on her, it's purely because I do not trust her.
Why don't you trust her?
She seems suspicious. She showed up out of nowhere, and she wasn't with anyone else, and she can't remember where she came from, and she's not from Ravenwood, so she's from somewhere else. But she couldn't remember where, or didn't tell us where, so.
I mean, like, 2 of your friends can't remember where they're from either.
Okay, touche. But until she provides a little bit more answers.
Yes, I totally
be
understand.
careful.
If you would
be
like,
careful.
I will watch her very carefully.
I'd appreciate that.
Okay. She's pretty, though.
Yes. Aesthetically appealing, I'm sure.
Hmm. It won't be hard to watch her.
Okay.
But we are
But
exclusive.
we are very exclusive.
Very good. I'm gonna go
I
to the
am
bathroom now,
not
pretend
interested
that I'm showering,
in
but I'm
her.
not actually going to shower, but I'm just going to have a breakdown. And so she, like, opens the door to the bathroom and slams it shut behind her. Disappearing inside.
Queen, lover.
You have just dropped a bomb on her as well, so she's kind of losing her mind a little bit.
That's fair. She did ask though.
She did.
Can I just say, do you know when like you're watching a fictional thing and like you see a couple, you really want them to be together, and then like you're like, yeah, and like that part of the couple is the most fun. It's like the anticipation of them getting together. But then sometimes you watch a piece of media where you're like, sure, and then the couple gets together and them being together is the best. Like they're just like it's so good. That's how this feels. Like
The
oh my god,
exclusive.
Oh my
They're
god.
so
It's
funny.
building. It's
I'm so
building.
glad.
They're
That
so good
was
together.
They're so real and I love it.
They are. They're so real.
Aw.
I love them.
So I assume
that
you
was
get
like 10 times more chaotic than
It
usual,
was.
but she is very chaotic.
She is chaotic.
Darling.
Chaos.
I think she's my
She is
favorite
chaos.
NPC, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so
Well,
much.
yeah,
I
obviously.
mean, shut up. I'm not biased. That's just, it just,
I'm
it's
sorry.
Well,
I'm
she's
sorry.
objectively
but
the,
no, well,
like, the
obviously-
best
Shut up!
NPC.
Shut up!
Shut up!
That's my wife.
Sophie has a story. I really, really, really like second.
Strong
I think.
contender.
Yeah,
Who?
I do too.
You're
I
right. You're right.
just
Sophia?
love him.
I like Silas as
good.
well.
Oh,
But
yeah.
yes, it feels good.
I love that.
He's so funny,
He is.
but he's also so
Little Castiel guy.
He's such a baby girl too.
He
I mean,
is.
he is.
like,
I am. If
Cassidy
I
is
date
ultimate baby
Stitch,
girl.
he will
Objectively
be
my
baby
favorite.
girl.
He is baby
period.
girl. He's such a
You
bottom.
do it for
They
me.
So
are-
pretty. He's so pretty.
I love
I
He's
assume
not always though. He's a switch.
Theron, I assume that you go to
God, yes, I
Get
need a
washed.
shower.
Baby girl.
so with
It's like
that
the hottest, like literally all the hot water is just fucking.
oh valid. It's hitting.
Yeah.
Hitting good.
We're gonna slide to Andromeda. Andromeda.
I'm not gonna say.
Hello.
I'm not gonna say it.
Things feel different when you walk into your dormitory after stopping by at the lake. And you know why immediately. There, on Mud's bed, or what used to be, sits Zephyrus. He's eyeing a uniform in his hands with a thoughtful expression, and he turns immediately when you enter, brows raised pleasantly, before he moves almost as if to hug you and proceeds to catch himself, moving his arms behind his back, and clearing his throat and looking at you, and he says, "You're right. I was so worried you weren't here last night, and I feared the worst."
Oh, I was just out with some friends,
Oh, well,
finding
uh,
some other friends.
okay.
Long
I'm
story.
very glad that you're socializing. So great news. We are what they call doormats now.
Dorm mats?
Doormats.
Doormats. Do you mean roommates?
Yes,
Yes.
that.
That is what we are.
Yes, isn't it? It's kind of wonderful, I think, considering we're betrothed and all.
Yeah, we are sharing a room together.
We are.
Do you like it? What do you think?
It's quite nice. There's a lot of dirt
Yeah,
and
it came like that.
lots of wood. And my bed was kind of splintery. But otherwise, it's quite nice. Your side is lovely.
Thank you.
Mm.
I can help you clean up your side if you want me to.
That's quite all right. I shouldn't burden you with something like that. And you have friends that I'm sure you want to see and hang out with. And I, as your betrothal partner, will not hold you back from that, because that would be awful of me.
Betrothal partner.
No, you wouldn't hold me back. Are you excited for school?
I don't know. I don't know really what to expect, but I'm here and I'm with you, and that's kind of all that matters right now, because I'm not in a prison cell anymore. And I get books now, which is cool.
I'm sure this is a big change for you in many ways.
It is, but I have at least familiarity alongside me in the form of you, so.
I'm glad you're here.
Andromeda, as I said before and will continue to say, I am infinitely glad that you are here. And I hope that I do not step on your toes too much.
You would never.
Right.
And she's gonna like move over to her side of the room where her bed is, and she's gonna pick up her pillow to check that if the book is still gone.
Your dream book is back in
Nice.
place. Mm-hmm.
Can I pick it up?
Yeah.
Like it's like I kind of expected it almost to be back,
Mhm.
and she's gonna pick it up and turn it around and see if anything's different about it.
Nothing's different.
She's gonna put it back on her bed, put her pillow down. She's gonna turn back to face him, and she's remembering all the dreams. She now remembers the past few days that she's been sleeping without it, and she looks at him.
Did the elders ever talk to you about me when they told you they were choosing you for me? Choosing me for you?
They told me that I was very lucky to have been chosen for you. But not much else, really. I know that we were both late in finding our partners. No later than Alder, of course. Although it's probably hard to find him someone, considering him. But no, nothing that stood out too entirely drastically, if that's what you mean. It went down as a normal choosing.
Hey. Zephyrus, do you love me?
He seems taken aback by this, and he says, yes, I think I do.
Do you want to kiss me?
He looks down for a moment and like thinks, and he frowns and he says, I don't understand.
They do that here freely, not just for appearances. They do it because they want to, and because they have the urge to.
It does not mean that they are betrothed here?
No. It's kind of a foreign concept here to... They do it like a secret third thing, where it's like dating, or the honeymoon phase.
But why do they kiss?
Because they,
She like sits on her bed, like thinks about it for a second.
Because they are in love with each other, and they get the looks in their eyes like the animals do in spring, where it's like...
Yes, I know what you're referring to. I've never seen those looks in anyone's eyes at our grove, though.
No.
Was I supposed to see that?
I do not think so.
Is that something you want?
Only if you would like to kiss me, then sure.
He like swallows like visibly nervously. And he's like kind of awkwardly and he still has his hands like behind his back, very like poised and proper. And he clears his throat and he says, if that is an arrangement you would like to partake in as part of our betrothal, then I think that I can do that for you.
Okay.
She's gonna like
She goes in for it.
She's like leaning forward. Like,
oh, this poor baby. Zephyrus moves to like meet you halfway. And then kind of like his hands are still behind his back, even as he's moving. And
her hands are behind her back too.
And he kind of like, as he gets closer and closer, and like closer to the point where like you can feel like each other being closer, he like clears his throat and he kind of steps back and he says, sorry. And he like frowns down at his feet, and shakes his head and says, I don't understand what to do.
You don't feel it.
I know that I love you. I'm very sure of it. I just don't understand. And I
not think I understand either. But we are.
and she's gonna get up like very hurriedly and like she like looks at herself to see if there's any like blood or anything dirt on her, but she looks fine. She looks fine enough for herself. She's like,
but we are roommates and we are betrothed.
Yes.
And we will stay together and
I will work on it.
no
Getting there. For you.
I will work on it for you too.
Good.
And okay.
she's gonna like turn and run out the door. Like she runs, slams the door behind her. She feels sick.
I really love them. I really love them. Not as a couple. I just really love them. I just love them a lot. Also, Arlo has not seen Zephyrus in the flesh yet, technically. I love them. Anyways.
She's running down the hall.
Does she run which way down the hall?
She probably runs past his dorm because he's right down the hall, but she just does not stop and she keeps going.
Valid.
As
she should.
Crying.
Oh. And from there, I'm going to jump to you, Aria. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Aria, as you get to your room, nothing feels out of place or unordinary either. Same as kind of Theron's situation and Julian's situation. And the room is still just as empty as before. And surely, while it's wonderful that your friends have returned safe and sound, there's still one friend that hasn't. And it leaves your dorm an empty, lonely place. Do you do anything particular to get ready for the day or simply to get ready in general?
She goes and like rips off her coat and is just like she makes sure the door is locked. She puts a freaking chair in front of the door, and then she moves like I'm assuming there's like a coat rack.
Yeah.
In the
probably in your closet.
Yeah. She takes the coat rack out of the closet.
Okay.
Puts it in front of the door. Grabs another chair from 𝐿's desk, puts that in front of the door. Just barricading the door.
Wow.
And she just starts ripping her clothes off of her body. Like very okay. Like okay. I mean it more and like
No, I know.
Wait,
I know
no,
what you mean.
my mind actually did not go there. I was excited to see like what you are
Yeah.
creature.
No. I wasn't meaning it that either. I was just making. I was just making a joke.
Same here.
Yeah.
My mind went there. I'm so sorry.
We're mostly our minds are mostly just going to the point of like, oh, hot. That's where our minds are going.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Mine
It's
surprisingly
valid.
didn't. It
Continue.
usually would, but
I
I
don't know
am
what she's gonna
so
do next.
fixated
Yeah.
on what the hell
Exactly.
you are.
I gotta
What are
keep
you
you
gonna
on
do?
your toes. I gotta keep you on your toes.
I'm on.
I'll enjoy the
She
strip whenever.
starts. So she like pops like she just like trying to button down as quickly as possible. Throws it on the bed. Gross. And she starts pulling at her. How should I phrase this?
You phrase it the way phrase it the way you always phrase it.
Her corset.
Mm-hmm.
Starts pulling at her corset, just pulling it until it's loose enough for her to get it off.
Mm-hmm.
She like basically strips fully down,
Mm-hmm.
rips her hair out of her bun, walks into the bathroom, and just like stares at herself.
Mm-hmm.
And she's looking and like
I will
obsessing,
say,
trying to find any differences on her.
as you go, the moment you step into the bathroom
Mhm.
and glance at the mirror, for a moment, the reflection in the mirror is not you. For a second, you see long dark hair and a tall figure that is much taller than you. And then you see yourself again. And it's gone almost in like the blink of an eye. Like the next second you blink, it is back to your regular reflection.
I got the Jeepers Creepers right now.
Not the
I
Jeepers
am
Creepers!
You.
I got the mega heebie-jeebies from that. What the heck?
I
He,
am
like-
wildly intrigued and interested in all of
She like
this.
rubs at her eyes. Nothing happens, I'm assuming. Rubs at the mirror.
Nothing happens.
And can she check to see, can she do like a magic check, arcana check, to see if there's any magic on the mirror, just in case?
Mhm.
Okay. What would you like me to roll for?
Wisdom, I would say, probably.
Or perception?
Yeah, but that kind of falls under like wisdom
right.
in this scenario.
I always forget.
Yeah.
Right.
Woo! Eyeballs. Sorry.
Wisdom. Oh, did you want me to
Go like
roll
this.
2d6s?
Yes.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay.
Any magic? That she can see.
I'm really trying to debate how.
How to do this?
Mm-hmm. You see a sort of you see your reflection in the mirror, and you see kind of an aura of magic around your head. But that's it.
Can I know what color aura? Or like a vibe, just so I could kind of imagine it.
Like almost like a how could I explain? Like almost like a wisp of like something, almost in like kind of like a white shade that kind of just like envelops your head for a moment and then vanishes.
Is it like, this is really stupid, I'm just asking.
No, it's not stupid.
Is it like
It's
a
so
transparent,
valid.
or is it like a
Slightly transparent.
ghosty vibe, or like a
Slightly transparent, yeah.
okay, cool. Okay.
Like almost like a cloud of smoke. It's very hard to see. Like
Right.
it's like very thin, very
And it's
like
only around my head?
yes. Like more so where like your upper head. Like around your like I guess where your skull is or your brain.
My brain. Okay. Okay. She's going to like check her hair, make sure there's no more.
There's nothing more.
She's gonna like pull her hair up and just like check out the back.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is there anything new than what she last saw?
Some of them are black.
Oh no. Okay. She's going to like turn on the shower, kind of like put her hair up back, but like into a high bun this time.
Mm-hmm.
And she's doing the same thing as Theron, where she turns it up all the way hot. She's
Mhm.
as hot as she can get the water.
Valid.
Gets into the shower and just starts like rubbing.
Valid.
And just like scratching to get everything off.
Valid. Ugh. Okay.
Clean, very
Mhm.
cleanly.
Mhm.
You know, like how you do like an exfoliator scrub? That.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So.
And for good measure,
Mhm.
she cleans her tattoo up a lot too.
Okay.
Just for
You have a tattoo as well, and you never
And-
shared.
I'll
I
never
showed
ask.
my tattoo.
Never asked.
Andromeda showed her tattoo to everyone.
Wow.
Want to see my
Nobody
tattoo?
asked
Wow.
Andromeda, but she
Listen,
shared
I'm giving
anyway.
you guys just little bits. I'm trying.
Crumbs.
Feed
Crumbs.
me.
Bro, the
Um,
theories
after
are
she
gonna
feels
take off.
cleanly
Yes.
enough, she's gonna get out and
Ooh, guys, there's chat. There's a
she's
tattoo.
gonna like look at her uniform and kind of be like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't have been that rough with it. Okay. And
Mhm.
she's going to like look at the letter that she got from the what was cleric.
Cleric,
Cleric,
yeah.
right.
The school cleric. To Hildy.
Yeah. And she's gonna put on her because that one's dirty. She's gonna have to clean that old one. She's gonna put on her why am I forgetting it? The sports outfit.
Sports varsity jacket type thing.
Jacket, yeah.
Valid.
And just wear like her like the trousers and her her corset and then her button up. And
Okay.
she's going to take her DCD and she's going to message like she's gonna message everybody separately in the party, but she's gonna be
Okay.
like, anybody going to class? ? While she's walking towards the infirmary.
He did say if you felt up to it because he assumed you guys might have been through something. So, I will
Gotcha.
say,
Yeah.
as you all go to leave, I assume this is all kind of happening simultaneously in a way. There is an announcement that crackles to life on the intercom, and it's Arthros' voice that echoes throughout the halls rather than Claude's. And he says, through the crackly intercom voice, he says, "Good morning, students. This is 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗. I am here to wish you all a successful day of classes, as well to inform you of an interesting development amongst our students here. A special thank you to Julien, Theron, Aria, and Andromeda. They've done wonderful things for the Academy, and a brave one at that, and their good deeds speak wonders of their morals. May they be celebrated and congratulated today." And it quickly signs off with a quick fly on, and the intercom crackles off.
She messages everybody again and says, never mind.
Did he put me first, like, for a personal reason?
Oh my god. Okay.
Julian.
Keep it in your pants.
That
He
was
was
When he
really
said- he
like,
said
pointing-
Julian,
he's
he's
like,
like,
excuse
Julian.
me.
Julian.
He's like, Julian.
See, he had that planned from the start,
did
and I
give
was
that
like,
vibe,
"Oh,
that
you
first- that
fucker."
But now we don't know that
Julian.
he planned it from the start, so we're just
No,
like,
absolutely.
Oh, Julian called
That's so
them out,
valid.
So now he's like,
It changes the tone entirely, which is great. That's why
Yeah,
we
I
love.
love that.
That's why we love the
I
unknown.
love that
So
so much.
Just now we're just like, oh, we guilted
Just
him
like,
into saying
hit
thank
yike.
you. Ha ha.
So
We are too famous right now.
Yeah, we
Uh-huh.
are.
We're
Too
not
well
flying
known.
under the radar.
And then we also
We win the sports festival and then this.
Does
Yeah.
anyone-
I'm good to go.
does
Too many eyes.
anyone
I
out of the
don't
four
want
of
to be
you
this popular.
do any
I'm
of
going to
you-
take a nap?
do any of you leave or go anywhere aside from Andromeda, who is running out?
I'm
Are we
currently
actually going to
sobbing,
classes?
walking
It's
to
up to you
I'm going
guys.
to the infirmary.
Okay.
I
what she was
Well,
talking
is
to.
everybody else going to classes? Arthros, do
I
you want to go to class?
Arthur's is still in the bathroom.
Juno will probably also
La,
go
la,
to
la,
the
la,
infirmary first
la, la, la,
before
Okay.
deciding if she's going to go to class or not.
Okay.
I'm currently sobbing walking through
Wait,
the
Julian's
field
what?
towards the
Julian's
class.
going to the infirmary.
Oh, gee. Well, everybody's going to the infirmary now.
Hey, I'm right there. Hang on, come here.
Arlo's hanging out there.
Hey, what's up?
You can also nap there, and that's entirely up to you.
Aaron's
It's
like,
literally
maybe
not
I
a big deal.
I thought you really wants to just nap.
Yeah, that's so valid.
Yeah, that's
He
real.
hasn't done
It's in his
yoga
character.
in so long.
Oh, true.
Oh my god. After his hot shower, he's
He
going
needs
to.
to.
A
Dragon
long
hot
yoga.
of yoga.
He definitely
Hot
needs to.
yoga.
yoga.
Hot yoga.
Yeah.
I will
After
say,
his really hot shower, he's gonna be like relaxed and
Valid.
do extensive yoga.
valid. I will say, of the three of you, Julian, Aria, Andromeda, as you go to these areas you're walking to, Andromeda, I know you're just kind of like walking
She's a
wherever
lost
you're
soul
going.
right now.
Valid.
Wandering
she's
aimlessly
walking,
until
yeah.
somebody
Crying.
picks.
Valid. And Aria and Julian and you as well, Andromeda. You probably don't notice as much, Andromeda, but it is happening as well. While you're all walking to the infirmary, the two of you and Andromeda as you're walking, something you do notice is the looks that you receive from other students around you. And they all kind of stare at you with mixed emotions. Some of
This is why we
them
don't go outside.
some of them stare in disgust. Others
Oh,
stare in awe and curiosity. Some simply watch you with careful, curious eyes.
Who is
It can be
disgusted? I just want to
assumed.
talk.
It can be assumed that they heard the announcement, and that they recognize you all as the Golden Six, and that they aren't sure how to feel about hearing that you've helped the Academy. That keeps them, as for lack of a better word, as prisoners.
Never mind. That's valid.
I'm really pulling the Hunger Games thing on you, where they're
Yeah.
like the stars of the Capitol, and then everyone's like, "Oh, we hate them."
They could also think the missing people were willingly leaving, and that we like bounty hunted
Returned
them
them.
down and brought them back. But that's not
That's
the
just not
case.
true. That's just not true.
But they don't know that.
They don't
Theron's gonna
know
take a
at
nap.
all.
Theron's gonna take a nap.
That's so
I'm not
valid. He
being
needs it.
bothered.
He needs it.
Baron tapped out.
He needs it.
I'm out, guys.
From there, I am
I'm
gonna
not here
jump to
for it.
Arlo, and we are almost
yeah.
done, just so you guys know. So,
I'm having so much
We're
fun.
gonna be
jump
done
to-
before 2 a.m. That's kind of amazing.
I'm so sorry.
Whoa, short session. What the fuck?
Short
I know,
session.
right?
We can actually
Kind of.
legally say that.
Yeah,
Goff, you can't. You cannot, but we can.
I said nothing.
This is only
Um,
6.5. This might be one of the shortest. No,
For
actually, I
real?
think shortest is like
Don't
5.
say that now because it's gonna go on now.
Everybody-
also do because
Well, I
we
said
have
it
So-
because I wanted to go on.
We didn't jinx it.
Yeah.
No.
Arlo.
I need to.
Okay.
I need to.
Yeah. We're gonna cut to you as everything is happening with the others in their rooms. Arter follows everyone into the infirmary. You, Indra, 𝙍𝙖, Fennel, and Sylkie, as you all walk in. And he kind of like looks over everyone, and 𝙍𝙗 kind of ushers everyone in and lets them sit on some of the beds that they have there. And Arlo, you'll probably notice as well, 𝐿, who is still laying in one of the hospital beds, out unconscious, cold, and his little heart monitor just like kind of beeping, the steady beeping. And she has you all sit down on individual beds that are in the infirmary, and she kind of goes about looking after the people who seem the most hurt. She starts with Fennel and then moves on to Indra, and Arter walks in and kind of looks over everyone, and he does go to Sylkie and 𝙍𝙗 before he ends up in front of you, Arlo. And he looks you up and down for a moment, and he extends his hand to you
For why?
to shake it.
Oh, okay.
He
Sure.
shakes your hand, and he pulls his hand back, and he says, Arlo, it is nice to finally meet you properly now.
You too.
I just have a couple questions, and if it is too much for you, it is fine. You can tell me, and I will have this conversation another day with you. But if you feel comfy asking, in answering these questions I would love to ask.
Shoot.
Do you know where you were all this time?
Some abandoned place that isn't so abandoned, filled with people suffering. So, yes, but no.
Right. And do you know who did this to you?
Humans?
And as you say humans, his expression, like, falls, like, falters, like, to, like, a stone-faced look before he, like, clears his throat and, like, kind of straightens up to look a little bit more professional again. And he says, do you know the names of anyone responsible?
No.
All right. And do you know how this happened to you?
Nope. I was at the ball and I got really drunk and then I woke up in a cage.
I'm surprised you did not out Mr. Man.
He has his reasons!
That's valid. But you could have, you could have been like,
Nah,
but I respect it. I respect it.
Cool.
He nods and he says, do you, I know this is a long shot, but I would like to ask just in case. Do you know why this might have happened?
To me in particular or to everyone?
Both, if you know the answer to either.
To me, they assumed that I had some sort of healing power so that they could have their fun and then send them in and then I would take care of them so that they can cycle again and have their fun and then bring them in and then I could take care of them, but I couldn't. So it was pretty useless. But for the reasons of having everyone there, it seems like probably for fun and laughs for the humans' entertainment and I don't know, whatever weird money scheme they had going on probably in the background too.
He's listening very intently as you say all of this, and when you mention the word healing, he does kind of perk up slightly and he frowns and he like kind of looks away, avoids your eye, and then looks back at you to listen again. And as you continue on, he looks steadily angrier and angrier as he's listening to like what you're saying, but he tries to kind of control his emotions. And he takes a deep breath and he says, do you know if this has anything to do with the disappearance of your friends from before? Aria, Theron, Julien, Andromeda, Arthros, Zophiel, Mud?
I don't know. It's all been so crazy and I have barely caught up with whatever they've been doing and how they did this all, so I don't know right now. So
they were not in any way intertwined?
They were not there until they were there to save us.
Very good. I promise that I will make every commitment to keep you safe moving forward, and let it be known that I will not allow this to happen again, nor to anyone else.
Thank you.
If my word is worth anything to you. And he takes a deep breath. And before he can open his mouth, there is a, like, pounding and, like, a clacking in the hall that you hear from outside the infirmary. Dramatic clip-clops. And you see the infirmary door, like, swing open. And you see the blonde, curly head of Claude poking his head in. And he sees you, and he just goes, Arlow.
Okay. Arlow, like, stands up. Like, he just does that, like, immediately stand up.
That gave me the vibes like, of the fucking Steve and Dustin moment of just, like, Arlow.
That's perfect. Yeah, Arlow just stands up, and, like, nothing about his expression has really changed other than just, like, pure shock. And he just stands there. And his heart's beating really, really fast.
Claude just, like, stares, kind of looks you over for a moment, kind of takes in that you're not, like, visibly hurt, and immediately beelines it towards you with his arms just, like, outstretched. And
big hug.
He doesn't even think about it, which he probably should ask first, but he immediately just pulls you into the tightest hug he can.
Sure.
And he just squeezes, and he holds for a moment, and, like, does not seem like he intends on letting go anytime soon.
Arlo probably is pretty limp when he first hugs him, but then obviously, like a couple seconds later, like fully embraces the hug because he needs it, and also because it's Claude.
Valid.
Yeah.
And after they've hugged, Claude kind of slowly pulls away and like looks at you directly in the eyes, and he takes a deep breath and he's like, I'm so sorry.
It happened and it's over now.
I should have never left you sitting by yourself.
You have no responsibility for this. If it wasn't then, it would have happened another time. It's not your fault. Things happen and it's not your fault.
Did you find out who's responsible? Are they dead? Are they?
I don't really know yet. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm a little frazzled still.
That's, you know what? I'm being awful.
No, you're not. You're not.
Right. I'm just really glad you're okay.
Yeah, it's nice to see you.
Yeah. Please ignore every text message that I sent to your TCD in the span of the time that you were missing, please.
Okay.
They never happened except for the first one. I meant that one a lot, but
so read the first one, but don't read the rest of them.
You can read the rest of them, but like ignore the fact of how desperate I sound.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, if anyone, I've embarrassed myself plenty of times, so you know, if anything, it's only fair that you do too. It makes me feel better for, you know, getting drunk and avoiding you and hiding under tables.
Mutual humiliation. Yeah,
yes,
that's
mutual
great.
Humiliation. That's
Okay.
like all great. The ship, you know, bonds are built on.
Right.
Right.
Really glad you're okay.
Really glad I'm okay.
If you need
'Cause I'm
literally
okay.
anything ever at all, I'm literally like down, you know, I'm like right down the hall from you, and like I would do whatever you need.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll probably take you up on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Do you want me to leave? Am I crowding you?
No.
Okay.
Actually, you should stay.
Cool, because I really didn't want to leave.
Okay.
But I was gonna respect your boundaries.
I appreciate it.
Cool. Okay.
You just have to deal with my weirdness, so.
You know, I'm a goat.
Arlo like that is just so obscure. I actually have noticed that about you.
Huh?
Greatest of all time.
I'm a goat.
That's so true.
He like hops up with his little goat legs and sits on the bed next to you and just like smiles at you. And he says, as soon as they clear you, you should definitely go back to your dorm because I know your roommate is probably going to be losing her mind.
Nari, oh my god, I have to go see her and make sure she knows I'm okay because she's gonna be so freaking out.
Yeah.
Freaking out.
She might still be there. Classes haven't started yet. And Claude kind of like calls over like to 𝙍𝙬𝙬, and 𝙍𝙬𝙬 comes over, clops her little centaur legs over, and she looks you over, Arlo, and Claude kind of explains the situation. And she looks you over and kind of sees that you don't have anything too drastic, but she does say like, Arlo, if you feel the need to, we do have Viola, which is just down the hall, and she will talk to you about anything you might need to talk about.
Okay, thanks.
Because I know that mental scars are not as easily seen.
Yeah, I feel like I can't even see them myself, so.
You know, we all go through it.
Yeah.
And it's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're free to go, but if you feel anything weird or if you have any issues, please come back.
Okay, thank you for all your help.
You're welcome. And she goes, she claps. And Claude looks at you and kind of is like, I'll let you have your moment with Nari, and I'll see to the others that are here because it's kind of a little bit my job in a way.
Yeah.
So glad you're okay.
Yeah. I'll text you and
okay.
I'll text you.
Cool. I will.
Cool.
Yeah. Don't text me about my texts. Just text me.
I will pretend those didn't exist. Don't
Cool.
think about that.
Yeah. As long as you don't look at them in front of me, that's fine.
Okay, I won't look at them in front of you.
Cool. Great.
Cool. See you later, Claude.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm like against my bedroom door, like fidgeting with it, but like I also like don't want to leave, but also like I gotta go.
Valid.
Yeah.
So I assume you're heading already to your dormitory. You're like fucking gone.
Yeah.
I'm
out of there.
Do you go in, I guess?
To my room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You might have to knock because you don't have a key with you.
Oh, I knock on the door.
Cool. And you hear on the other side, what? Angrily.
I look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? What did you think my collection?
Before you can even finish the fucking like chorus, the fucking door swings open and Nari's looking at you like wide-eyed and she's like, "Fish?
Can I hug you?"
Yes.
And I like
and
tackle
she
her.
immediately tackles you back. And she is squeezing so much that you can kind of feel the ends of her claws kind of like going through the fabric of your shirt. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. And she starts to immediately ramble. She's like, "Orloldi, the entire time you were gone, I watched like every single one of your movies, and I could not stop because every time that I watched them, I thought about you. And then when I wasn't watching them, I was thinking about you, but I was more sad that way. And so when I watched the movies, I felt better. And then I was happy. Yeah, I wanted to think about you in a happy way. But then I was like, oh my god, well, if he never comes back, and this is the only method I have, I cannot keep watching The Little Mermaid."
I know. That's so fair. I'm so glad it was only this many days, because imagine if it was longer.
She nods against you and she's like, "Yes, I think I know it by heart by now."
That's wonderful, because I'd like to watch it.
Yeah, so when you started singing the song, it was actually a little bit scary, but then I realized that it was probably you, and I got really happy.
It was all in your head. She got in your head, Ariel did.
Yes, I thought I might have been envisioning things. I haven't slept in like 4 days.
Okay, well, now you can sleep, and I'm safe, and I'm back now, and I'm safe, and I'm back now.
That's crazy. Are you okay?
No.
Oh, cool. I figured.
No. But I'm here, so we're gonna just do this one step at a time.
Yes, we're gonna have to. I will paint your nails and you will tell me all about it.
Okay.
And you promise me that you are okay.
I don't have enough nails. I don't have enough nails.
Oh, I can do your toenails too.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, I'm okay. I'm safe now. I'm here now, so we're good. I'm safe, and I'm here.
Okay.
And I'm here, and I'm safe.
And there's no one after you that's going to take you away again.
I don't know, but you know, it's they might be all dead. I don't really know what happened, so.
Oh. Okay.
I saw a lot of dead bodies.
I think you need to rest before you talk about anything. Maybe that's a good idea.
You think that maybe? Yes.
Okay. She's like, "If you really want me to, I put on Little Mermaid again. I will watch it again for you."
We'll watch it later. It's okay. I'm just gonna pass out.
Oh, okay, cool. Yes. Okay. And you come in to the room, and I assume do you beeline it for your bed? Or what do you do first? Yeah.
I'm wearing the new clothes, so yeah, I go to sleep. And
you're wearing your little Mr. Wilson's shirt.
What is it called? Insight check. I don't know, that's not what it's called. To see how cute Claude thought I looked in that.
You could do that. That's an insight check.
That's okay, I don't have to.
Are you sure?
No, I know he thinks I'm cute.
Yeah, you fucking
know
the way that he was flustered. Yeah.
Was I wearing pants?
I assume you were wearing your pants. Probably your uniform pants.
That's a good question.
Were you
wearing
pants?
I haven't been wearing pants most of this session, so
that's a valid
question.
Most of the big important talks happened when you were, in fact, naked.
Yeah, I guess just big pants and big oversized shirt because neither of them fit me. But
iconic.
All right.
I will say that as you move towards your bed, there is a folded piece of paper that is placed beside the painted portrait of your adoptive parents.
Okay, I'm gonna open that shit.
Okay. As you do, you see a rather script-like writing, very neat, that says, "You found a family. How unexpected. I'm pleased for you, Arlow. Your transformation astonishes me to this day."
Arlo's gonna go in the bathroom and fucking throw up in the toilet. This is far too much. Like, he's about to go, he's gonna say, excuse me, and he's gonna go and he's just gonna throw up. Like, he's gonna vomit.
There's so much going on for this poor child.
Yeah, that's far too much.
Yeah, valid. So with that little tidbit, okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
All
Tobias'
right.
father confirmed? Question mark.
Do it.
I think.
Is that my dad?
You
For
wanna
real?
hear you want to hear my crazy theory, my conspiracy?
Yeah, I do.
So much so.
Tobias is like an adoptive father of gifted kids who don't know their power, and he took them to learn how to use their powers. But eventually, along the way, after he figured it out or found
Like his
use of
invitation
them,
to Julian.
he would
like
make them
that
forget.
that academy or something like that. Like,
Yeah,
that was.
like that would have been like his introduction and like adopting him, and the same thing.
Gifted kids.
Type of
Arlo and Julian both have memory issues.
Yeah,
They both
and
come
then
up as
he just makes them forget.
they both come up as an error on the
And then have
on the
something
scanner.
else.
Are you my brother? Or he created them.
Are we brothers?
Created them.
Are you my brother?
That'd be so cute.
How your brother?
That's very cute.
That would be
That's my
If we started to romance, or if we happened to be, like, if we were brothers,
that'd be
and
amazing.
we started to romance each other in the
Oh, no.
beginning, we both have to like interject.
That'd be so awkward.
I think
Bob
Bob
would
would
just be
definitely
like,
interject.
Would you?
The way that you guys are,
We could confirm.
the
one
way
or
that
not.
you guys are
We're
so
brothers or not. If Bob
inclined,
interjects.
the way
What is it? Spiders in the attic?
The
What is
way-
flowers in the attic.
the way that you guys are so inclined to immediately romance everyone has me so anxious all the time. And that is all I will say.
I had to check with you with Tobias. I was like, we're not related, right? And you're like, no, you're in the
I
clear.
was like, bruh.
Good.
I was like,
That
y'all
does not
are
mean
too
you
quick
should
to
romance
jump.
him. That does not mean you should romance him.
I can't
So,
read, so I'm gonna ignore that.
I
Um,
wasn't writing.
Oh.
That's the joke.
Now I'm worried.
Period.
Now I'm
worried.
worried.
I'm worried everywhere.
What's the last thing you just said?
fun.
I'm exclusively in a relationship. I don't need to romance anyone.
Yeah,
So
We're
far.
fine.
there you
We're
go.
good.
For now.
Well, I mean, Arthros seems to potentially
I'm committed
be
to a goat.
open to maybe.
She was just testing.
We're
I
not
feel
even
like that
together.
was a test.
Well, are you sure it was testing, or were they asking if you were like potentially okay with expanding
tell,
the
I
inclusivity?
don't know, but I think she was just like.
Has his angst
No,
yet.
Speaking of which, I'm walking towards the Ignis Ember dorm.
Oh
Oh,
God.
man.
Okay.
Good
Oh.
lord.
Girl,
All right.
please.
I
Come
swear to
over
God.
instead.
If you
Grab
could
me
Silas
instead.
of all people.
Girl,
So-
Where's Mud?
Girl, please.
And go, please. Huh?
Theron's gonna like poke his head out of the door and be like, girl, please. Do not.
Go piss,
Theron
girl.
locks
That's
the
not
door.
real. That's not
over,
real.
like, what the hell?
Theron's taking it out. Just a
Valid.
cat nap.
So, I know that some of you are on your way to the infirmary.
What?
Some of you are on your way to the infirmary.
thought they
Aria
were already
and
at the
Julian. They're probably almost
Shit.
there now. I
Fair
will
enough.
say that essentially all I have for you guys is a little expose and two ending things. Two ending things that are not long because they're just things that are going to happen at the end of this session.
Shit.
So I want to be able to give you guys like your moment, because Aria, you're going to the infirmary, I assume, to see 𝑘𝐻, and Julian, I assume you're going to the infirmary to check on everyone. Sylkie's there as well. So if you guys want your to have any conversations there, we can do that.
Where's Zophiel?
Zophiel has gone back to his dorm, and he's probably going to be heading back to the infirmary as well because Fennel is there.
Fennel.
Mm-hmm. But essentially, that's all I have left for you. So, if there's any specific conversation you want to happen at the infirmary, any specific people you want to see, I'm fucking see you smiling, Andromeda. I will do it purely for you, okay? So,
I'm not here. You can't see me.
I'm going to jump to Andromeda, actually.
Oh. Question mark.
Andromeda.
Hi.
Are you headed to the Ignis Ember Dormitory for item number 1 or item number 2?
Ooh.
Number 2 being not who everyone probably assumes.
I assume Silas or Mud.
Number 2.
Number 2? Okay.
Yeah. Well, it starts out as number 1, and then maybe a thought crosses her brain.
Well, a thought needn't cross her brain because he's actually walking out of the Ignis Ember Dormitory as you are approaching it. In fact, because he is probably needed in the infirmary at the moment. Darian closes the door to the Ignis Ember building behind him, and he's looking very pretty. He has his hair done up in a bun, but there are 2 braids that loop around and tie around the bun. And it's a little bit of a messy bun, but the braids make it look a little bit more put together on the top. And his eyes look very dark. Maybe you could assume that he potentially stayed up last night. And his uniform's a little ruffled, like he was in a hurry that morning. And he's closing the door behind him. And immediately, I assume, when he turns around, it is you who is barreling in his direction.
She's just, like, tears streaming down her face. She just looks destroyed.
He turns around and immediately, like, meets your eye and frowns and says, Andromeda?
Hello.
Hello. You're very snotty right now. Are you alright?
I am completely fine. She's just sobbing.
He's like, doesn't really exactly know what to do, but he looks at her and he's like, okay, it is kind of my job to be a caretaker of sorts. Would you like to go talk? Or would you like to talk out here? Or do you want me to simply walk past you and not at all acknowledge your pain?
Please acknowledge my pain.
Okay, I acknowledge your pain.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you mind talking about it with me?
No.
Cool.
He grabs out his TCD and almost like types off like a text message quick, and then sticks
Unless
it.
you are busy.
No,
then
no. It's this is my job essentially. So let's go. And so he opens the door once more, and he kind of like guides you inside, and he makes his way towards his dormitory. And he unlocks the door. You just keep on trying to hold your smile back. I see you. You're like trying to stay in character, but you're just like. And he opens up his dormitory door and he kind of gestures you inside. And he immediately moves as soon as you walk in to make a cup of tea. In the corner of his room where he has this little like pantry type beat, very much like a dorm would. He goes about making you a cup of tea, and he looks at you and he says, please feel free to sit down if you would like.
She like looks around very stiffly. Like she's never been in his dorm before. This is the first time seeing it.
It's very clean, and everything is well kept. His bed is made, and he has kind of like a desk chair that is connected to his desk, where his desk is also very clean. Like all the papers are straight on top of it. All the books are straight in a pile. Like he might have a little bit of OCD with this kind of stuff. And he kind of like gestures towards the desk chair, and then also thinks for a moment and then gestures towards the bed if she would like to sit on that instead. And then kind of like shakes his head and he's like, wherever you're comfortable to talk.
Okay.
And she goes and she sits on the desk chair. She like sits down.
Would you like a tissue?
I mean,
don't, no. And he moves and he grabs a box of tissues that he has like in his little pantry drawer, and he just hands it to you and he says, these are for wiping your nose.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Very good.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm usually leave this up to Claude, but I would like to help in some way. So, what seems to be bothering you?
So much. So much.
Would you like to speak on these things?
Well, first off, I would like to say I am very sorry about Dragonborn Man. I did put in a lot of good words for you with him. Like, a lot.
Oh, you're talking about Theron.
Theron.
Right. Yes, he is in a relationship now, that's fine.
I like Arthros. She's very
She came off a bit weird to me, but I will take your word for it.
She is very nice and, like, probably could murder somebody. Has definitely murdered somebody. So, little info for you. You probably shouldn't.
Yes. No, yes, it's not a big deal. I am not a homewrecker, as they say. So, I will be here, should anyone change their mind. Although I will not be sloppy seconds. So.
Good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Boundaries. It's good boundaries.
I don't have many, but the ones that I do have are very important.
That is good. Also, your brother, I don't know how much Theron told you about him.
Yes, he told me some interesting information that I did not care to hear. Nor do I care to hear about any further. We're talking about you now, Andromeda, so what seems to be irritating you? That you have snot all over your face.
Have you ever been betrothed to somebody that you know you should be with because, you know, the elders of your grove say, you know, you need to be with this person, or else, you know, you're not following the rules, and if nobody follows the rules, then our entire grove will die, and, you know, all my family will die, and I'll die, and just because I can't love a person they selected for me.
I cannot say that I relate to all of those things, but I was intended to someone once, and...
Really?
Yes. Not by any patriarchy or parental say, simply because I thought it would make me appear normal. And then I realized how unhappy I was, and broke it off.
Oh.
And now I am single and ready to mingle, as they say.
What made you realize, you know, this wasn't making you happy?
She didn't understand me. Nothing about me. I feel it is important for someone that you are to marry, to know what you like, what you don't like, what makes you happy, what makes you unhappy, and to accept your flaws. And she did, and knew none of those things.
How do you think she felt when you broke it off with her?
I think, in a way, she was relieved. Because I didn't know those things about her either.
When he looks at me, I see love. But it's not the kind of love I want. It's duty-bound love. Like, I will love you because...
He has to.
He has to.
I say, after going so long in my life in a situation that didn't make me happy, that you should always go for the option that will make you happy. So many things can happen. I mean, for one, my brother got a curse put on him by some person named Frederick Boone, which is
Frederick Boone.
absolutely stupid name. And
We are going to hunt him down and kill him, by the way.
that's really not necessary. He does not deserve that. My brother, I mean. Things can happen in the blink of an eye. And should someone tell you, Andromeda, that you are to die tomorrow, would you be happy to go out feeling satisfied in your life? Or would you feel as though you had so much more left to do and to say? That is what I think you should be asking yourself.
I have a lot of things left that I would like to do.
Then I think that you should start doing them. And stop waiting around for others to give you permission.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how stupid would I be? So, when I was heading here,
Yes.
remember the last time I was heading here?
Yes.
The person I was going to see?
Mm-hmm. The troublemaker. The problem child.
When I was upset just now, after I spoke with my betrothed, the only remedy I could think of was him. For my pain.
That is certainly a problem.
So like a solid 10, you would say?
In terms of your choice, yes. Not the action per se, but the person we are considering.
Do you have a better candidate in mind?
He kind of tries to remain professional, and shakes his head and says, someone who is not getting reprimanded constantly and also sneaking out past curfew and doing things that you just absolutely should not be doing because it's going to get him killed. That's what I would recommend, because you do want some life left to live, and I think that if you go in that direction, there might not be long left for you. So I think you should go in turn wherever you feel the happiest, apart from him.
Okay.
Did that solve your problem?
What of my betrothed?
What of him?
Zephyrus.
Weird name.
It's a mouthful, but pretty.
It is.
I'm sorry about Theron.
I'm not easily swayed, Andromeda. There are plenty of fish in the sea, as they say. He was an attractive one, of course. Some fish are nicer than others.
Scaly.
But there are still fish. Yes, scaly like a fish as well.
Nice teeth, too.
Mm.
Do I sway you? Ooh. Okay. She stands up. She turns around.
He kind of is like, as you stand up and like go, I assume you're like going to leave.
She like kind of like.
He just kind of says, yes. As you leave, or as you're moving away.
She like stops.
Uh-huh.
Do you want to kiss me?
He clears his throat and shakes his head and he says, I'm sorry, I completely missed that. Can you say that again?
Do you want to kiss me?
I told Claude I'd be gone for 20 minutes.
Okay.
Oh my fucking god.
20 minutes is plenty of time.
That's how long Silas and Julie cow eyes.
You cow!
Darian,
Woo!
Darian steps closer to you, Andromeda, and looks at you for a moment, and he says,
Fuck, I'm gonna go moo.
he says, listen, I will not pressure you. This can be nothing to you, or it can mean a lot to you. Either option is okay with me. I will not limit your power of choice.
Just one is all I need.
Oh, just the one. Oh. Not what I expected, but that is fine.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. I thought you needed like 20 minutes to work up to this. I thought it was...
Oh no, I can kiss you quite easily.
Okay.
I meant more so there are more things we can do in 20 minutes is where I was directing the attention. But that's
horny
fine.
Cow, go moo!
If it's the horny cow, he's here. He just kind of shrugs his shoulders and he's like, but if a kiss is all you want, that is easily delivered.
Just one.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. And he
Prepare
is the
yourself.
one. Oh, while you say that, he already is moving. And he does it in the like very romantic way of like grabbing your cheek with one hand and then the back of your neck with another and like pulls you forward. Yeah, he has horns. And he pulls you in. He smooshes you.
Oh, I got a kiss.
I got a kiss. And it only lasts for a minute. It's just like it's very surface level, I should say. Before he pulls away. And he looks at you for a moment and he's still like very close to you, very close to your face. And he says, did that answer any questions for you?
I think I am left with more.
Oh.
But I'm not crying anymore.
Well,
So that
if
is
a kiss is what it takes to stop your crying, then I shall deliver whenever you need.
Really?
Yes. It is no skin off my back, trust me.
Thank you, Darian.
He nods.
And yeah. Okay. Great.
You have my friend code, correct?
I don't think so.
Just pulling out a
He,
TCD.
he nods and he pulls out his TCD and he does like the little exchange thing before he puts it back. And he nods to her, and he says, should you have any other questions that you need answered, feel free to just ask.
I will ask you.
Right.
Yep. When I have them.
You should know, if I were to run into any of your other friends, I would instead ask now that they put in a good word for me with you.
Okay. Cool. Nice talk.
Yes. And other things.
And other things.
Have a great day. You should, in fact, be in class, but I will overlook it. Mm-hmm.
Bye!
Bye.
She's beet red. She's
I
stumbling.
fully imagine Zephyrus is on her bed, like, I wonder what she's doing.
My
Waiting,
future
hands
wife.
folded.
My fiance.
I also
Thinking
have a
about my
question.
dreams.
Yeah.
Was that in Darian in Claude's room?
It was in Darian's dormitory, because he has, like, his own room in the Ignicember dormitory.
Okay,
Mhm.
I understand.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Mhm.
Is Claude in his room right now?
He's probably still in the infirmary. Looking
Okay.
after people.
I'll visit him later. I have something I want to do with him.
Okay. Okay.
When anyone is being horny
what do
in
you wanna do
game,
with
they
them?
get the horny cow. I'm sorry.
I love my little cow.
Horny move. Okay. So
got a
if anybody's being horny, I'm bringing out the cow so everybody knows if they don't want the horny, they can skip the cow.
I don't believe in cows.
I love that
what?
cow.
They're so
I mean, anytime that
No, I
someone's
do. I
on
love cows.
screen,
I love
like,
cows.
The cow's gotta be there.
Let's all be horny, because that cow is adorable to look at.
I'm never not horny.
You don't know anything
Like,
about
True.
no, but
Just
like
keep it out
horny,
all the
horny.
time.
Like that was horny.
That
It's a
that was-
kiss.
You,
Okay, but
you
like-
better
no,
know I am
it was on the
100%
end.
drawing that also. I have to draw that.
It was at the end, but I always get nervous around Darian, so he's
Very valid. Darian is
Horny
a,
cow.
he's a
Classy
good
guy.
boy.
Horny guy.
He's a good boy at heart. He's just trying to
I
help.
like getting to know
Sorry,
like, more
babe.
of them. It's cool.
I like his
no,
backstory,
No,
that's
it's good
cool.
to like learn more. Because I mean, unfortunately, as much as I like him, I don't think anything was like gonna happen.
Mm.
Because Arthros.
Arthros was like kind of like attached
very
to you
against-
from the beginning too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was
So,
gone.
I think the connection was just
Darian has
better.
someone else to focus on now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm kind of, I don't know. I think it's chill.
It's chill.
And he
He's
still was
used
very
with
much
purpose.
like, yeah, he's hot. He was like still 100% with that. So, a couple more things for the people who want to do some specific things then. Aria and Julien, I assume you probably are going to collide on your way to the infirmary, the two of you. Not like that, but
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
I
What a
imagine.
coincidence!
Wow.
I didn't know you're on this side of town.
I imagine
right
one of
behind
you.
me, isn't he?
Funny bumping into you.
That had so much. That had so much Velma energy. My God.
Jinkies.
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 It was Mr. Fredrickson all along.
I love it when you do the Velma voice.
My glasses. My glasses. Fred. Anyways. So.
Freddy.
Fred.
Fred.
Just that one Fred is
Fred.
like, I wanna capture that moment forever and then play it on the loop.
Oh,
Fred.
Celeste.
We can.
So.
We have the technology.
I imagine that, Julien, you're probably coming from one end of the hall, and Aria's coming from one end of the other. And
Wow. Sorry.
it's like that that moment of like, oh shit, hey yo, that you kind of meet in the middle where the infirmary is. Do you say anything to each other as you approach?
But the user, I just went to Demetra again.
Oh my
What
God,
is
you
going on with
did!
Demetra? Demetra's like,
That was full
think-
Demetra.
she's like right here, and Aria's like, get the fuck out of here, bitch. Get her out. Anyway, I love her.
Oh my God. Eating alive aliens in the chat said accidentally collide and suddenly make out in the toilet for 20 minutes.
Horny Moo! You guys are just gross. Anyway, let me continue. What's Aria's voice? All right. Anyway.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
There we are. Hello. All right. Hey, we're back now. Not have Demetra. Do this. Julien, what are you doing here? Hello.
Oh, hey.
Is everyone in the infirmary?
Yeah.
Who was there? I mean, I guess we have a lot of people that we know now that are in the infirmary. Is Sylvie? Why am my brain is gone? I've lost
Sylkie.
every name.
You're so
existence.
valid. It's
Sylkie.
totally okay.
Is Sylvie still in the infirmary?
I don't know yet. I'm about to go check.
Right. Oh, well, we can go in together. I was actually going to just drop some stuff off for 𝐿, just say hi. I haven't seen him since we left. So, and
I haven't come to the infirmary yet, so I'd like to see him too.
Yeah, he's just right in there. So come on, I'll take you. We'll go together.
Yeah.
And as you walk in, you see that 𝐿𝐲𝐢 is no longer there. You can assume that he is with Helios. And Sylkie is kind of just chilling on one of the little, like, the lovers. On one of the beds, but she is obviously a lot smaller than any of the beds they have there. So she just looks very tiny there.
So cute. It's so cute.
She's baby.
Like, I got a football field of a bed.
Yeah.
It's like that photo of like the orange cat that's like very small but looking away.
Yeah.
Like that 𝐼𝙦𝙬𝙀𝙀 one. Just comically small on this big
She's just
bed.
so tiny. And Fennel is there, and you see Zophiel is there as well. And he is sitting across from Fennel, and they're kind of just in the midst of chatting. And
What are they
𝐿,
talking about?
you see
What are they
𝐿.
talking about?
Who knows? You see 𝐿.
Oh, we walk in, I can hear them. What's the end of their conversation?
I mean, they're across the room, but...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll give that up, because they're both really quiet.
They are very quiet. 𝐿 is as he was when you saw him before in one of the beds, and Indra is by herself in the back of the room, kind of just sitting there on one of the cots, and she's hooked up to a bunch of kind of medical stuff, and she seems to be like staring kind of solemnly at the ground, maybe with a look of kind of like loneliness on her face, from what you could tell from an outward point of view. Where do you guys go from there?
I think Aria, honestly, is gonna like look at 𝐿 on the bed for a minute, and then just like kind of like wave over at Indra, be like, "You doing all right over there?"
She doesn't register that you're talking to her.
Indra.
And
she
then
like walks
she
over.
looks up then. She looks up then and looks at you, and she says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were speaking to me. No one has spoken to me except for the nice cleric lady."
She's very sweet.
Hmm.
She like walks up like beside her, but like, are you okay? Like,
Oh, I'm fine.
I knew it's probably pretty lonely
Yes.
right now.
And she kind of like looks down at her arms and shows like gashes and stuff, and she's like, "They've bandaged me up, and it's nothing too serious. Some wounds are deeper than others. A few stitches here and there, but otherwise I am good to go. Aside from the mental trauma."
Yeah, aside from mental trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Valid.
Although Arlo said that he was going to open up like a little club or something like that.
Honestly, he'd be really good at it. He's a very good leader.
Yes, I think so too. He's the only one who's really shown me an extreme amount of kindness.
I'm sorry.
No. I aside from obviously all of you allowing me to
No,
come with you.
but like, I mean, helping you out of a life or death situation isn't kindness. It's just being.
Well, you could have
person
definitely
with-
left me. I know that after so much, it's not easy to trust. So.
Yeah, but I don't think. I mean, given. Well, we're a little bit suspicious of everybody, you know.
As you should be. It's
a new
completely
world.
understandable.
It's very odd.
It is overwhelming.
Yeah, but no, but it's. I hope you know that. You know, I hope that we get to know you better.
I would love that. Really.
seem
But I do not want to step on anyone's toes. Or claws.
I mean, I was gonna say, I was like, you know, toes and claws. The only person you do that is maybe Andromeda because her toes are always out. But
Oh, I didn't mean.
she's
like,
fast.
I
She's
didn't-
fast on her feet.
Oh,
You
I-
have, okay, and
rippers away.
and Derek has his claws.
She's
but,
like, I didn't mean literally. It was a figure of speech, and
I know, I was.
Thank you for clarifying.
And Theron has his
I'm
claws.
sorry.
But those
I'm
are
not good at
people who
talking
walk
to
this-
people. It's been a long time.
You know, that's a long time. Like how long?
I don't
Remember?
remember.
That's okay.
I just know that I have not interacted with anyone for quite some time.
But based on feeling or just
Yes.
what you have left?
It feels hard to do. So
That's fine.
I can only assume.
I mean, I obviously don't know exactly what you went through, and
Well, neither do I, so I think that maybe that's a
Yeah.
good thing. The only thing I remember is an occasional fight and nothing before that. So,
well, and she kind of like looks over. She's like, do you see that big blind guy in the bed over there?
she looks.
That's my roommate Q.
Oh.
He's incredible. He's a very, very kind soul.
What
he's
happened?
He's since I've known him had a lot of memory issues, and he got a pretty severe hit to the head and fell into a coma a few weeks back or so.
The cleric lady said that I was also hit on the head, so maybe we're in similar positions.
Yeah. When he wakes up, I'm sure he would love to have someone who can kind of understand to talk to.
I will
And
try
he's
my
a
best.
great
Again,
reader.
I'm not great at talking to people, but I will
Okay.
try.
I'm also not incredibly good at that. Just in a different way. I talk too much when I really shouldn't, like now. But he's a really
I
great
think you
listener.
talk a fair amount.
See, fair can mean a lot, and that is me. But I.
Sorry,
anyway,
maybe
he's a
wrong
very good-
word choice.
No, you're good. You're doing great.
The mess of the two awkward socializers. She
It's
just
almost
nods.
worse than me and Arthros. This is.
I know.
horrible.
She just nods and she's like, I really appreciate you telling me about that. I can tell that he means a lot to you, so thank you. And I do hope that he gets better soon.
Me too.
Hmm.
But, given you're here now, have you talked to any of the heads of the school or anything? Like,
Yes, I had a conversation with Arthur. He handed me a paper test, as he called it, to take, and then told me something about Terra Claw.
okay.
And then assigned me my roommate, and yes, so I think I'm good to go now.
Do you know who your roommate is?
Yes, strange name, Mud.
That's what you get! This is what you get!
Yeah, that's kind of deserved.
That is a karmic
Are you
justice
kinda
at its
That's
finest.
Oh my
That's
god.
delicious.
Damn.
That's so sweet and
This is what
Savory.
happens, Dave.
Wow.
We love you, but
This you
damn it, man, the consequences of
You
your-
reap
well,
what you
actions.
sow.
the consequences of your actions.
Your actions.
They're gonna be the hottest couple in the school, and you're gonna be.
Literally,
don't
they
say
look
that to
so
me.
good.
Don't say that to me.
We don't know. We don't know her sexuality, her
Are you
interests.
kind of
We don't know.
I'm happy to
I'm just saying the potential's there.
Mud! I know Mud!
Really?
Yes!
Are they nice?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, it's a he.
Yes, his name, yes.
Oh,
I think he may go by they, them as well, but I believe
okay.
he is a main vibe. I would ask.
Men scare me, but I will try to be open-minded.
I will tell you now, he is not scary. He once compared himself to corn. So, you can imagine.
She frowns, she's like,
the man he is.
He sounds like perhaps he'll be difficult to talk to, but I will certainly try my best.
No. Not at all. He is also a talker.
Oh. Well then, I rephrase that. Hopefully he does all the talking and I don't have to do any of it.
He has lots of hobbies too, so you'll never be bored.
Hobbies? Well,
Yes.
I suppose it's a good thing because I have none. So maybe he can teach me one or two.
Right. I feel like you're really, you know, I will let you know ahead of time so you are prepared. I know he went through something that was very emotional for him recently.
Oh.
And I want you to be prepared that he may not be completely emotionally available. Like,
oh, that's
for
all right.
full conversation, you know, like really, you know, creating connections, whatever. But
that's
I think
fine.
I think that he's a very good friend. Okay. And very good listener. Right. Him and 𝐿𝐻𝐢𝐸𝐸 were really close.
Oh, I see.
I was actually gonna ask Mud to come see 𝐻𝐻𝐸 with me today, but I didn't know where he was. So.
Oh. Right.
But he's.
Well,
I'm sure you will.
Maybe I can ask him when I go back to the dorm that I'm staying in.
Yeah.
I'm in hell.
Stop. Oh my god. This has been the biggest Andromeda beatdown that anybody's ever seen in the history of D&D.
You gotta take that L and hold it.
Yeah,
That's on
you
you.
gotta sit with that.
That's
L for
on
a
you.
second.
That's all on you.
Oh my god.
Aria kind of is like, all right, so you're Terraclaw, Mud is your roommate, very cool. Did you get your TCD, your little electronic-y thingamabob yet?
She shakes her head and she says, no, I think that they were going to drop all of my things off at the dorm for me. So it should all be there when I get there,
well,
hopefully.
Ask Mud. Hey, here's a conversation starter for you. Ask Mud to give you my code, so my friend code, so we can talk if you need anything.
Oh, okay.
I'm
not quite sure what that means, but I will let him know.
It's just a way for us to be able to talk to each other in case you need anything.
Okay.
Without being face to face or using magic.
Right.
So,
okay. That sounds great. And I maybe once we meet officially, we can all go out for coffee or something.
Oh, listen, I love a good coffee. We'll get Theron in on this. He's the Dragonborn with the pretty.
The one who doesn't like me.
Girlfriend. He's just very suspicious of everyone. He warms up. He didn't like any of us at first, to be fair. I think that he thought I was kind of a bitch because I kind of am, but not in a bad way. More just I talk a lot. So.
You do not strike me as one of those at all. So.
Oh. Well, that's a first. But I appreciate it.
Yes.
But yes, we will definitely. I'm sure if we get coffee with him, he'll warm up a little bit. He loves coffee.
That sounds
a good.
Amazing.
As long as it's good. Bad. Got about a bad day.
Oh. Well, I'm very excited for that.
Yes.
What did they say? What?
Dee said, I'm saying console me to their partner, and he's saying, no, live with your mistakes.
Oh my god.
I was going, console me. Console me.
Right. Absolutely. Alexei, you're correct. You're correct. Oh, Alexa,
honestly.
shut up. Alexa, go away.
A win is a win. A win is a win.
So she nods to you and she says, well, I won't take up any more of your time. So enjoy your time with your lion friend, and I'm sure we will be in touch. Plenty.
Yes, absolutely. Make sure, and if Mom doesn't have my code, tell him to come talk to me, because that's a problem.
Okay.
We had a very long conversation, and I feel like we're closer now.
Oh. Well, that's great.
He needs friends.
Me too, so maybe that's one thing we'll have in common to bond over.
Definitely.
Haley. I cannot.
What was did you ever say your last name?
Aisling.
Aisling.
Mm-hmm.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Can I think I have this is a longest shot ever.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to try and see if there's any, I have a thing called Grand Histories of the Known World.
Okay.
Where if I basically approach a person, creature, location, or item, and I can, item covered by my knowledge of a specific area of bardic lore, and I can ask the GM one question about it. So I was just gonna ask if I recognize the name anywhere.
Like if the name's familiar to you?
Yeah, from a book, from like a word, like a name that I've heard before, like anything. Just to see if she's like from Austradale or I don't know. But
you don't recognize it. No.
Cool. Just to check, just in case.
No, valid. Absolutely. Also, her last name Aisling is spelled Aisling. It's like Irish apparently, and it's pronounced Aisling rather than like Aisling or anything like that.
Got it. That's cute.
Yeah.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna kind of like smile and wave at her, and I'm gonna go up and put my little bag down. I brought my loot with me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna pull up my chair next to 𝙍𝙬𝙫𝙬𝙀 bed, and I want to start working on this because I'm really bad at it. I want to try and cast Charming and Open.
Okay.
To her.
Okay.
To see if she's been truthful with me.
To Indra?
Indra.
Ah, okay.
I just want to see if everything she's been telling me has been actually like kind of truthful in the same way that we did with the lady at the bar.
Right.
So
roll with disadvantage because you are on Earth, so it's not going to work as well.
Right. With 2d6?
2d6s, yeah.
I'll just do 3 then. Take the 2 lowers. Oh! Well, that's a 1, 2, and a 3, so that'll be a 3.
Oh.
Because you take the 2 lowers. It's with disadvantage.
As far as you know, with that roll, she's being honest about everything.
Hey, that's cool. Then I'm just gonna play a little ditty.
Very nice. To 𝙍𝙬?
Yeah.
Okay.
After she like plays a song or two, she's probably just gonna like move her thing back, and look over to see what Julian's doing.
Julian.
But she's just sitting next.
What do you do when you enter the infirmary?
While Aria was having a conversation with Indra, Julian was probably talking with Sylkie, and then once Aria went back to 𝙍𝙬, Julian probably joined them.
Okay. And I will say that with your conversation with Sylkie, she does seem very withdrawn, more so withdrawn than she has ever like been with you. She'd gotten to a point where you guys were like very, very close and very she's very open about everything she told you about her father and her family. And when she sees you, she kind of like bids you a smile, but stays very quiet. Almost as though you're kind of talking at her and not really to her. And she's kind of just curled in on herself as she's laying there. Yeah. So a productive conversation isn't really in the works unless you would like to ask her anything specific.
Do you want some time alone?
She looks over at you and she says, no. No. I just don't. want to talk about anything yet.
Yeah, to tell it.
But I miss you a lot.
I miss you a lot.
Cool.
It's been so long.
I mean, yeah, give or take a few days, but it does feel like a month.
Yeah. Do you want me to catch you up? Just a real quick synopsis of like where I...
Yeah, that'd be great, because last I saw, this weird snake guy was saying some really provocative things to you.
Yeah. So I'm going to skip that part and where we go to the part where the portal opened up and then we sort of got it. So like,
right.
I mean, do you want me to talk about? There really isn't much. It's just
if you don't want to,
you already
then
know.
No. Tell me what you want to tell me.
Yeah. So basically, Zophiel, this guy, the blonde, Jack. I don't know if you saw him. Guy kidnaps Zophiel. We chase after him through a portal. We end up in Aviosis, which is the home of Arthros's place. We get in there, we get in some to find Zophiel locked up in a big prison there, and then we get in some familial problems with Arthros's family. Then the blonde guy kills Arthros's parents, but they were bad people, so it's okay. And then we took like a portal makey thing
Julian?
that he had. And
this is a lot to take in right now. I didn't think it would be this extensive.
Oh. It's a bit extensive.
Yeah, part of me kind of thought you just like went on like a 2-day like vacation with the snake guy. But I really want to know, especially if there's things that you really want me to know, and you look really distressed. So I assume
it's been a long couple of days.
Oh yeah, for sure. Why don't we both get some rest? And then we'll just throw our everything at one another. As soon as we are more mentally stable.
More mentally stable is good wording, yes.
Cool. Yeah. I appreciate you wanting to tell me, though.
I'm here for you.
And you know, I think that everything worked out well because you had my dad's lucky bead, so.
Yeah, I'm having Aria make a bracelet with it.
Oh. That's really cool.
It's always on me.
Well, hopefully it will continue to bring you good luck then.
Me too. I should go check up. I should ask Aria how that's going.
Okay. And then tomorrow we talk about everything.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Are you in a relationship now?
With who?
The guy you disappeared to the bathroom with for 20 minutes.
No.
Oh.
Aria accidentally plucks a wrong chord in her song.
Dun.
Oh. Maybe I should go back to fiddle.
Yeah, no, I don't know what's going on there.
Oh, you know, well, we'll talk about that too then, maybe. Sounds like there's a lot to unpack.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
There's a lot.
Yeah. I don't know how much help I'll be with boy trouble. Never dated. But I'll help you best I can.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. pretty logical, so maybe I can aid in that way.
The
Yeah.
two logical people.
And she like kind of like stifles like a little bit of like a yawn, a little mouse yawn, before she kind of like stretches
Big
a
mouse
bit.
yawn.
Big mouse yawn. You're right. Little small mouse, regular sized mouse.
Regular size yawn, actually.
Regular size mouse
Completely
yawn.
regular.
Or small. It was
Normal
Regular.
size.
the average
Regular.
size of a
I've
yawn
got
without for a
blackmail on
mouse.
Theron.
Shut the fuck up. You
You
said
do.
you wouldn't say anything. You said out of
You
courtesy,
said.
weren't gonna
You
say anything.
said.
You really promised. If you go back
But
on your
I'm
word,
just saying,
I will eat
don't get
you.
on Julian's
You
bad
said.
side, or else-
Okay.
You can't upset the mouse, man. You can't upset the mouse.
You can't upset the mouse.
Upset the mouse.
She's precious.
Oh,
Oh,
boy.
oh,
Like a mouse
No,
would
nice.
take down
What
a
happened?
dragonborn.
what
She
happened?
would destroy
What
you.
happened?
What happened?
What happened?
Please tell me that her dad is Mickey Mouse.
What?
I like Mickey
What?
Mouse's one sound from
What?
Fantasmic when he goes.
Oh yeah, he
I
goes.
don't
He
like
goes.
it
He goes.
at all.
No.
That's my favorite thing that he's done.
He's so
Sure.
precious.
Julian's gonna give Sylkie a little knuckle punch, but like with
Yes.
She
just
does
one
it,
figure.
and she does
I
it,
love
and
it.
then she like proceeds to kind of like get cozy in her little infirmary bed, and closes her eyes.
And then Julian will head over to by 𝐶's bedside with
Okay.
Aria.
And as you do that, I will say, Zophiel also gets up from speaking to Fennel and moves to kind of sit next to you, Aria, where you're playing music, and just kind of sits there. He doesn't say anything. He just watches.
Let me look.
Hmm.
And we can see what song she's playing.
Oh, valid.
Oh,
Valid.
Yeah, I think she's just kind of humming around. Oh my gosh, I can hear myself. 1 second.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Where did my? Oh, there it is. I'm a silly compy. You know what? For Theo, because this is Theo's first session back.
Mm.
She's gonna be doing like an acoustic chill version of the new Taylor Swift song "You're on Your Own, Kid," because
Oh,
I love it. It's a very good song,
nice.
and
It's very good.
it's so good.
You like it for
And,
her.
Aria is a Swiftie, confirmed?
Yes. This is an old bop. This is an old bop.
it's like being a fan of
Right.
ABBA. This is old.
Literally,
Yeah.
this is an
30
old
years old.
bop. Like this is a
That's true.
golden hit album. Okay,
Solid.
I already
Yes,
know it.
yes.
And she's just
Yeah.
playing her little looty, but she is missing her fiddle.
Valid. So,
That's me. Being
that's
a bard.
a very cute image to think about, that they're all sitting there while Aria plays her music.
I'm a
Do you guys
sugar.
want any more conversations there before we move on and kind of go towards the end of session? Yes. It's okay.
In between, like if Aria's playing multiple songs or
Mhm.
if
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just
You
one
just
song.
hang out.
Afterwards, Julian's gonna turn to Aria after just sort of staring at 𝐶 and listening to this music.
Mm.
Did you get around to transcripting the music from that box from the sports festival?
I believe I did. And
You can,
hello bookie.
if you want, we can say that you did, or that you're almost finished
I think
with it.
I thought that
When would you have time?
I remember
to do
you
that?
did,
it was-
but
I
you
did.
didn't
I
get
did
around
work
to
on
getting
it.
it to me.
but I
Valid,
didn't get around to doing
valid.
it because that night that I was
Like,
I
you
don't
can say
remember
that
what
you're
night, but I was working on writing out sheet music like all night long,
Yeah.
right. Oh.
like transcribing it. So I would
It was
think that
you
like
have
after
it.
Julian gave you that gift.
Mhm.
Yes.
Was it at the
strawberry creme
inn?
brulee?
Right.
no, that was
what
one of the
night?
nights. That was one of the nights, but that was
I think I remember what you're saying.
You were right.
But there was another one too that I remember that I was.
Oh no, you're sewing a dress. Never mind. That was
Mm.
something else. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I mean, I could say it then too, though.
you wrote it in
I
your
finished
notebook.
it at the inn.
Valid. You wrote it in your notebook.
Yes, I did.
All right.
My credentials. Mighty. Yes. I believed it. That's so sorry. Here. And she's just gonna pull it up and show it over to him. Did you want me to play it?
If you could.
Yeah, it's only a few notes. Pretty simple. Stuff I learn in my sleep. I'm just kidding. I do not know how to play in my sleep. I had heard a rumor once that somebody could, and I was like, wow, that's a lot of mental pressure. Anyway, and she's just gonna start doodling the doo. Doodly doodly doo doo doo. I don't remember what we said the song was.
I can tell you.
Yes. Can I have it?
Mm-hmm. Give me one moment so I can double check that I have the title.
Wonderful. Then I can put it in my playlist. Oh, just so you know, baby, I could see your screen for a second there.
What?
On, like, it just, like, across. On the stream.
What?
It should
It
have.
went...
Oh, I think because one of them is window capturing. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you're good. You're good. I just wanted you to know.
Yep. Right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Why am I so far?
Give me one moment. I'm not on mine on here.
Waka waka.
Waka waka.
Waka waka.
Waka waka. Oh, I need my here. Hold on. Ah, shit! I'm not fucking logged in and my phone's dead.
Oh, here I can look it up.
No, it's okay. It's okay because you don't know.
Just right. Just send me the name.
But I have to find it first. I'm not logged in on my phone. It's okay. Give me a second.
Bow, 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 bow. This is the way to music. I
will say, at least for now, that it is a
song.
Ah, found it. It's an instrumental song.
Right.
A classical piece.
I had a feeling.
No words, no singing, classical. What would probably be played on a piano rather than any sort of guitar or fiddle or anything of that nature.
Right. But it was in a music box.
Yes.
So it was like those little like ding 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 ding.
And Julien, it sounds familiar again when you hear it. I'm debating whether I give you the title of the song, the actual song.
Can I? But
you would not know it, is the thing.
No, of course, but like for me,
valid.
Jazzy. Mostly because I do actually want to try and transcribe it, but I understand if not.
Valid.
That's okay. It's okay. We can wait. Oh, can I try and cast Charming and Open on Julien to see if it is kind of like bardic inspiration almost, to see if he can remember anymore because he's being like open with himself?
You can try.
Can I try? I'll do it with disadvantage.
Yeah, with disadvantage.
I mean, why not? Like, worst case scenario,
Okay.
I just play a little tune.
I will give it to you, Aria, but you can't tell anyone else what it is.
I won't. Not a person. But I still want to cast this on him. I want to see if I can give him bardic inspiration. Oh, that was a lucky ducky. Okay. That was a 6 and a 6 and a 5. So that's...
I will give it to you after session as well. But
5 plus 6. 11.
11.
I'm sorry. Yep.
11.
11.
So what were you aiming for exactly?
I was trying to help Julien get another like anything, because it looks like he's paying attention to it, and he obviously asked her to play it for a reason. And it like, I feel like she can kind of guess that this was something meaningful to him, and given the fact that she knows that he doesn't have a lot of his memories.
Julien, are you okay with this?
Yeah, because you also have to be.
Okay.
He's sort of, as is in the middle of doing this, he just says to himself, or he sort of says out loud to Zophiel and Aria, If he wants me to forget and keep the past behind me, then I'm going to do everything in my power to remember as much as I can.
You're so badass.
Julian, as she plays the piece, you distinctly remember the feeling of ivory keys beneath your fingers and the sound of it emanating from the instrument before you. And you remember bright lights. That is all that comes to your head when you think about it.
So you were performing it. Interesting. Melodica.
So,
Maybe a melodica.
from there, we will move along, if that is all right with you.
I just want to give, before I leave the place, I just want to give Ku a little kiss to the forehead.
Valid. Absolutely.
Right, go for the name.
Before Julian leaves the place,
Yeah.
he's gonna slap on the 6 lens glasses. He's gonna click it on and try and cast detect magic. Just looking at Ku and the medical machines that he's connected to.
Roll 2d6s for me.
Smart man.
Smart man.
Smart man.
9.
Okay.
9.
There is no magic, other than a little bit of like what you can kind of see to be like cleric magic from 𝙍𝙘𝙬𝙘 around Ku, or and there's no other magic on the machine or anything that looks out of place.
Gotcha. As well as on the way in and on the way out, Julian's gonna take a good look at the doors to the infirmary.
Okay.
And how they lock. Is there a keyhole?
It's very much the same as like your dormitory doors. So it's clear that it probably opens with a TCD like identity or like identification, essentially.
Gotcha.
Is that all you look at in the room?
Yeah. There's nurses walking about?
Just 𝙍𝙬𝙬 at the moment. And she's kind of darting between the few people that are in the room at the moment, checking on them.
And they're the only one?
What are you about to do? Please tell me you're not about to tell Ku.
What?
Just remind everyone. Get him out of this fucking hospital.
Oh, valid.
Take him on a little adventure.
Prop him up with sunglasses.
Oh my god, it's like the dad from...
Yeah. The dad from
Weekend
Onward.
at Bernie's. Weekend at Ku's.
Weekend at Ku's.
Is the TCD on the nurse visible?
No.
No?
You know
There's
who
sort of
else
bump
has
on their
access
clothing
to
that
the
seems to be...
hospital area infirmary?
Who?
Darian and Claude both have access.
Your mind is going somewhere where my mind was going, and I'm curious of what you're doing with this, because I was about to do something very similar to this.
Oh?
As Julian heads
You're
off,
too much.
he's going to start writing
I am lost.
and
lost.
theorizing and
I'm lost.
experimenting he's gonna try and create, using one of my moves, a ritual to hopefully get Ku out of their coma.
Okay.
They're not using magic. He thought he might try magic.
Okay. Valid. You start that ritual then. That will be an interesting saga for the next episode.
Next session.
From there, I know Arlo wanted to do one more thing.
Question: am I allowed to the day to a little bit more nighttime or no?
Well, technically yes, because what I was gonna do if there wasn't anything else anyone else wanted to do, there's 2 more things that are very quick that are ending the episode, and
Okay.
it happens at night. So if you would like, we can make it that the day has kind of gone by, and Arlo, you've probably rested, taken your nap, and you've woken up more towards the evening, perhaps. So yes, you can. We can do that if you would like.
Okay. Am I allowed to do something?
Yeah, what do you want to do?
It's a little dramatic.
Absolutely. I love drama.
Okay. Is Claude in his room?
At this point, probably, yes.
Okay. I'm getting in the headspace.
Oh.
Okay. Is Darian in the room?
No, Darian has a completely different room in the different.
He's got. Oh right, he goes
Yeah.
somewhere else. I forgot to get their own little room. Okay.
No, you're good. You're good. They have their own little single rooms.
So Arlo, in a certain state, walks to Claude's room.
Okay.
And stands, breathing very heavily in front of it, trying to decide whether or not he wants to knock.
Okay.
Whether or not Nari was in the room, his room at the time,
She was probably passed out.
he snuck by.
Okay.
On purpose. So he kind of like puts his hand up to knock and then like goes down and then like finally knocks, but then immediately starts to like walk away because he like freaks out. But he had already knocked, so.
The door opens after you've gotten like a little ways away. And Claude kind of pokes his head out and he looks and he recognizes you from behind immediately. And he says, Arlo?
So Arlo's standing facing away and kind of takes a breath and then turns his head and his face is like red and he's tears down his face and he's been crying. And he has his sleeves rolled up and he has giant gashes on both of his arms and he holds them up and he says, I'm in a mess. Can I come in?
Claude looks at you and looks in concern and says, do you want to go to the infirmary? I feel like that's maybe a little bit more important right now.
Is anyone there?
𝙍𝙬𝙬𝙀 might be. She just kind of looks over everyone.
I need to talk to you privately.
Okay. You can come in.
Okay, and he storms like right past.
Okay.
Like, immediately sits on the bed, and like looks up at Claude expectingly to like come in or do something.
He like shakes himself out of his like shock and then closes the door and walks up and he's like, what can I do?
And so like Arlo's hands are shaking and he's like, and he takes out of his pocket, he has in like a cloth, he has like nail files from like a stash that Nari had, like a cleaned off nail file. He's like, I was trying to heal, I was trying to see if I could do it, and I couldn't do it. And I know this is a lot to ask right now, but you know what? Actually, I'm gonna I think this is. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come.
Whoa. Heal? You mean like heal like how you healed me that one time?
Yes. When I got captured, I don't know how much they told you.
Not much.
It was a fighting ring system thing where they were taking people like us and then they were putting them against each other and making them do horrific things. And when they took me, they didn't have me do those things, which is why I don't look all beaten up like the rest of everybody else. But I guess somebody had heard that I had healed you, and they thought that would be useful. They thought that if they could bring me, that I could heal people, and I couldn't. And people died. A person died. And I'm trying to figure it out because what I don't understand, and so I was using it on myself, and I was trying to see if I could do anything, and obviously I couldn't. And I was wondering if maybe it was specific to you.
If you want to try, sure.
Are you sure?
Not really. But not really. But you know, I mean, that doesn't define you. You know that, right? You don't have to be able to do that. That could have just been a freak thing, Arlo. The cleric is she's literally a cleric. She could have healed me in that amount of time, and I could have been fine. And it was just, I'm so sorry that I said anything in the first place to you.
It's fine. It's fine. I shouldn't have come.
No, that's fine. I'm glad that you came, but I just don't want you to think that you're defined by some power you may or may not have. What were you feeling anything in the moment when that happened? Was there anything that stood out to you? Were you?
I mean, I thought maybe because of like
our connection.
Yeah. That maybe that had something to do with something. But maybe you're right, maybe it wasn't even me at all. Maybe this was all some psychotic joke from the universe that I got picked to do something that I wasn't even.
Listen, and Claude like kind of moves and he puts both of his hands on your cheeks and he looks at you for a moment and he just says, Arlo, you are not some power that you may or may not have. You're not defined by that. And the humans are stupid. They're stupid and they're sick and they're twisted. And you know, they thought maybe they had something going with you and you know, they didn't. And that's not your fault that they had some sick and twisted game. And you know what? In the long run, it's probably better that those outsiders died, right? Because if they hadn't, they would just go through the same thing all over again. And it would just be a cycle of death constantly, over and over and over again. Can you imagine dying over and over and over again?
I don't know, you've told me this, and Aria even told me the same thing, and I know that. I intrinsically, I know that it's not my fault, but you don't know what it's like to be told you're the only person that can help someone in your arms. Like, I know that's not my fault, but what am I supposed to do with that?
Well, think of it this way, right? There's the cleric 𝙍𝙘𝙬, right? She has that all the time. She has the lion guy right now who's half dead in a bed, unconscious. And that's on her hands, right? If she can't fix him, she has to deal with that. But that's just how it is. And there's no changing it. And you're special without some crazy power.
I don't want to be special. I just want to be useful.
And Claude looks down for a moment and frowns and kind of turns his head and he says, Arlo. And he like indicates at your gashes on your arms. And if you look at them, they're completely gone.
Oh shit. Holy shit.
Do you say that as Arlo? Holy shit.
Yeah, actually probably I don't know. Yeah.
Claude looks and he's like, okay, now that wasn't a freak accident.
And so I feel like Arlo, he jumps up and he like spins around and he like. But now I don't know if that was because of you. You've been sitting here. I should have just.
It's not me. I've lived fucking 19 years of my life without ever having this happen. Definitely not been me. How long have you lived?
I don't know.
Oh.
It's okay.
Well, you have no memories, right? You have no memories.
No.
So maybe. I mean. Please don't jump off of anything like you said you would do last time we talked about this, please.
What did I say?
You said we could jump off rooftops together, and that's not something I want to do right now to test this theory.
I said that? What did I say?
You did. You said something about like jumping off a dormitory roof to see if you could heal
literally
yourself.
said that like the first episode or something.
Yeah.
What did I say exactly?
I can't
Like,
remember.
oh, we
It was
should,
like, oh, I could like, one of us could like jump off of something and like, and then try to heal after that or something. It was something
Test
like
the theory
that.
of like,
Like
see
you would
if
say
you
that.
actually healed. So dumb.
He would also say he said that.
Dumb boys.
Why would I ever suggest that? Gaslights Claude.
Claude's just like,
No thanks.
you know,
That's
yeah,
not
you
true.
might be right. Listen, I mean, I didn't touch you when it happened, so it has to be you, right?
Yeah. I'm really sorry I came in here telling you that you needed to cut yourself with a nail file. That was really
Yeah, listen, I would have done it if it would have really helped you, but I didn't really want to because I'm already accident prone, and I don't want, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously me too.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Can I have the nail file?
Yes.
Cool. Then he takes it. He's like, all right.
Can you give it back to Nari though? She's gonna be upset.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah, no. This is a weapon. That's that. I am a dormitory advisor. I have to
Right.
confiscate those things.
I'm so sorry.
Mm-hmm. Maybe. Listen, if we really want to test this theory, let's do it with people who are already hurt, right? So maybe tomorrow we can go down to the infirmary and you can just try with people who are not gonna die and who are simply hurt. Okay?
Okay.
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 Can you walk me home?
Yes. It's like 2 doors down, but I got you.
Okay. Cool. Thanks.
And Claude does that. He walks you to your dormitory door. And he nods and he's like, did you bring your TCD with you?
Did I? I don't know. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. No.
Probably not.
Last time you, because I don't think you brought it to the ball.
You
And
rushed.
you
Well,
might
Hang
have
it
had
anywhere.
you were sleeping in your room, but you rushed out of there to go to Claude. So he just shakes his head and he grabs out his TCD and he scans your room door open. And he like pushes it open with his hand and he says, kind of hushed so he doesn't wake Nari. He just says, get some sleep and no more of your own experiments, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
You make rules because you're the.
I am, but also I'm your friend and you're not on your own, so.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
He hugs him again, like that really like sudden hug. You know what I mean? Yeah.
He squeezes
he-
back.
Like the very like imagine when Nick in Heartstopper hugged Charlie, but then like turned around and didn't even look him in the eyes and just like went into his room. That's exactly that.
Bruh. Okay.
Yeah.
And he like just watches you go before he kind of like shakes himself awake and then walks back to his dormitory very
Poor guy
slowly.
deserves a little bit better. The dramatics that I put him through.
He's he's going through it, but it's okay.
It's fun. He's never bored.
It is fun.
He's never bored. With that, I have 2 final things, and then you can all be off on your way. Does anyone want anything else? Any main things that they want to touch on? Anything else? I mean, some pretty big events happened.
I just want to say, Andromeda walked out of that dormitory. Just, you know that sim walk?
Yeah,
When
the jolly walk.
Yeah. That walk.
That's so valid.
She is happy as a peach right now.
Aw. Well, 2 things.
Not for long. Just kidding.
So, as you all go to bed that night, it is with the relief of being in a familiar place after so many days of unfamiliarity. Some of you sink into your sheets with ease, while others go with trepidation. Andromeda, your mind surely spirals on thoughts of your brother and his well-being, to thoughts of Mud a few doors down, silent and uninviting. You think about Zephyrus in the bed next to you, how a few days ago you longed to snuggle up to Mud, how he offered himself to you for comfort. You surely wonder if you would ever feel as eager with Zephyrus. Your mind also, most likely, skitters off to thoughts of Darian as well as you go to sleep, and how well that interaction went, and the thoughts and the words that he said to you. And they stick like aggressively in your brain the sort of wisdom he was spouting to you in that moment. Arlo, as you go to sleep, you can't help but think about your family and where they are, where they might be, if they're even alive, if they're even still in Handburn, and what they would think of everything you've been through to this day now. And you can't help but think about the cages, and you still see the bars when you close your eyes, and you can still feel what it felt like to have the drugs in your veins and these dying creatures all around you. And your mind, of course, spirals to thoughts about your abilities and what this could mean, and the fact that things you've said or things you've felt in the moment when this healing, essentially, ability, or so you think, happened and occurred. Julien, your mind is conjuring up countless thoughts about memories you don't understand and images you can't comprehend, and you surely imagine scenarios and all sorts of theories, unsure of what is true and what is simply your mind's illusion. What is Tobias to you? Why does he know so much about you when you know so little? How can he know more about you than you even know about yourself? You also think about Sylkie, now safe and sound in the infirmary, and surely it's one blessing, at least, amidst many a curse. Theron, you surely think about Arthros' situation, her uncomfortable fits of blackouts and out-of-body nightly routines. You surely think of Sophia and what she's mentioned of her, conjuring up theories or what could have happened to her knowing Arthros' situation. You think about Roz and how much you miss them and where they could possibly be now. And you think about the stiffness in your back and the pain in every movement, every time you flinch, every time you breathe. Aria, you surely think about 𝙍𝐲 still in the infirmary, buildings over, and thoughts of your mother, and a memory that hadn't come up for a while until now. And you surely think about Malice as you look at your lute when you close your eyes to go to sleep. Think about the songs that the both of you sung together, and how your time in the sector may seem just a little bit more appealing than what you're going through now. And from there, most of you have a rather normal night going to sleep, aside from Aria and Theron. Theron was
watched that in real time.
They was about to be like, ha! And then was like, oh.
That was my literal thought process. Like,
Oh, that was so funny.
That was so great.
Comedy gold.
So
that was fucking hilarious.
To finish off,
I'm glad I was watching you. Oh, I'm so glad.
To finish off our little scenario, our little session for today, Aria, you've already kind of made your way into your bed. You've gotten comfortable. You've gotten ready to sleep. You're underneath your covers. You're cozy. You're sort of in that stage of half awake, half asleep, where you're slowly kind of just about to fall asleep, but every so often you kind of jerk awake as though you just can't get to that point. And it slowly dawns on you as you're laying there why it feels so odd and why you feel so weird and why you can't fully fall asleep. And you realize that the feeling, and you can feel it crawling up your spine, essentially, is the feeling of being watched. And if you're to turn to face 𝙍𝐲's side of the room, you would see someone standing there. And standing there.
Yeah, she's definitely, if she's feeling like is being watched, she looks.
Standing there, when you look, is Tobias. But his face looks different. It's the same face that you are familiar with now, but it's soft. And there's utter sincerity in his expression. And he's looking at you as though he's seeing everything and anything about you all at once, with this look of appreciation, with this look of adoration, of pride on his face. And his features soften, and for a moment he looks like someone else entirely, this different version of him. And he says softly, "Your name is Aria, beautiful. And he looks down for a moment, and he smiles, and he looks back up at you and says, you look like her. Before you see sadness in his eyes a moment, and then all at once his face falls into a look of realization, and his eyes dart back and forth as he starts to panic, and he looks back up at you, and anger and contempt fills his expression, and he immediately moves his cloak and vanishes from your room.
What?
Daddy for Aria confirmed?
Wait, what did you say?
Aria's daddy?
Listen,
Okay, if he's everyone's dad, I think there's some problems.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a...
My conspiracy
I
is
can't be
seemingly
everyone's
coming
stepmom.
to life. Kind of.
What
What's
if?
going
No,
on
I
here?
have a theory.
I have a theory.
Biological.
What if Off has made 1,000,000 attractive NPCs to distract us from romancing each other because we
Are
are
all
all
related.
siblings?
Oh my god. Well, I know I'm not related to any of
You don't know that.
Do you though?
Literally
Do
do
you
not know
though?
that. You literally do not know that.
That's not the route
know
I thought you
I'm
guys would
not
go with that
related
one.
To any of you.
Yeah, I would
all
also like to
siblings.
say that, Vay, but I guess I can't.
Well, I can.
I got some
whose
skills.
daddy
I know
is
I
Tobias?
Okay, wait, what?
I'll
So
let
he's,
you
like,
read
that's
into that
okay,
a lot.
He's like,
Oh
oh,
my
you
God.
are my little
Okay,
princess, and now he's
okay.
like, you look like who? Huh?
You look like her.
You look like her, like your mother.
It could be
Your
someone
mommy.
else. It could be a
Similar
reincarnation.
hair color, similar.
Could be
Oh,
reincarnation.
Could
Reincarnation.
be family member, could be someone that they were in love with. Could be
True.
multiple
Could be someone
things.
that they're in love with. Could be. Oh,
I have an idea.
Oh my god, he's
could
so.
be a daughter. Wait, that we already did
I
that.
have an
Could
idea.
be that.
Yeah,
That's
could
what
be.
I have a little
It could
bit
be
of
like unrelated daughter, so like she looks
unrelated.
like daughter that he
oh,
had,
yeah. You see,
and it's
you,
not Aria.
Yeah, sure,
That's
sure,
exactly what I
sure.
meant.
Yeah, that's
Definitely.
exactly that.
Definitely as
I
well.
swear if fucker shows up with this Theron thing as well, I'm gonna freak.
You look like her,
Um,
and he leaves.
I don't.
You look like her.
Yeah, you look like her.
Surprisingly, I don't want to see
Yeah.
Tobias next to my bed.
Tobias didn't look
Does he?
anything like the scary person in the mirror, right?
No, the person in the mirror had long black hair and
Girl.
was very tall.
You got two people in
Other
your room
mother?
watching you in one
got
day.
other mother.
Creepy shit going on. in
And
your room.
one's swirling around your brain, and the other one. Ooh, I wonder if one is shrouding you from him seeing you, and now he can see you now that the wisps and the magic are weaker. So he can find you like your mother's been hiding you from him for so long.
What
Oh my
if
God.
who actually was protecting you in a way? Like he had like a protective magic or something to you, which is
Like
why.
his brain fog.
Yeah, like what if Ku's present was like a protective one in some way, and so now that he's unconscious, someone's making sure he stays
The
unconscious.
more that we conspire in front of Bob, the more they will use this.
It's just that meme. That's just
If
like.
they hadn't had this plan, they will
Interesting.
steal it
Aliens.
if they like it better.
Oh no.
Aliens.
That's beautiful. Then steal it.
Aliens.
Oh, I have the entire thing thick in my
That's
brain.
Tobias.
You have it all
Aria?
synced out.
Mm-hmm.
I made it a
Tobias
thing in my brain that
continues to
Arya
throw
sleeps
curveballs.
with her loot.
I urge you, if you look back through this episode,
Don't.
I don't think you're gonna pick back on it or pick
Oh,
up
God.
on
No.
it, but I urge you when you look through this episode and other episodes to just study Tobias's mannerisms.
I love him.
Motherfucker.
Like loves dogs.
Hey,
You-
but the
I
thing
don't
is,
think
they
so.
do, but they don't mean any sense to us
Tuxedo
because we
mask?
don't know what the fuck is
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but that doesn't mean anything.
we won't be able to understand his mannerisms until we find out what's going on. Anyway, Arya
I can fix
sleeps
him.
with her loot, gets out of bed, fucking rips them covers off, rips all the covers off. She is turning the bed upside down, just checking, making sure. Listen, we are not doing ghosts. Not in my room. No, ma'am.
Sleeping with
Ghost,
the lights on
Tobias, you
tonight.
know who that is.
Light coming on. We are.
Well, you
sleeping.
know
standing
that
up.
he
Barricades
was.
still in
You
your
know that
doors,
he
like,
was
still a barricade.
absolutely physically there.
Yeah, which is worse.
Ah.
She is going to just perimeter check everything.
Can it
She
come to
knows
my
that he
door?
left and came in magically. She doesn't like that and doesn't care. She's doing it.
Got any protective spells or like
No, actually
barrier
no.
spells?
She's going.
Some stay away stuff.
God, I want to go to the infirmary. I feel like I'm going crazy.
Yeah,
Seeing
it's
things.
one hell of a freaking episode.
Anyway, she's gonna go and sit at her desk and not sleep for the rest of the night.
Valid.
Yay!
Yeah, that's fair.
Real. That's real.
So,
Form invasion.
the last little bit.
Oh, why? Tell me
to-
why
I hate home
Andrew
invasion.
Tell me
and
why.
Aria haven't roomed together and are at least having a sleepover. They don't have roommates right now,
Aria
and they're
doesn't
scared and
like-
afraid.
Andromeda just has her
It's my
fiance.
fiance.
Yeah, your fiance's your roommate.
Oh, I forgot about that guy.
Aria
Yeah,
does
he's
not have one
very
though.
memorable.
At one
guy.
point I
He
did
doesn't
too.
count.
Yeah, he's easy to
Aria
forget.
tends
can't
to
wait
like
for
her
Arlo
her
to.
her
Tear him to
solitary,
pieces.
but
Oh yeah, that too. But
I want
to
Arlo to
describe
meet
the plot
him
of
so bad.
Pinocchio to Andromeda, so that I can explain to Andromeda that every time Pinocchio lies, his nose grows, and he's made of wood, like a tree.
Scared that her nose will start growing too.
Yeah, and now he's not a real boy, but he tells the truth.
After you
and then
tell a
he's
lie,
real
you have
boy.
to tell the truth shortly afterwards.
She
Hey,
gets
when I
really
was at-
otherwise
when I
her
was
nose will grow.
When I was at Mr. Wilson's, I read the back of each and every one of those VHSs,
As you
so I know
should.
lots of stories now.
Did you watch
Yes,
any
you
of them?
Nope, just read.
Oh, okay.
Just reading.
Just the synopsis.
Just listen up.
And I learned so much.
Oh, okay.
So, to close off,
Oh yeah.
Oh god.
Theron.
I'm not.
Sorry,
assume-
we got on for so long.
oh, you're no,
Okay,
you're good. Oh my god, you're good.
Oh, it's funny.
Theron, I assume that
Good.
you have, in fact, drifted off into a pretty deep slumber. With how much you've had going on with the exhaustion. After
I mean, I
your...
took a nap earlier
You took one after your yoga.
Yeah.
Valid.
because I skipped class.
No, valid. Everyone
Fuck it.
did. You're good.
Okay.
Everyone skipped class.
Did Arthros sleep in my bed?
She did not. So I
There's
will
no
say,
good way to-
how long do you think your nap was?
I mean, it was as long as like classes were.
This is so funny.
So about 6 hours.
Sure, it was.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So then, by the time that
Who's
you
tired
take your
already?
nap, it's
You can nap for a long
probably
time.
kind of towards the evening at this point.
Mhm.
And so then I guess we're kind of backtracking a little bit with this, but when
enough.
you
Bounce it back and forth.
do you sleep at all that night? I should say.
I mean, if I sleep for 6 hours. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'll go to bed eventually.
Okay. So then,
But I would like Theron would have brought up like Arthros sleeping in his bed if she wanted
Aaron's
to.
gonna make it happen.
I mean,
You-
he's here for it. For
That's so
safety
valid.
purposes only.
She-
All right.
she takes that into account, and she does tell you that she will join you after she's finished writing in her journal.
Oh.
She's working in her little leather-bound journal, and she's scribbling just notes and things of that nature in there.
So curious all the time.
So Theron, since you do sleep
Mhm.
that night, you're awoken in the middle of the night by a pretty solid cry of terror from the bed across the room. And
Well.
I assume you wake up and
Certainly.
look. And when you do, you see Arthros sitting on her bed with her journal in her hands. And she is frantically, like flipping through the pages, like tears absolutely pouring from her eyes. And any makeup she had on is smeared. She looks like she is a absolute wreck. And her eyes are wide as she stares down at her notebook. And around her are markers of all colors, all different colors of markers just surrounding her on the bed. And she continues to flip through her book continuously. It almost in like a pattern, like a frantic pattern as she swipes. And she lets out another sob. And she hears you stir, I assume. Do you do anything in this moment when you see her doing this, like frantically flipping through?
Yeah, like as soon as he heard anything, he like literally leapt out of bed and like went over to her and like put his hand on her shoulder. Maybe it was like, hey, like what's going on? What's happening?
And as you do this, she's trembling, absolutely trembling, and she barely even has the words to say. And she just streams of tears, and she holds up her book and holds it out to you and like puts her hands on her head. And in her book, from start to finish, all of her diary entries, every single one of them, the words "you killed her" is written in different colored markers on every single page, over and over and over and over again. And she was frantically swiping through, reading this over and over and over again. You killed her, you killed her, you killed her, you killed her, you killed her. And she is absolutely a wreck before you, and she lets the notebook fall to the ground and immediately puts her head in her hands.
Fucking hell.
And we'll stop session there.
No! No! You're not even gonna let me play that out.
She's inconsolable. So whatever you say to her, I mean, you can do whatever you like, but whatever you say to her, she's not going to respond.
That's fair. But also, what the fuck?
What in the Pretty Little Liars?
What is very much giving?
Yeah, that's
harassed. Who the frick is after us?
Literally,
After
Tobias.
It's a secret person that's y'all keep on. Tobias is a red herring.
I'm sorry.
Like an anti-hero hero, and there's a secret person that's been lying to us, and they're gonna be like, "Ooh, actually, I've been the big bad this whole time." That's what I think, and it's gonna be
that. It's true, but I don't think he's the big bad. But he's a bitch, and I think he's pulling all these little tricks.
I like Tobias.
No, I don't think so. I don't think he is. I think it's. Oh god, I gotta think about who.
I feel like it was the guy Tobias was talking to in his head.
That's the question, though. Do you think that Arthros wrote that in her journal herself, or do you think someone else wrote it in her journal?
She had all the markers around her, so.
Well, she also has this thing where she like loses time when she sleeps. Like she could have fallen asleep and then like it does feel like somebody else is either like framing her or punishing her or like some.
Was it in her handwriting?
Something.
Yeah, can you like?
Well, I was gonna ask, is it
can I
over
compare?
her diary?
That would be very.
Is it over her diary entries?
Yeah, it's like
it's on top of them.
Okay.
Oh, that's so sad.
That's what I was checking because I was like,
she wouldn't do that of her own volition because
like maybe she like woke up and went into her like killer mode and she was like, yeah.
The writing.
Whoever's controlling her was like, this is gonna be hilarious.
I will say, oh my god. I will say it will be hard. It would be hard to compare the handwriting in the way that her handwriting in her diary is all descriptive, like cursive, neat, and this handwriting is like capital letters, like scratched frantically into the pages. So you can't really tell by that, other than the fact that there's markers surrounding her, essentially.
I mean, even if it was written like by her hand or somebody else, it doesn't matter because like it wasn't her like.
That's true.
Her own will, like either like somebody was controlling her or somebody like did it. Although I feel like Theron would probably notice if somebody like entered the bedroom. But
this episode was ooky and spooky.
I love it.
I
did too.
It's the makeup for the Halloween because we didn't get a Halloween.
It really did. I got like
a
a little bit freaked out.
It's like Tobias standing over there. That was terrifying. That was jump scare. That was
actually jump scared me. I was like,
I'm excited.
Yeah, I was like.
That was scary. That was scary.
I'm punching that thing next time I see him. He's like, don't be pretty no more.
Whoever's tormenting Arthros, though, I will kill in the most painful way possible.
Nami.
Nami.
Arlo, I wasn't
I'm too busy being a
You weren't an option, Arlo.
You weren't.
Now you are. Yeah.
Now you are.
Now you might
Idra,
be.
Idra, on the other hand, Idra just, popped into our lives, and I can't help but notice that this happened right after.
Valid.
Just kidding. I'm not that suspicious of her, but
That's valid.
Who am I suspicious of?
I'm suspicious of everybody at any given point, but for different reasons.
What if one of us is
Don't
the
be
BBEG and we
Don't
just
be
don't know, and one of us is acting
Okay,
along?
if any of us were-
It was me all along.
It was me.
Tobias telling Julien that there's memories that maybe he shouldn't remember.
Okay, well, I don't think
Oh,
Hold on, don't turn my own theory against me.
What if Zophiel is like Bucky Barnes, where you have a code word, he's like, and then somebody's controlling him? Because I'm trying to think about who has been around. So the people that are out for me personally are obviously Silas, because he was the first red herring. And he's a baby, and I love him. Sorry, I really changed stuff though. Anyways, and then secondly, I don't think it's Tobias, because he seems like that in between of he's not the big bad, but he's definitely
connecting.
So who has been around us?
He's not pulling the strings, but he's part of
has
it.
stuck around us despite whether or not we were particularly romancing them. Who's popped up a lot? And I was I guess Zophiel's always been around, but I don't think he would do anything.
I mean, we are romancing Zophiel though.
Yeah, but he's been around even when we're not. You know what I mean? He's always around.
Might I just throw this in just for the hell of it? Claude's been around since the first episode.
I knew it. That would
be sexy.
Handsome.
Can you do that?
Okay, you can't say shit because everybody thought Mud was a villain. Okay.
I'm gonna throw all of it. Guess who else? Guess who else has been around?
villain.
Guess who else has been around since the first episode? Mr. Wilson.
No,
it's not him.
Throw that out.
It can't be him. It's
I
a cat.
met
Definitely
McQueen,
some sus
and
imposter
McQueen
shit
wouldn't lie.
going
I
on.
would rather believe McQueen is the BG than Mr. Wilson.
McQueen's
Who's been around since the first episode?
She's manipulating me. I'll accept
They think that you make them think that they're a
Chuz?
sweetheart, and then you're not.
I'll fully accept.
I will gladly kill Chuz.
Chuz has been around since the
He
first
doesn't even
episode.
have to be the BBEG for me to do it. I just want to do it.
Helios has been
You're
around
so
since
mean
the
to
second
him.
episode.
For what? No,
Helios,
no.
I love.
They can't
How
be gay
does the
because
school
You
know about
will
Tobias?
not give us who it is. I do
if
not
they're
think.
gay, then their
I
crimes
can
aren't
see it being
crimes.
Sin, but also I really like Sin.
I don't think it's
Valid.
Don't.
What if it's my brother? What if he's the BBEG?
that.
That'd be
I mean, he's the main character.
There'd be some tea. There'd be some
He's the
tea.
main character.
Well, he seems to
his-
be warning. He seems to have warned us about Tobias.
Yeah, true, you're right.
What if it's Napoleon?
Oh,
That would be
This
good.
is the book.
I still think that
Look.
Napoleon is a sexy man that will
Honestly,
come to life and then will marry Julian.
Napoleon's
I
manipulating
agree. I
you.
agree.
And it's
I
violent.
took you and your
I
both
have
so
to agree.
far.
what if it's Wesley?
I just think it's so
Oh, little
I
kid.
still shit Strawberry Honey too.
We gotta take
Kid.
him out before he
That's
reaches
like
his true
Scrappy
potential.
Dappy Doo, though.
Let me also throw in the
similar.
fact that all of your roommates have also been around since the first episode. So.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
You know
Okay,
who's
but we
been
already
acting
know
really
Arthros
dumb
has
and
her
you know
flaws.
who weirdly has a very anger streak?
Who?
Mud.
Who?
I know.
Mud acts all dumb.
Everybody
He's a
thought
con man.
Well, he is
Everybody
a con
thought
man.
Mud
He
was
is
a
a
has a
con
rough-
man.
He just has a rough past, all right.
I'm
I
Team Mud.
think he's just a bit upset.
Yeah.
Well,
I
okay.
think he
I
got
don't
freaking
think he
screwed
was
over.
meant to be the BBEG, but I think given this whole route y'all are going on, villain.
He might
could
have a
be
villain
going
arc.
He
on.
could
I
have a
guess
villain arc.
Darius being a villain.
Yeah, he might like make a decision.
He's
that, like,
wailing it. He
I
is
can
like,
see. I can see Darius or
It's fine.
Darius
Idra is gonna bring him
being
back.
a slut to whoever is actually the big bad. Like I can see him being like the little like boyfriend of whoever the really
No,
big
because
bad
he
is.
said
and
he's not
like,
sloppy seconds.
yeah, but that means that if he's slutting it up for big bad, he's number one. He's number one guy. He's out. He's getting
He's the
all
number
the
one top
information.
dog out there.
He's a hall monitor. He's Claude. He is Claude's friend. Claude is very trustworthy, but knows a lot of stuff. He has access to a lot of stuff. He's been around. He's always like around. I don't know.
it's Frederick Boone. Let's be honest.
It has to.
Who?
It has to be
With
Frederick
the worst
Boone.
name, it's yes.
The guy who
Frederick Boone.
gambling
Wait,
addiction with
no.
Darius' brother.
Mm.
How could we forget about him?
Frederick Boone. Mark.
Mark.
True BBG of it all.
Mark.
Oh, I thought we forgot about Mark.
I wish
We
we
could never forget about Mark.
I
We're
wish we could.
smarter.
I will never forget him.
Frederick is captured.
Arter has also been around since the first episode also.
I think
Yeah.
Darian.
I feel like he's a red
hate him,
herring.
but, like, I don't hate him.
Well, if it's Darian, then I'm going on the right path. I want to romance the
Listen,
villain
what
anyway.
did you
I
do?
don't hate him.
Have
I
fun.
don't like him because he comes
Jealous.
into my room at night when I'm sleeping and watches me.
Tobias?
And then says
Well,
freaky things.
Well, he really
we're
cares
not
about
on
it
good terms
anyway.
with Tobias. Fuck
No,
Tobias.
I don't like
Tobias.
Tobias.
he's
Fuck him.
got some
No.
social.
He's gonna be like a
issues.
low-key character.
But I still like him.
sure.
I
The
don't
least
have-
he could do
I
is
wanna
knock
have
on the door, say
coffee
creepy
with
things
him.
outside of my space so I don't have to not
You
sleep.
could slip
like
a note under.
Yeah, but it looks like he was also in a state of his own. Like I don't think he understood that he was doing that in the first place. Like he seemed
Yeah.
confused
cool,
to be there
which would be
too.
cool.
Because
would
his
be
face
cool.
was
Because he's just
different.
like he was
But
like
also,
like
like,
surprised and like the
Personal boundaries,
realization.
bitch. Personal boundaries.
Because he had that like sudden realization where he was like,
And then he looked
Oh.
angry.
and then he got real angry. So I
Mhm.
think that like quite literally your mom hid you from
Your
like,
mom.
something.
Your mom.
Quite
Your
literally,
mom.
your
Theory
mom.
Tobias
Well,
is a
let me-
changeling.
let
That's my
me-
theory.
Let me. Ooh.
Interesting.
Let me
There's
tell
still,
you.
yeah, there's still someone who takes other people's forms.
Yeah, who's
around,
the
apparently.
imposter?
Who's the fake fiance? And why wasn't- if it's Tobias, why wasn't he my real fiance?
Zephy.
Yeah, that's weird.
Who's the fake fiance?
I'm not gonna say anything, but I'm not gonna say anything. But you know, the only
Also,
person that has
remember
illusion
the
has illusion magic
security
is your girlfriend,
guard. Shut the
Arthros.
fuck up right now.
But
Yeah.
to be fair, okay, but to be
Shut the
fair,
fuck
they
up.
were dancing
I
when
love her.
Zephyrus came.
They were dancing.
That's true.
They were
She was
occupied.
occupied
Okay,
all
it was
night.
an illusion.
No, well,
Oh,
that's
that's
the
a,
thing.
that's a good point. That's a good point.
That is a good point.
Well, I touched
I forgot
I
about
touched
that.
Zephyrus.
I
Her
saw
illusions,
right
her
there.
illusions
Yeah,
can
I
be
know
You
that
touched.
have to
shit.
really.
Oh, they can be touched?
But I held her, but she
Or
can't.
her
illusions
illusions,
can touch.
create
her
copies
illusions
of
can
herself.
touch things more so.
What
Like,
the hell?
Rather than if
you.
someone touches
She
Like,
got
they can't
special
take it.
illusions.
hers, it's
Shut
a little
up.
bit.
She's
Real
implied some
Alpha.
things with that one.
Yep.
I genuinely think the only person in the clear is Silas. Like that really is my
That's
like.
He
valid.
really cleared his name.
Which is
He was the
wild.
most sus of them all.
He's really stressed out. He's a mess. So
But remember the security guard as well.
Yeah,
So
well,
it's
that's the. I'm.
Like, there's got to be some sort of
thinking-
illusion magic, or there was
It's-
like Sin did make the potion. So like, what if she's just handing out potions that change their appearance?
willy nilly.
Yeah,
Do you guys
Don't
think?
well, not
I'm,
willy nilly, but
I'm
like,
asking questions
for a
purely as like, just to
A
throw
spectator.
little like things
Spice.
out,
Just
and
add a little
also
spice.
to get a grips of like where your minds are at, in general with different characters and different things. Do you think that there was something sus with that security guard who?
Yes.
Yeah.
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 Do you think?
I mean, you made such note of it.
Do you think it's related to the Zephyrus situation?
Yes. In my mind,
Wait,
yes.
That's my brain.
Maybe.
So
Just
no.
sus. I don't think there's enough information. They're just sus.
valid.
Yeah.
So last session,
It's just
when they were
suspicious.
looking for you, Arlo, they
Yeah.
snuck, or they got back into the school and they snuck in a potion that Sin gave them.
that changes our form. Into,
Changes
like,
their
Stuck it in my
form.
boobs.
And she
Those are
had
my
basically
bra.
given it to them so that it was a source of like to help them.
get into like the fighting ring
Yeah.
stuff to save you.
And so they were trying to sneak the potion in, and there was a security guard that was basically frisking all of them in a way and checking their bags before they entered Arter's office to speak to Arter. And he found the potion bottle on Andromeda's person and quickly hid it back in her bag and winked at her and let her go with the potion.
Yeah, it was a very
Oh, he's
like
just a
knowing
homie.
like inside. No.
It's just a movie.
Well,
Well,
he
he
acted
acted,
the homie, you know?
he acted the same way
That's
as
just a bro.
Tobias. He
That's
had the
just a bro.
same
That's just a
voice
bro
as
too.
Tobias,
Bitch.
from what I remember.
He just saw that, you
I-
know,
I
that
totally
Andromeda
think-
had like
No,
a
he just
pack
had a
for
really good
alcohol. It's like,
jawline.
yeah,
I think
that's
that
chill.
Tobias is having his like Aladdin genie moment.
he
Like
was
I think he's
handsome.
appearing places, he's being obnoxious, but I don't think for any. I think he's being messy, but I don't think he is the bad guy.
Is he being messy?
Well, maybe not actually. I think he's being, well, he's going through it or something.
I mean,
I feel like
he's
he's
a little
working
chaotic.
for
He's
the
a
bad
little
guy.
unpredictable.
But
It
he has
is-
multiple bad guys.
Yeah.
I just feel
May
like
not
I
be
mean,
the
he's
bad guy,
definitely
but I
he's
the
don't
biggest
like
thing I
lower
have
on
to
the
go
ring.
off of is the fact that there's an
He's definitely
illusion
connected
type
to
of
all of us.
magic, and the only two people is Arthros and Sin who we know has a potion. Because I feel
Yeah.
like getting inside Boff's little head, if that was a thing a bad guy did, Boff would also want it to be done by the actual person, like in a very like subtle way that we wouldn't notice. But then like once it's revealed, we'd put it together, we'd be like, oh my god, they did the potion within the potion. You know?
Yeah.
Wow. So I just
Whoa.
Interesting.
I just don't feel
Also,
like Arthros is
how-
delusional.
I could talk about this for hours.
How does the school know about Tobias?
It's because they shook your
Maybe
hand.
mud.
They shook someone's hand.
I didn't shake hands.
Artair
Okay,
shook
yeah.
I
Artair
said
shook
fuck him.
everyone's hand except Theron's.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the.
Fuck it.
Wait,
bitches.
no, Julian didn't shake his hand.
Yeah, he did.
You did.
What?
Does he-
Mhm.
You did. I watched you
did.
do it, and I was sad about it.
You did, in fact, shake
I was
his hand.
disappointed.
Wait, does he learn
Right.
information from shaking your hands?
That's what
As
they
far as
think.
we
That's our
know, yes.
theory.
Our
That's
theory is that when he shakes your
told
hand,
me. Oh my god!
well, we
Because he
can't.
was
But our
sports
characters
festival.
don't
Tell
like,
you.
fully know that. It's
Yeah.
us
No,
as like
but, like,
players.
You were
my
there for the
God, I
sports
shook his
festival, and
hand.
we were like,
Yeah, but
and
we,
that's
I
why I
don't
was shaking
know.
my head. I was like, don't shake his hand, but you didn't know. So okay.
James.
I tried to tell you about it.
Mine also blabbed a lot. So
Okay,
mine
yeah,
could
but
have
also you have to think about it. All of us have
Oh, yeah.
acknowledged Tobias, like at that point, like that shook his hand when we came back. That Tobias was the person in the book.
I didn't shake his hand.
No, but I had thought about it too. So if he looked at my head, looked at, or if that's how it works,
Yeah.
It can
we
also
don't
be
know how it works.
assumed that Mud made a sort of deal
Yeah.
of sorts with Artair
Mud's
as
a
well.
snitch.
Yeah.
And he could have absolutely said something about
that.
it.
Whoa.
But
rat.
it was on Julian's watch list
And who
category,
Said
said
the
that?
slut, but
not
I love
anyone
it.
else's.
I don't trust anyone anymore. Fucking scorch earth policy. Everyone's died.
My book told me
Now
not to
you
trust
understand
anyone
my
else
reaction to
anymore,
Indra,
so I'm
or
not going to.
Indra.
Valid.
Indra. Blah.
Indra?
They told
Yeah.
your book told you that 3 times.
Yeah.
D.
Well, I believe it
And you
now.
did it. Okay, that's good at least. Except for Darian, who you'll kiss and get affection from because
She didn't tell him
You're fine.
anything.
no.
Where did that even come from? That's
That was
wild.
so funny.
But
from you.
but he said if you need anything,
Wink.
Right.
and she
You're
was way
right.
too emotional for it. But I like it.
Yeah. She was going to Silas's dorm, and then Darian was there, and so she's like, "Oh shit!"
The way
okay,
your
here we
brother
go."
has literally told you in the book several times to stop looking for him and to stop looking into people and to stop all around and to just exist.
You're literally
Is
just
she
like
gonna
going
stop?
against
No.
everything.
Absolutely.
And then-
Your
not.
brother is at the top of it, like literally. Like he's just like, stop searching because like,
Well, it's
I'm
hilarious
doing all of
because
this.
it's hilarious because D has
And you keep
physically
messing
told
it
me
up.
and been like, I think that that Alder is referring to is Tobias. And then promptly after that, she's like, I want to romance Tobias.
Like I see
like,
what
wow.
he's saying and I
Real.
choose to ignore it.
I love a good angsty romance. What can I say?
He
I-
just
I-
wants forbidden fruit.
I mean,
I do.
I
I
respect that.
I love angst. I love bittersweet stuff. I eat that stuff up. If I think someone's gonna be a bad thing to pursue in D&D, I'm gonna go
Toxic.
after it.
Someone in
go after it.
So real.
Mari in the chat said,
I still like Tobias. as well.
okay, but what if the guard is Sin because she's
Yeah.
missing and has the potion?
Yeah.
True.
So is she like undercover or like what? Like what's
Yeah,
her
Maybe she is undercover.
Listen,
what's her angle here, honestly?
to get as much information as possible and also to help.
But then you
Julian?
also have Subject 001 and Subject 004.
To some
Yeah,
degree.
where she's still
Oh, yeah, who's
resisting,
that?
and the other one is
And
just
FN.
stable or whatever.
And
And-
FN.
FN.
And Aria has
Two
someone
players.
And Aria has
Frederick
an O.
Moon.
an O.
Frederick
I
Moon.
have an O that I have to figure
What's
out.
Darian's last name?
Hazelmere.
Hazelmere.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know.
Fennel's
Like,
last
that
name
was my-
is
that was a dead end.
Fennel's
I mean,
last
his
name is
brother is
Wistern.
like a ferry boat guy.
Soon to be
and-
Chrysocoma, because I'm gonna make him my male wife. JK.
No.
You're not JK.
JK.
You're not JK.
No JK. There's no
just kidding,
JK
guys.
there.
Just I'm
That
back
was
out.
Deadpan.
JK,
I was
you're
Deadpan
JK.
as a kid.
I'm JK.
We'll see.
Okay.
I'm /J right now.
So many players in this game.
I'm /C.
Yeah,
Threads,
there's
come on,
a lot of
threads.
different angles that this could go, I guess, or a lot of different directions.
Did you
so-
like the session?
That was
Oh,
really
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
That was spooky.
Good job,
That was
Bubba.
good.
Very
you.
well done. Very
I'm
well
so
done.
glad. I'm so glad.
Did we hit
8 hours.
Very
8
spicy
hours?
moments.
8
Yeah,
hours.
baby.
Well,
Short
I will
session
say,
today, guys.
I will say, we've just been talking for about 30 of those minutes. So, I've been watching the time go up, and I was like, yeah. I was like, we
This is
were
part of
done
it.
at
This
8
is part
hours,
of
but
the
not
session,
anymore.
alright.
That's so funny.
The theorizing afterwards is part of it.
Yeah.
I have to
It's
decompress.
necessary.
Yeah.
What?
I have to decompress somehow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Same,
There's
same,
also
same,
the
same.
fact as well of Tobias.
It's
Yeah,
funny.
Tobias talking to someone or himself in the beginning of the episode. I forgot to reiterate that as well.
He was on his Bluetooth.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gotta have a mental link somewhere.
Okay,
Tobias
then
here.
why didn't he just
Go
Bluetooth
for
me
Tobias.
instead of
He was
popping
talking
up
to
in my
Napoleon.
He has a flair for the
Because he wanted
dramatic.
to look
Okay.
at
I don't
you
give a
with his
shit.
little beady eyes.
Breaking and
That's a good
entering
theory,
is not okay.
Vay.
Breaking and entering is a
Yeah,
crime,
he's talking
Tobias.
But he has
Napoleon?
connections.
It's a good theory.
That's what I was thinking.
I mean, if he can
That
write
he's
in the
what?
book, he could probably
No, it's not
talk to
that
Napoleon.
it.
he's talking to Napoleon.
Ooh.
Because if he can write in the book, then he could probably
Oh, he
communicate with
also
it.
gave you guys
my
a
God, wait,
sphere.
that's-
What do you plan on doing with that?
Have
I
I
want to
been
go to
manipulated
Osterville
by
so bad. You have
Napoleon?
no
Is
idea.
this
Yeah,
how
I
bad
want to
wanna
go
to
too. I didn't get to
Osterville.
go, and I would
Have a
like
good
to.
time,
I wanna go
y'all.
to Osterville.
Have a great time,
Can that be
y'all.
our next thing?
They
Have a
haven't.
great
They
time.
haven't been to Ostradal
Bon
yet.
voyage.
So.
Well, you don't have to go back to Broadlands or Drift.
Yeah, come hang out with my inn.
We'll go to the capital.
Napoleon's just gonna
Hmm.
break it
That's an
by himself,
interesting
and he's just gonna
option.
go to the void.
If you have issues with the capital,
As you should.
Let me
should.
say, Aria
we've been
has
all over.
issues.
I did all those
Well,
issues.
we
Aria's
knew
a
that.
war
We knew that,
criminal.
darling.
Aria is the war criminal, actually.
The true
Nobody
criminal
knows
of
it
all.
yet, but she's
Aria's
about
the
to
war
become
crime.
one.
That's the curious
there's a
thing.
lot.
It's the
There's a
option. You guys kind of have the option to go literally wherever you want with that. So it's like
I'm gonna go to Osterville.
you could go to Ostradal. You could go back to Ostradal.
I mean, there's nowhere else that we've been that I like.
Andromeda could go on a search for her brother, and Theron, you could go on a search for Roz, and literally Arya could go on a search for. Well,
Is he an ostrich?
you don't really have anyone to go on a
He
search
was on
for.
Earth.
That's the last
Rip.
place you
I don't
saw
wanna
him. Is what I
split up.
mean.
True.
We wouldn't. We would go together.
Mm.
But we only have one orb, so we gotta pick one place, guys.
Well, you could always travel around.
There's actually this really nice inn that I imagine is near a beach. If you want to go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah,
Starts
we
with
could
an
go.
H,
Water.
ends with an
As
N.
long as nobody dies on that beach, then sure.
It's a nice beach.
It's nice if you don't go too far into the water.
I can't swim.
Yeah.
We're gonna teach you.
I
You're a
can't
fish.
swim.
You're literally a fish.
I
I'll
can't
teach
swim.
you.
Happy birthday, Arlo!
I think it's
can't
less.
swim.
I think it's less a thing
Go
of
swim in the
Arlo not learning to swim, and more so Arlo not wanting to swim based on past.
Why don't you
trauma.
want to swim, but you can be in a bath?
Because
baths
baths
are
are only
different.
3 feet, baby.
Yeah, that's
Baths are soaking.
Only 3 feet.
Oh,
3 feet.
Only
okay.
3 feet.
3 feet.
3 feet.
Whoa! Arlo got 3 feet.
Wow.
I only
That's
have-
awesome.
You
Like
gotta
4
count 'em.
That's
feet?
so good for him.
Wow.
Oh,
Sweet.
free.
Them feet so free.
Good luck finding the third one.
I love hearing your guys' theories. It's like my favorite thing ever to do.
I
Ever.
can't wait to see what chat comes up with.
Me too.
They've
Where's
come up
Their
with
theories are so good.
some of them are
I'm
like
glad that piano thing came back.
A lot of
around.
them feel spot on.
mm.
I
Really
was-
spot on.
Yeah, wait, who said? Yeah, wait, who said something that was like the most?
Oh.
Because we just did a million theories, so give us a little cracker.
For what?
A crumb.
Like
if
say
you
like, ooh,
Who is the
ooh,
most spot on?
Jazz.
Well,
was kind of,
Goff
like,
did
doing
say
something
that,
at some
like,
point. But we did
The
say a million
Napoleon
things, so.
book idea.
Because
was
I don't remember
interesting.
Yeah.
anything I said.
I thought it was
ever.
interesting.
Yeah,
But what
that's
does that
the
mean?
main thing. That means
means
either
either
Say
interesting,
another
not
thing.
that it's
Say another
true.
thing that's interesting.
That's
say another
you
thing.
know, it's so funny because you're not gonna find out unless you get access to my Google Docs.
I have
Well,
a
then
really
you
big
better-
doc.
I have your passcode.
Hacker it up.
You really don't.
I don't.
Hacker
Well,
boy.
I'm just kidding.
Hacker
You know how
boy.
many
Okay.
times I've been worried about like accidentally hitting the share button with like half of you on one of my docs? Like
I wouldn't look.
I have
out of
literally
respect.
one.
depends.
I have
I wouldn't
one
pull- I would not pull
document.
an Andromeda actually, and I would keep the privacy there.
Wow.
Theron, and respect to the privacy.
I have one
Andromeda,
document.
you
Or I
had
actually
some-
have two.
I'm an open book. What can I
Questionable.
say? I don't have many
Yes.
friends. and she didn't start out with many friends. Now she has
She's
a lot.
great. She's great.
And so she's sharing.
She likes the options.
I also really liked
Mm,
her
Options.
that moment with Zephyrus very much.
I did too.
That was
glad you
It's
did.
interesting.
And I feel like you guys,
I've been
I
thinking
feel like
about
you
that one
guys
for a
really
while.
don't like Zephyrus, and I
I don't.
Yeah.
can't pinpoint why yet.
Okay, you want to know why? I will tell
I'll
you
romance
why.
him.
All right.
No,
Go
I'm just kidding,
ahead.
ahead.
Why? I
Tell us
genuinely do want to know.
Because
I don't dislike him as a
you
person. I just
and
think
D
he has a lot of growth.
know the energy. None of us do. We are so fucking confused at why the fuck. Like, we know why. Like, duty and whatever. But that's not a good enough reason when, like, this whole fucking time Andromeda's been spouting out this whole thing of, I want love, and blah, 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 blah. So, like, it doesn't,
it's not as compelling.
fit the energy. It does not fit the energy. And so when you guys are playing out these really, like, emotional scenes together that are emotional for the two of you, you both acknowledge their sides.
Because they do
Whereas
essentially
we
love
cannot.
each other.
Yeah.
Do they?
But like more in like a childhood friend,
do.
like kind
Zephyrus,
of like familial
That's the
way.
thing,
absolutely.
we don't know.
Zephyrus
We
absolutely.
don't know.
Absolutely
We've never
loves
seen it 'cause
Andromeda,
it's so
without a doubt.
tense.
But
It's the way you love a cousin.
that.
Oh, don't
no.
do that.
Stop that.
But
Stop
it's
that
in the way.
Alabama.
but not in the
We-
They're not
problem.
cousins.
Why
They
say it
are
like that,
no
then?
relation. No,
It's
no
the
blood.
fact.
No
It's the
blood
fact
relation.
of.
I mean, root.
It's the fact
relation.
of loving and being in love and the drastic difference between the two of those. Because Zephyrus absolutely 100% loves Andromeda and
But isn't in
wants
love.
literally
Wait,
only
yeah, but,
happiness
like-
for her, and also though feels that like that pull to his duty to fulfill that for his growth, which is also why he just does not understand anything. Like he does not
I mean,
understand.
he also doesn't have
Andromeda's-
free will, so
Yeah, Andromeda's
Yeah.
been in a position in
Nobody
for the
does
last
here.
like
Somebody
2
in chat
weeks.
said that I need to run a what was it? A class on free will, and I was like, fuck
Yeah.
no, do not. I
I'll do
can't
it.
do it. Yeah,
I can do it.
let
I
Theron
took a
do
class on it.
There
I'll
you
do
go.
it.
Theron's good at it.
But it's
Well,
the
Very good.
fact
Very
of
good at it.
it's the fact
so
of
Theron.
like Andromeda
Theron.
has
We'll get
had
there.
2 weeks essentially to kind of adjust to this world, and she has seen her
I mean, that's a fair
friends,
point.
she's seen Silas, she's seen all these new people who see love in a completely different way. So
course.
with like Julien and
And she's
Silas
kind of
who
exploring
have
that, which is
have
nice.
made out and clearly are not like in love with each other, but found each other attractive enough to make out with each other. And
Also
then
the honeymoon phase or
Yeah.
whatever, and your confusion with that.
and like all of those things,
Yeah.
and her the way she feels about mud, she's been like having this conflict of that, so she
Yeah.
understands more in that way. That's why I loved that you were like, would you kiss me, because that hits so much more different than do you love me for Zephyrus, because that is like he has not seen that, he does not see that, he sees that as a business transaction, and that is all that is, and he does not understand why someone would want to kiss someone for anything other than a business transaction. He doesn't understand the joy out of that, or like the want or the will or the desire to do
You
that.
could certainly find out though.
He could certainly find out.
He could
But
certainly
that's
find
why
out.
But I feel like
the-
Andromeda is like sampling all the different kinds of like loves and like affection
Well,
and like emotions.
in a way,
that-
yeah.
She freaked
Yeah.
out was because she was like, "Oh God, I have really trapped myself this time."
Mm.
And I love this person, but it's not the love that she's now like was introduced
Newly
to.
Mhm.
experiencing.
Yeah, so she felt like kind of like a little wild animal trapped in a corner. So she's like, I need to leave.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like,
And
I'm
then-
just figuring out this, and then this
And
comes back, and it's just a lot of,
Yeah.
It's that jarring like situation of like, oh, being reintroduced to this outlook on love, which is more like familial and like business love.
Yeah.
Of like required to do that. And like obviously he definitely sees her in a way that's like, I love you and I want the best for you and like I want you to be happy. And that's why we're going to fulfill our duty together, even if that's not the kind of
Yeah.
love that she was
Yeah.
referring to essentially.
Of course.
I also feel like it
Yeah.
says a lot too that like I feel like even if they did decide to try,
culture.
it would
Yeah.
Andromeda would still feel like not herself, and it was still like because they're in this relationship now, they would act like differently. Whereas like looking at like someone like Theron and Art,
Mm-hmm.
they're like so good, like the best like realist, most down to earth versions of themselves, and it's just as it was before. Now it's like you know what I mean, like that
Yeah.
that type
Yeah.
of
And there's literally
like brings up the
so
best of
many
Yeah.
both sides.
Yeah, and there's so many different relationships for, and I'm only thinking about it now, which is what's so interesting, because there's so many
many
different
parallels.
relationships for art Andromeda to like witness almost, where it's like you have Theron and
like culture shock.
yeah,
Basically.
it's like you have Theron and Arthros who are officially exclusive together but have not kissed or done anything really that physical. And then you have Mud Andromeda who had this like really fast kind of love for each other. And then you have the Julien and Silas situation, and then you have like Zophiel and Aria who have this weird awkward thing, and then just things that she's seen Chuz and Tia who have like this absolute like heated thing. It's literally like one extreme to the other in like different examples, which is so cool actually when
Just
I think
like
about
such
it
a
now.
wide variety.
Yeah. And so like I'm thinking about it more from that perspective of like
possibilities are
Andromeda
probably
witnessing
overwhelming.
all of that and being like, what the fuck, there's so many forms of love and I don't know which one I want, essentially. And her being like, time to find out.
You're like sampling, you know, you're trying things out.
You're
dipping
just
your
feeling
toes
those
in.
good old springtime animal feelings, and she's like,
Oh, good.
No.
Which is such like a simplistic
Husky, we're
way
going
of like
into fall.
describing it, because
that's
it's not just procreation, springtime, like you
No,
know. But that's how she views it, because that's all she's ever seen. Like that's the only affection that have
And
like
that's the
ever
thing,
been in your
too.
community. It's just like the animalistic stuff.
And the way that like Mud and Andromeda were so perfect together, which is like maybe that's
You're
not
very
what she
comfortable.
wants though. Like maybe she doesn't want perfect. Maybe she wants like a rebellious person or someone that adds more thrill and things like that.
She does want it, but she doesn't think she deserves it. So she's like, I'm not going to do that to him. I'm not going to. That's why she didn't go to his dorm. She's like, I'm not going to do that to him. I'm not going to subject him to that, because she's already hurt him enough already. She's like, I'm not doing that. So she went to the one person who was super rebellious.
Good for
which
her.
was Silas, and then
ran into Darian.
She got stopped a lot.
And then Darian.
Yeah. But I love Zephyrus, and I can't wait for you guys to see, like, especially like in character.
I want his
for the other
character
characters.
to like experience more and like open up
Me
more,
too.
and like I want it to just like unfold, because right now he's just like a very bland,
timid,
like,
which he's
very,
vanilla,
like,
which is exactly
he's
what
very
I
vanilla
want
right now.
him to be.
Which
So-
like is that to a T, but I
No,
want
absolutely.
him to bloom into like what he could be at his like full potential.
He's pretty and fragile
And then I'll probably
duty
like him.
bound.
But he is
There
very
yet.
pretty. He's like very
He is
attractive
pretty.
objectively, as again.
He's a pretty boy.
So pretty.
I love you guys. That was so great.
I love you.
Love you.
I feel like every
love you.
session we have, like, I can never decide which one's my favorite, because like every single time we have a new
Well,
one,
every
I'm
si-
like,
yeah.
oh, that one was
It's
so
just
good.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Prom night was my favorite. It was so good.
Prom night,
I felt. I
valid.
felt.
Really
It was. I think it's because it was the first time I felt so alive during the
Valid.
session.
Right.
I
That's so
cannot
valid.
forget that feeling. I thought about it so much after it was done.
Oh.
Oh god,
I love
it.
them.
It was amazing.
Someone also said Julian's book is the big bad, and can
That's what I
transform
said.
into people. That's why they're always asleep, and they have been spying on them from the beginning.
Now it fucking ruined me.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Julian's not the big bad, but his book is the one who's been doing it all along. Also, it steals your memories. I decided that just now.
Oh, the book does?
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
That wasn't serious, by the way. But like,
Oh.
go on, go off if you want to.
Oh.
Go on.
Go on. Tell me more.
Fly on.
What if we were
Also,
right?
I just like to say,
Which I was just
the-
like
Can you
off
imagine?
comment.
it come at the piano thing
Mm-hmm.
happened.
Did you get-
There was a piano thing that happened all the way back in like episode 1 or 2.
Yep.
When I walked into the music room, and I looked at the piano, and I was like, huh.
I think it was one.
And it awoke something in you, but you couldn't pinpoint it.
Oh my.
Mm-hmm.
When you brought strawberry tea.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Now I know what it is, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
At least a little bit.
Mr. Performing Man, sing us a song, you're the piano man.
I also like that you're.
Sing us a song
I like that
tonight.
Julian is kind of on this thing now of like, I'm gonna get all my memories back because fuck Tobias.
Yeah.
I love it
Which
for
She
him.
you
told me
could
not to
from,
do a
like,
thing, and I'm gonna do that thing.
you could really use Sin right now, I will say.
True.
Who was
As long as
literally
Sin isn't
the
big
last time that you guys talked, she told you that she wanted to
Oh,
get everyone
Zoe.
together.
We keep going in and out on Teo's end.
No.
one. Oh. Theo, that's terrible
Oh
timing.
no.
Okay, wait,
Fix
now
your
you're back.
ears.
Oh my god, wait.
Fix
back.
your ears, bud.
You guys keep freezing.
No, I just
Yeah.
said what did I say actually?
Welcome back.
Oh, the last time that you guys talked, Sin had told you that she wanted to get you all together to perform a more thorough kind of dissection of the situation because she kept on thinking about all of you and she could not pick up on anyone else's futures or anything about them because all she could think about was you guys.
No, thank you.
That was what was happening. That was what was happening last time.
And then she disappeared, and then maybe gave us a potion and found out about the fighting ring, and then like drew scary pigs. Yeah. Really accurately, might I say.
They are on our side because they gave us the potion.
Oh, I mean, are they on our side or are they on Tobias' side, who wanted us to get the fish back?
But he didn't know that we were going.
Like
to get
he was
the fish
capable
back.
of getting the fish
He was
himself.
gonna do it
He was
himself.
doing it. And then he was like, "Oh."
By the way, Theo, he said specifically to Tobias, before he killed like all the humans, he said, you did something very, you did something very unbecoming. Yes, thank you. You did something very unbecoming. He said this to all the humans before he murdered them. Essentially,
yeah.
He said
this was like the coldest line.
He said, he said you all did something very unbecoming. You took my fish, and he like pouts about it, and then he kills everyone. Yeah, so
it's an epic moment.
That was what happened essentially, and that's when everyone was like, "Daddy."
I need to know.
Daddy?
Arlo,
Daddy?
Arlo doesn't know anything really about Tobias other than the random quick rant Aria gave.
Oh yeah.
Oh, guy in a hood. Oh, guy in a hood. Like that's all Arlo.
Yeah, good point. Arlo does not know
I have no idea anything else about him.
I love it.
Once they all have that conversation again with Aria and that whole thing, and then and Arlo with the note, that's a lot of
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Once if Aria chooses to say that Tobias showed up in your room, that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah, if the information is brought up.
Yeah.
We got lots of stuff to share. We should all just sit down and share it all.
I kind of thought you'd do that this session.
We could have a sleepover, guys.
Last night I cut my arms open. What'd you do?
I prefer if you wouldn't do that again, fish.
What'd you do?
I went and I was like, that's not enough. And
What
I did
were
both.
you guys up to?
It worked though. It worked.
And I didn't have to open the clock.
Nope. He was like, "Oh, thank God."
Like, well, I didn't even realize that's what he was asking at first. I thought he just like wanted him to like hold his arms or something, and I was like,
if I could like help his power or something heal.
Yeah.
him.
No, he kind of reached he reached a breaking point a little
Valid.
It's so good.
I got there.
A bit.
I got that.
Also,
after all of that, I think I arrived.
R.I.P. Beacon.
R.I.P. Beacon, you were a real one.
First tragedy of the.
I can't believe you
the
killed
session.
the one and only lesbian.
Rest in peace.
How do you know?
For real. And she died in my arms.
Nari's a lesbian.
Yeah.
Nari's a lesbian.
Aria Razor, excuse me.
That's true. That's very true.
And
very true.
potentially Indra. She didn't seem to like men very much.
We don't know.
True.
Like physical attributes.
Haley, please be a lesbian.
Please.
Babe, I'm so sorry to tell you, but I don't know if she's gonna be a lesbian because if she sees mud. Poor Nelly.
And gets to know him.
Yeah.
Y'all's reaction to that was priceless. Oh my god.
That was so funny.
I knew it was coming back.
So
Do you really think that Bob would ever give you just a perfect little present without giving you little legs?
You're right. You gotta keep.
You want this. You want the
You gotta give me a bucket of cream and a bucket of shit.
Good lord.
Also, one of the NPCs that I'm like the proudest of because I think she came out so pretty.
It's so beautiful.
Oh my
It's
God,
really
yeah.
one of my
I'm so happy with her.
You honey trapped me. You made me so happy with this pretty NPC, and I was like, oh my god. And then you
like
put her with my ex. How could you?
That was so funny. That was for real funny.
That was hilarious.
So funny.
That was everything. That was actually my favorite part of the chat. And then when you were in hell, that was great.
I am in hell.
Oh my
That was
god.
great.
I get one
Anyways.
tiny little kiss from hot elf
Aw,
boy.
little smooch.
I just
Yeah.
realized.
I like to imagine she
Oh,
walked
trees.
out. I like to imagine she walked out and she was like super glowy and happy because he's a sun
He's a
elf
sun elf.
and she photosynthesizes. And
Oh my god.
Oh,
That would
cute.
actually be so cute if they
That
were
would be
like a
great.
couple and she could literally get energy off of his
Their
kisses.
ship name is photosynthesize.
photosynthesize.
That's
I
so-
love it.
That's adorable.
Sun tree.
I have a
Oh,
request.
the sun
Sun
tree is cute too.
tree.
We have a request?
Yeah, I have a request, homework request for everyone to
Okay.
Homework.
figure out the big 3 zodiac signs of their characters so that I can.
Okay.
And
You got it.
Oh god.
I know
You
that
know what,
I know he's a Pisces, but I don't know his other 2.
Arlo?
Yeah,
Mm.
Andromeda is definitely a Cancer moon. She's a Cancer moon.
love
At the end of
her.
the day, that's
I was gonna
her.
make Arlo a Cancer man, but I don't trust Cancer man.
I'll figure out NPCs for you too if you want. If you give me specific NPCs you want, I'll
Would
figure it
you?
out. Yeah.
Mud.
Mud.
Chart
Mud.
immediately.
Mud.
Or,
Let's
like,
not
Mud.
be serious.
Minions-
Come on.
minions, minions.
Yeah, I can see Mud being a Sagittarius for sure.
Yes,
That tracks.
definitely.
Yeah.
For sure.
Boss,
Mine
I'll
has a
leave
November
that up
birthday.
to you for Julian.
Okay.
Also because I also just don't know anything about Zodiac.
Valid.
Oh,
Valid.
that's fair.
I can
Just
also
have to
see
remember
I
it's
can
mine.
see Julian absolutely being like a Pisces too.
Oh,
Baby.
but that's just because
It's because we're twin
because
brothers.
James is a Pisces and not.
No, but March Pisces
It's also
like
because Arlo and Julian are brothers.
Because we're twin brothers.
March
I think
Pisces though
Julian
are
and- I think
very
Julian's
like
a-
Yeah.
Indra.
So, question: if we're all siblings, I can't date Julian.
Yeah.
So
well, I
that
mean,
has-
seemingly, Bob
That's a good
hasn't
point.
stopped.
Maybe
it,
you're
so that means
half.
you're not.
I mean,
Actually,
Yeah,
it makes
I
it
don't
better.
feel like
like
Bob
It
would
really
stop
doesn't
us.
make it better.
No.
Please don't pull a Star Wars on us. Please, please.
That's not
Please.
gonna happen. Maybe for like two of us, but
please
not for all of
don't
us.
pull
No way.
Mortal
Not
Instruments
the
on
was.
Oh, not Immortal Instruments either.
No, I
No,
think that
thank
me and
you.
Julian could be brothers, but I don't think there'd be anything else.
Oh,
if
okay, got it,
there
got it, yeah.
I will tell you now. If there
I
was
don't know.
any
Any of us
sort
related.
of
I
incestual
I-
thing going on, I
it's
would
like-
immediately push it the other
Let it
way.
go.
I would throw all of
No.
my
so
reinforcements
Arlo
at
goes over
it.
to Julian's bedroom.
Yeah, so they try to make out, and then we'll see if
See,
A lightning
reaction.
strike in between the two of them.
The gods have spoken.
looking at the game master like we're gonna kiss.
we're gonna
What
kiss.
you gonna say about it?
What you think?
And then they kiss, and nothing happens.
And they're
we're
like,
oh well,
oh.
now what do we do?
Sorry,
What do we do with this?
Where do we
Oh,
go from
shit.
here?
Both characters get amnesia,
Oh,
and they're
shit, I
like,
didn't
"Why did we
expect
do
that."
that?"
What happened? Huh.
Whoa.
Wow.
They would really just be like, I feel like both of them would be like, all right, and then they would just like forget until somebody like randomly mentioned it, or it was like
Oh,
one of
you're
those
so
truths and a
excited.
lie that we were playing, and I was like, oh yeah, me and Julian kissed, and everyone was like, that's a lie, and then we were like,
That's a
That's cute.
It's
That's
not
the
actually.
That's the
Matter of
truth.
fact.
could you imagine? Julian's
That
like,
would be-
I kissed Silas, I kissed Arlo, and I kissed, and then everyone would be like, it would be
Like,
shit.
obviously.
He's gonna kiss all the cute boys.
That's what
He's
he
all
did.
the
He's
That's the
connected them like Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
Oh, my favorite.
Catch them all.
You really do.
Precious.
Period.
That's what Andromeda's doing. So.
Yes.
Honestly, yeah.
Also,
This
if
is
it
the
wasn't
start of something new.
if it wasn't clear, I think a certain blue boy has a very big crush on you, Arlo.
No, it wasn't clear.
That's
What?
so cute.
Actually, for
Fennel?
real?
Fennel,
That's so
yeah.
cute.
I don't like that.
Fennel?
I did not pick up on that at all.
I
I
did not
picked
pick up
up
on
on
that
it.
either.
Him
didn't
trying to
pick up
get
on
up
that.
to bring snacks to Arlo in the bathroom, knowing Arlo's
I
probably
thought that was a nice
naked.
thing to do.
Also, him bringing in
just
orange
nice and
slices,
innocent.
trying to get in the room by offering another snack while he knew they were having a
Fennel,
conversation.
you dirty boy.
I didn't pick up on that. I did not
It's
pick
just
up
so
on that.
innocent. I didn't see it coming. Oh my god.
That is
Alright.
so cute.
Well,
and I
But
love
he's just
it.
a dryad. I thought they were just chill with that. I thought they were just chill like
I mean,
that.
yeah.
That's what I
love
thought
it.
too.
While he's very injured and it hurts him to get up, he's gonna put in that much effort.
Aw.
Love
Mm.
him.
I mean, yeah, he's very sweet.
He is very sweet, you're right.
That's so cute.
But
But
I
that's,
love him for
okay.
that.
That's cute.
Dryad flirting is the best flirting ever. 'cause it's cute.
Also, I don't know if you know
Because it's
Theo, but he is also canonically trans as well.
Yeah,
I did know because
Okay.
I know that because I want to beat him really bad.
yeah, we clocked him as soon as we saw him.
We were like, that's a
You
freaking
all
trans
did.
man.
You all did.
No, we literally like
That
in the
is a
frame,
twink.
or show them, you're like, hey, trans mask.
You're one of them queers.
You're one of them queers.
Pegged as a twink as well, straight away.
Yeah.
real.
I mean, he's literally like a wisteria tree, so yeah,
Mhm.
it doesn't get more twink than that.
Yeah.
Does it get more twink than that?
I'm not wrong.
True.
All right, guys, everyone
Have
wave
you
to the
seen
chat.
Wisteria tree?
Hi, chat.
Bye, chat. Thank you
Hi,
guys so
chat.
much for
Bye,
watching.
chat.
Thank you guys so much. With
Thank
that,
you
we're
for
gonna
watching.
leave.
With that,
Sorry
we
for
bid
the
farewell.
Can I just bring up the
Mwah.
last message in chat that says at this
Yes.
point Arlo should just make a gay harem?
Yes.
Arlo hasn't even kissed anybody yet.
That's
Arlo
true.
is not true.
That's
he's
true.
a slow burning type of
I
man.
plan on making a
Andromeda-
harem. I can make a
This
harem.
is
You
really
can make a
good.
harem.
Andromeda
I support
officially
you.
has kissed
Two
the
characters?
most in this campaign.
Let's go.
At least on screen.
Farewell,
Round of
chat. Thank
applause.
you for all the
Round of
love
applause,
and for
everyone.
staying here for so long.
Bye.
Verona, thank you for
Bye.
modding like
Or be
literally
slut.
the entire time.
Or
We
be slut.
love. And thank you for all the chaos. And thank you to everyone who became members. I
Woo.
love. Thank you so
Woo.
much.
Whoa,
Mwah.
wow.
Thank you for
Bye,
a wonderful
get off
session.
me.
Oh my god,
Get
don't.
off
It's fine.
me.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Mwah. I can't wait to see all your
Well.
theories. Please post them in the Discord because I literally cannot wait to see them.
I'm so, yeah, I'm curious.
Morning cow.
Have a good night, lovelies.
It's me.
Bye.
Mm.